All right. Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
Hello.
My bad. Hello. Technical difficulties. Sorry for that background feed there. Good morning.
Good morning.
As we kind of get everything situated over here. Sorry about the late start. Yeah, hold on. Okay, is this gonna work? Hold on, there we go. There
Oh
we
dear.
go.
Is
Yeah,
StreamYard
we're
StreamYarding?
gonna. Yeah, we're gonna have to add you and probably the the screen share
Oh dear.
every time. But it is finally here. Good morning, everybody. I haven't even had a sip of coffee yet.
Unacceptable.
Very unacceptable.
Drink your coffee.
Yeah, I'm still waking up. Maybe that's part of the StreamYard problem, Rosie, is it's half StreamYard, half foggy brain, wake up brain, you know.
Or it's that StreamYard still has to wake up.
Yeah, we'll just blame it on StreamYard.
Yeah.
Man, it's going to be an interesting day today. We're going to hear more of Smuggy Mac, is what I'm nicknaming him. He's got that smug face, you know? It was really like, I wonder what the jury thought of this, Rosie. So, when we were sitting there watching the trial, and Reddington was up next to the witness stand, and Reddington had to bring the documents up there so Mac could read them because he wanted to know specifically exactly what he was asking, and also Reddington wanted him to recite certain key paragraphs in those documents. And I wonder what the jury thought, because again, we're all potential jurors, and I kind of like, when I'm sitting there looking at him, when Reddington was asking him questions, specific questions about what was written, and more than a few times he wasn't even looking or even had his glasses on to read what Reddington was referring to. And he would have this, like, this, where he would raise his eyebrows really high, you know? He had like this surprised, shocked, confused, deer in headlights kind of look. And then he would have to put on his glasses. Oh, okay, yeah, let me see here. And then put his glasses on and start reading it. I just thought it was very rude, not only of the jury's time, but the court's time. All of the extra stuff that took place just to try and get under Reddington's skin. I thought it was very disrespectful to the courts. And I'm wondering if the juries thought about that too. Because he did. It was a lot of evasiveness, a lot of just sarcastic, snobby I understand that it was the prosecution's witness, but I didn't see any of the defense's witnesses treat the prosecution that way, especially when prosecution was getting snippy with them. Um, I don't know. I just wonder if the jury, because we're all the same, you know what I'm saying? We could all be sitting there. We all are human. We all have emotions. We all have thoughts. We all can recognize and energy vibes and all that other stuff too. So, I'm just like, man, the jury had to see this and go, not only you're wasting the court's time with these shenanigans, but it's very disrespectful, just as a human being. Uh, eh, Unprofessional, it was not very professional either, to portray yourself as such. I don't know. I just wonder what the jury thinks. What do you think?
I mean, I think that the jury notices everything, and I think that when it, like, I agree with you when it comes to the witnesses that have appeared for the defense. I think that they've been very professional, and he's not the first witness of the state that I think has behaved that way.
Right.
And also just prosecution themselves. So I think that it's something that's kind of, it's like, it's a prosecution thing. It's like it's just what they seem to be doing.
You, yeah, you are what your company is, and that's the
Yeah.
company they keep. So I'm not surprised that they act the same way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, and this dude is really like, I was looking into him after the trial on Friday, and this dude is a skeezer, man. He just basically takes money to go up there and testify to whatever they want him to testify to. Um,
Well, yeah,
he's a
that's
skeezer. He really is a skeezer. Sorry.
no, no. I was gonna say, like, that's the thing. Like, the way Reddington was asking him questions about his experience and stuff that he's, his special interests and his specialties and stuff like that, and none of it was really relevant to the case. So honestly, the professional thing would have been to be like, I don't necessarily know this area of medicine or psychiatry. Uh, like, it seems like he's more of a specialist in adolescent or child psychiatry or something like that. And there've been people on the stand who have been comfortable enough to say that's not my field. Like when they had the pediatrician up and then they started asking her questions about psychiatry, she just said, "Well, that's not what I do."
Right.
So and I get that it's still within the field of psychiatry, but it's like, what is he doing there if he's an adolescent and child specialist? And as Reddington said, when has he even come in breathing distance of a
Right.
pregnant woman? And then he's like, well, one
Right.
time when I was a resident, like,
Mhm.
just say so. Just say, I'm not qualified for this. Sorry, find someone else.
Breathing. Yeah. When have you been within breathing distance? So ridiculous. And
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Like, you look him up, and he's just a testimony for hire, is what he is. Because a lot of, we heard like he reviewed the documents. Well, listen, what's better, you reviewing the documents or you actually seeing the patient? We heard a lot of the medical professionals that were treating Lindsay, um, testify to the things that she was going through, talk about it. Uh, Ziesel, Ziesel, um, was a huge, still saw her even through, the trial and stuff. So, um, I think if any, if you want the opinions of professionals, well, I would get the opinions of the people that have been treating her. Like, it's just like with Patrick. You want to know what was going on, all of those moments and all of those months leading up to what was going on and what she was going through beyond the doctors. Well, then you talk to Patrick. Patrick's gonna know the most. um, I don't know how many people are into the Idaho 4 case, but there's somebody that does a lot of work and has for the Idaho 4 case. The channel is called As Get Industries. I don't know if anybody has seen this video on Lindsay Clancy, but they do a lot of model recreating of crime scenes and how crimes went down. And they put out a video on Lindsay Clancy, basically like taking you through the layout of the house, and then also how Lindsay, not only where the children were found, but also it shows how Lindsay actually went out the window according to the injuries. So that's something we're going to check out. I'm not sure. They normally do stuff for Idaho 4, but they did something for Lindsay Clancy. So we're going to check that out in today's show. Maybe do a Nate Eaton recap on like 1.5 speed or something. I don't know. We might be able to just do it normal speed, honestly, because that court's going to be late starting today. But yeah, I noticed Backwoods brought up a comment about Mac glaring at the Commonwealth, and you could tell, like throughout that whole testimony, that Mac he would look at the prosecution during certain situations and instances. We might have to do like a breakdown show at the end of the week, Rosie, where we break down his testimony and how much of a fraud it is. Because you can tell there's like certain moments throughout his testimony. They're like, it's like telepathic conversation between him and the prosecution. Like they're talking through their eyes, and you can really tell like he's kind of looking at them for like, what do you want me to do, and what do you want me to do here? Look up in this direction if you want this, look up in this direction if you want that, because it really looked like there was conversations going on with the eye contact throughout that whole testimony. Definitely felt that.
Yeah, I think it would be a good show to kind of do a bit of a recap on him, and then I think also back to back with that to relook at the testimony of Philip Resnick, and kind of compare them, because they're supposed to be either side of the same thing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the testimonies from the. Whoa, I'm sorry. Oh, it's not sharing it. Okay. What was I? Sorry, that just totally.
the two equivalent experts, Resnick
Yes.
and Mac.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm trying to get this.
That's okay. We're having a technical day.
No, that's not a technical day. It's a me half asleep still kind of bug. Sorry, I was trying to get the credit for the video that we're gonna check out. Yeah, I messed that all up. Okay. So let me go ahead and get that ready. All right. So I'm going to, and we got a live call show we need to do too, where we hear everybody's thoughts and opinions. Okay. I'm going to show this video here real quick. Let me see here. Okay. 1 second. Okay, hold on 1 second. No, we want to do full screen here. Hold on. CJ technical difficulties. All right. So I wanted to show it where it was just the actual video. Hold on. There we go. All right. So this is the channel As Get Industries. It's a production company that produces like 3D FX artwork based on evidence, crime scenes, and stuff like that. So they do, like I said, they do a lot of stuff for. They do a lot of stuff for Idaho 4. But they did something with Lindsay Clancy's case, so I thought we would check that out real quick before we get into chatting some more about this trial. Check this out. It's a really good video. Shout out to them for all their work, even like amazing stuff for Idaho 4. We're actually going to be using some of it in some shows coming up when it comes to the injuries that took place and how it happened inside 1122 King Road.
I was
But yeah.
sorry. I was talking when I wasn't on stage, so I don't remember what I said. But I'm sorry for the awkward silences. I can't remember what I said. I didn't realize.
That sucks. I'm sorry. Yeah, I forgot about it. By the way, here's a link to my boots on the ground raw HD footage of the work I did out there for Idaho 4. If you want to check that out, there's the link for that. We just uploaded a video a few days ago, a week ago, somewhere around there, of driving around the area. It's like a, I don't know, 5-hour, 8-hour video, something like that. Just driving around the area, crime scene, all the different spots and stuff, raw HD footage. We just dropped that. All right, check this out. This is very interesting and very shout out to them again, As Get Industries.
This illustration is about the Lindsay Clancy case. If you like my work, please subscribe. Starting here, we can see how the Clancy's house looked in 2022 when the crime occurred. The address was 47 Summer Street, Dukesbury, Massachusetts, and this is the home of Patrick and Lindsay Clancy. In this picture here, you can see how the house looked in 2022. We can also see how Patrick parked his truck next to Lindsay's car that night after returning from the 3V restaurant. When he pulled into his driveway, he's unaware that Lindsay has strangled their 3 kids in the basement and now lies in the backyard after jumping out of her bedroom window. You can see here in this illustration how she would have been laying. You can also see the gate at this end of the house, where later paramedics will come through to help Lindsay. After parking his truck, Patrick enters the kitchen through the front door next to the garage. When he enters, he testifies he knows that the house was very quiet, which is unusual. He continues and sets the food and medicine from CVS on the kitchen island. Here's an evidence photo of this. Here's another picture from a different angle. Continuing after taking off his boots, he begins to call out to anyone in the house, but no one answers. He then goes to the basement door to check if they're downstairs, and calls out, but again, no one answers. Here's an evidence photo of the basement stairs. Patrick continues on and goes upstairs to the second floor. When he gets there, he can see no one's in the bathroom, and so he checks the 2 kids' room. But no one is there. He turns to go to the master bedroom. He tries the door, but it's locked, and for the first time he feels like something is seriously wrong. After getting the key from one of the kids' room, he unlocks the door and goes in. After taking 1 or 2 steps into the room, he can see blood on the floor everywhere. He also notices the bed pushed away from the wall and that the window is open. Here's some evidence photos of the room that night. Realizing the severity of the situation, Patrick quickly goes downstairs to the backyard. He cuts through the kitchen to go to the back sliding door. When he gets outside, he starts looking over towards the bedroom window and sees Lindsay laying on the ground and rushes over to her. In court, Patrick will tell what happens next.
Did you say anything to Lindsay when you found her in that state?
Yeah, I said, what happened?
And what was her response?
She said I tried to kill myself.
Did you ask her anything else?
I said, where are the kids?
And what was her response?
She said they're in the basement.
It's likely when Lindsay said that the kids were in the basement, Patrick thought that they were fine, and that she may have put them in the basement so they wouldn't see her suicide, which would explain why he stayed with her while he called 911 and waited for the first responders to arrive. Patrick placed the 911 call at 6:11 p.m., and it took 3 to 4 minutes for responders to arrive. When they get there, he calls for them to come around the house to the side gate. After a brief interaction, he quickly runs to the basement to check on the kids. He makes his way back to the patio door and goes to the kitchen to the basement. When getting to the bottom of the stairs, he goes left to the basement living room. After just a few steps into the room, he sees Cora and Colin laying on the floor, face down with exercise bands tied around their necks. To see how the basement was laid out, we're going to look from the front of the house and see through to the basement. After untying the ligature on Cora and Colin's neck, he started to look for his other child, Dawson. So he quickly rushes over to his office area on the other side of the basement. There he sees Dawson laying face down, also strangled with an exercise band. Patrick begins screaming. The EMT outside who is working on Lindsay hears the screams and notices the scene through the basement window. Immediately, many responders begin running into the basement to help the children. Here are some evidence photos of the basement. There is a 911 audio recording of this moment when Patrick discovers his kids in the basement. It was played in court, but was not released to the public, but by all accounts it is horrifying to hear. In this last illustration, we are going to show how Lindsay fell out of the bedroom window. We will start with some evidence photos of the back of the house. In this photo, you can see the top right-hand window, which is Lindsay's bedroom. The area circled is where there is blood on the shingles off the side of the house. Here's that area blown up. Notice these 4 yellow circles. This indicates where blood was transferred to the side of the shingles, and we get this information from the court documents. Back to this image. Notice how the blood transfer stains on the siding run vertically up to the handprints on the windowsill. This and the fact that Lindsay had a Jefferson fracture of her C1 vertebrae helps us know how she jumped out of the window, and here's that illustration. Let's play that one more time and stop it at key points. As she jumps, you can see how her hand transfers bloodstains to the house as she falls to the ground.
The Lindsay Clancy trial has gripped the country. It's a case so shocking that everyone's asking.
All right, it's a case so shocking that we didn't even know that was going to play next.
I did not mean to laugh that much.
All right, we're going to switch to our next video that we were supposed to play. This is the, where's it at? All right, this is East Idaho News. This is the recap of day 18. Real quick before we get, it's not going to start. We got 23 minutes until it starts, and it is not going to. It's not going to start on time. We are always waiting for court to resume. So, you know, we already, let's switch over to this real quick. We'll go ahead and pop this up so it's live. And we will bring you to the courtroom as soon as they come up. And we're just going to pause this video because we know we're going to come right back to it after they have their sidebar as soon as we start. So we're going to go ahead and check out Nate Eaton's recap of day 18 and what a day it was. And also, here, let me switch this up too. What, Rosie? I'm going to have to add you every time, I think. But it's going to be a hell of a day today. We got more Mac. Both of them had a fresh rest, had plenty of time to collect their thoughts. I bet Reddington is going to come even harder than what he came on Friday, because Reddington can prepare for Mac. Mac can't prepare for Reddington.
Yeah, that's true.
But what a great video by Asget Industries.
Yeah.
They do a great job with Idaho 4. Like I said, I can't wait to show some of that when we do our Idaho 4 show. But what a great video, especially the illustration of how she fell out the window.
Yeah. I think that's something that it's not that easy to kind of visualize. So it helps if you're a little bit like me and you don't have a very good visual understanding.
Yeah. I mean, it's what I saw, because I remember somebody in the first couple days of the trial asked me how they thought how I thought the blood ended up the way that it did. And that's what I was like, you could kind of tell, like, just with how it was left in position, that her feet definitely hit that windowsill as she was trying to jump out. She didn't get to like totally jump. It was more of a crawling out, kind of jumping, but my feet kind of hit the windowsill, and you saw that's how the injury really happened to her, because at the last second there from that video, you saw where her shins and her feet hit that windowsill, and that's what kicked it out, just that skosh, for her to not land straight up and down, but at a slight angle. So then her head hit, and then it bent in when she fell. So yeah, it definitely helps you visualize how it went down. It was kind of crazy too, because we heard about where the children were found. The photos, obviously, I wouldn't want to see the real ones anyway, but they were blurred, so it was kind of hard to also visualize that. And so what a wonderful recreation. It kind of takes you there and helps you understand. So shout out to Asget Industries again. They do great work. All right, so we're going to check out Nate Eaton's recap from day 18, and we're going to get ready for day 19. It's going to be a long day. I don't know. The judge said we're still ahead of schedule. I don't know how they're still ahead of schedule. Do you think because he was talking about closing statements today, a couple days ago, and the last couple days he's been saying we're ahead of schedule, you guys, we're ahead of schedule. So I don't know. I think he's giving us some bullshit. Kind of like we'll be back in a couple minutes, and it's like an hour and a half. I think it's one of those things where we're just being told something. I don't know. Do you guys think we're going to hear closing arguments, closing statements today? Let me know in chat. What do you think, Rosie? Do you think? I don't think so. I honestly think witnesses might go into tomorrow. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think, I agree with you. I don't think that there actually is a schedule.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not way ahead, buddy. We're gonna find out what's going on here later today. Who knows? Maybe it'll be quick. But I don't know. I don't have too much faith in it. All right. Shout out Nate Eaton, East Idaho News. He does a great job as well.
Every night we have been breaking down the developments in the Lindsay Clancy.
By the way, we're listening to. Should we go at 1.5 or 1.25?
I think
Probably,
1.25, just because, I mean, they're probably going to run late, and
It sounded really fucking quick. It didn't sound like 1.25. That's why I was like, wait a minute. Did I
wait,
set
was
it
that
on
1.25?
Yeah, that was 1.25. We'll check it out. We'll see. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you guys very much. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. And I can't wait for Verdict Watch. That's going to be really interesting. Take some live calls for that, because all we're going to be doing is waiting for the verdict. Verdict Watch.
Every night we have been breaking down the developments in the Lindsay Clancy trial. We thought that witness testimony would end today based on the conversation yesterday in the courtroom. We knew that the defense had one more witness to call and the prosecution had 3 rebuttal witnesses. Well, we got through the defense witness today, and then we're about a little more than halfway, I would assume, through the rebuttal witness number 1, but there's still 2 more rebuttal witnesses. What does that mean? The jury will be back on Monday, and it's likely closing arguments aren't going to happen until at the earliest Tuesday.
Right.
I could be wrong, and they could rush through these witnesses on Monday. I don't think Kevin Reddington, Lindsay Clancy's attorney, is going to do that. No. I think that we'll have those witnesses finish out Monday, and then likely have the closings on Tuesday, maybe even Wednesday. So it was a heated day. I would say the afternoon session with Kevin Reddington cross-examining the state's rebuttal witness, the Commonwealth's rebuttal witness, probably the most heated we've seen in this trial. We'll play it for you in a moment. Before we get to that, the first witness on the stand today, a top medical expert who has testified at some of the most prominent cases across the country for decades. He appeared via Zoom from his home because of a medical procedure he had to have that prohibited him from being in the actual courtroom, which I think is probably why there were delays earlier this week, that he was supposed to attend in person, but he wasn't able to make it. His name, Dr. Philip Resnick, a forensic psychiatrist. He's worked on cases such as Andrea Yates, Jeffrey Dahmer, Oklahoma City Balmer, Casey Anthony. He's a forensic psychiatrist. As I said, he talked about a parent killing a child, which is rare and infrequent. It's called filicide. After 4 months after this crime happened, after Lindsay Clancy killed her children, he met with her for 3 hours while at Duxbury Hospital. Then he spent 2 hours interviewing her parents, who have been in the courtroom every day. He reviewed all her records, legal, criminal, medical files pertaining to this case, and her journals as he prepared his report. Now, he started off his testimony by describing her appearance the day that they met and whether she was faking her symptoms, because Dr. Resnick has written a book on the topic.
How did she appear to you physically? And how was she able to answer your questions? Just tell us what her appearance was, her mood.
Yes, well, first of all, at the time, of course, she had suffered major injury and was paralyzed, so that was the setting. So during the examination, she did not have control of the lower part of her body. During the interview, she appeared somewhat matter-of-fact, but at the time she was still breathing. The nurses told me that she was crying daily about the loss of her 3 children, and she was also medicated at that time. She was fully cooperative and gave me a detailed account of her recollections of the critical events.
Did you make an observation of her affect? Did she appear to have what you refer to as a flat affect?
Yes, she did have, or I would call it a blunted affect. That is, her emotions were not as you would expect. Her feeling tone was muted. In summary, the results were that Lindsay Clancy had a tendency to minimize and did not have a tendency to exaggerate what she was saying in her own symptoms.
Did it also indicate that she was not, I think the terminology is faking or lying in her answers, but in fact was being truthful as best she could be?
Yes, although the test is a little more specific about symptoms rather than lying or not lying, but it did not suggest any evidence of faking symptoms.
Okay, and I'm sorry, that broke up. It did not suggest any evidence of what?
No evidence of faking psychiatric symptoms.
And then finally, one of the scales in that test is referred to as the K, I think from the books, the K scale or the lie scale. Is that correct?
Yes, that was not elevated.
Not elevated. Okay. Can you tell this jury your opinion as to whether or not at the time of the killings that she was suffering from a disease or defect that impaired her ability to substantially appreciate and or conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
Well, sure. Let me begin with the issue of whether she had a mental disease or a defect. Ms. Clancy had a severe depression. There is a book called the DSM, or Diagnostic Manual, prepared by the American Psychiatric Association, which lists criteria for various diseases. So in the diagnostic manual, for example, one needs to have 5 out of 9 symptoms to make a diagnosis of major depression. And Ms. Clancy, as she approached the date of the crime, actually had 7 of the 9 symptoms and was severely depressed. So that in addition to that, she had some earlier evidence of what's called a mild mania, and that fits together in what's called bipolar 2. So in other words, it's a type of bipolar illness where there is more frank depression, severe depression, but the manic aspects are not as severe. So my final diagnosis of her was called bipolar 2 with a severe depression on January 24, 2023. And from reading the reports of all of the experts that will be testifying, no one failed to diagnose a major mental disease on the day of the crime.
Now, he went on to say that it is somewhat uncommon to have postpartum psychosis 8 months after you have a baby, but it's not unheard of, which is when Lindsay Clancy's apparently set in, because Callan was 8 months, her youngest child. He said that on the day that she killed her kids, on January 24th of 2023, she was psychotic that day. He said that as they spoke, she did her best not to reveal the extent of her mental state when she would speak with casual friends. She told him this, that when she'd get together with casual friends, she wouldn't talk about her mental state, but did reveal thoughts to her husband twice, like the super serious thoughts. We know she's talked about in the past that she told her husband she wasn't feeling right, and he got involved in her mental care a couple of times by, calling the doctors or going to the doctors with her. Patrick even testified that on the day of the murders, it was a normal day. This witness, Dr. Resnick, said that on the day that she killed her kids, she was functioning, even reported having a better day, making a snowman with the kids and taking Cora to the doctor. But then she had a command, a hallucination, while her husband was out. He said command hallucinations are 1/3 of hallucinations that people have in general. There are a third of hallucinations people have are command hallucinations that command a person to do something. Open a window, get water, or kill someone or harm someone. In Lindsay's case, she had a command delusion, meaning her body was taken over by an external force in doomed state, and she didn't have any control over her body. This is Dr. Resnick's testimony. She was, quote, a puppet with someone else pulling the strings. And he told the court whether Lindsay Clancy was criminally responsible for the killings or not.
Relate your opinion as it relates to the standard of a person being lacking criminal responsibility at the time of the commission of a crime in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Well, Well, there are two arms to the test for criminal responsibility. One has to do the defendant's ability to control their conduct, and the other has to do with their knowledge of the wrongfulness of their acts. I'd like to address each of those separately, if I may.
Sure.
With regard to my opinion is that Ms. Clancy was, due to her mental disease, unable to conform her conduct was to the requirements of the law on the day that she took the lives of her children. And let me give you the basis of that opinion. First of all, she was hearing a voice which was commanding her to engage in the killing behavior. And she did not feel any sense of control. She felt that she had to obey the instructions she was receiving. It was a matter where she was just following the command rather than being able to make any decision to do it or not. And for example, I asked Ms. Clancy.
No, you can't say what you doctor. You can't. You cannot say what she told you. All right.
Okay. All right. I will not do that. Let me just make sure I'm covering other aspects of this. The second evidence that she was lacking control is the fact that she made a severe suicide attempt, also based on the command hallucination that she heard that day, so that she not only cut her throat and jumped out of a window, she very much wanted to die.
Dr. Resnick went on to say that his research into women who kill their children is divided into 5 categories. She fell into 2 of the categories. 1, altruistic suicide, when a murder is committed out of love instead of hostility, and a mother's attempt to do what's best for her child. So one of those categories, altruistic suicide. She felt that she had to kill her children out of love instead of hostility. He said this was her motive. In Clancy's case, she believed she was obsessively concerned for her children and worried about caring for them, and believed they were better off in heaven than with her. The other categories are acutely psychotic suicide. This is when someone has psychotic hallucinations out of touch with reality. There's no rational motive, just acting on psychotic beliefs. Both of these apply to Lindsay. So he says it was the acutely psychotic suicide, and the second one was altruistic suicide. When she was in the grips of her hallucinations, according to the doctor, she could not obey the law. She didn't even understand the law. The hallucinations, the delusions took over her body. When asked why other doctors were not aware of the severity of her case, he said that Clancy was more of a sophisticated patient because she feared her children would be taken away from her, so she wasn't fully forthcoming. So he said she had these thoughts that she thought if she said anything, the children would be taken away, and so she didn't, and then the hallucinations took over. Lastly, there was a sensitive question mentioned by the Commonwealth, and earlier on, Kevin Reddington asked why Lindsay hasn't since tried to kill herself.
While she's in the Tewksbury Hospital, what are the circumstances of her confinement, and what type of care is being provided to her as it relates to whether or not she, or why she hasn't killed herself yet?
Well, Nancy, indeed, there is evidence of her going suicidality to such an extent that she is never allowed to be out of the presence of a staff member. Even when I conducted an examination of her and requested privacy, a staff member had to be present. So her ability to take her life in view of her crisis and observation is and she recognizes that, so that the reality is, no matter she does not want to live at any point, she has no choice but first to live at this time.
She has no choice but to live her life. Now, it was time for the Commonwealth to cross-examine the witness. She starts with motive and whether Lindsay fought hard enough to resist the claims of hearing the voices. Dr. Resnick once again reiterated that Lindsay's motive was in killing her children.
A woman who kills her child can have more than one motive, correct?
Yes.
And actually, the most common motive for women who kill their children is fatal maltreatment or child abuse, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, most women who kill their kids don't do it due to mental illness, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, there's a quote from you in an article, Child Murdered by Mothers, Patterns and Prevention, where you say, quote, more filicides occur due to fatal maltreatment than because of maternal psychiatric illness, correct?
Correct.
You also have written about parents having significant emotional devastation after killing their children, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you've written in, it's a chapter 6 of Family Murder, Child Murdered by Parents, in the aftermath section, you've written, quote, these life events are likely to prolong the parent's depression. The anniversary of the children's deaths and exposure to things that remind the parent of it are likely to be upsetting, correct?
Yes.
Things like birthdays and holidays and the anniversary of the killings would all be something that would be upsetting, correct?
They sometimes are, yes.
Now, you've written a lot about malingered psychosis, correct?
Yes.
And malingering psychosis, you can have a mental illness and your malingering could be exaggerating those symptoms or saying you have psychosis symptoms when you don't, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the things that you have written, and there's an article that you wrote called Faking It, you've written in here, quote, command auditory hallucinations are easy to fabricate. Persons experiencing genuine command hallucinations do not always obey the voices, especially if doing so would be dangerous, correct?
That's correct.
You've also given some points to other practitioners. If you, quote, if you suspect a person of malingered auditory hallucination, ask what he or she does to make the voices go away or diminish in intensity, correct?
Yes.
Because typically someone who hears a voice telling them to do something horrible like kill their child will try to resist that voice initially, correct?
That there's variability. Some do and some don't.
And in fact, the case you mentioned earlier, Andrea Yates, Miss Yates, in fact, committed herself to a hospital 5 times and tried to kill herself twice, all while trying to not kill her children, correct?
Yes.
She had heard voices for months and telling her to kill her children. And to resist those voices, she actually tried to kill herself, correct?
Until she could no longer resist the voices, yes.
You say that she was very forthcoming in her symptoms to her medical providers, but she never told those medical providers that she had an impulse to harm her children, correct?
That's correct.
You also, in teaching people about malingering, about faking hearing voices or being psychotic, you give pointers of what people should look for, such as patient uses no strategies to diminish hallucinations. Patient states he obeys all commands, correct?
Yes.
You also, in a podcast, evidence entitled Identifying Malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you were asked about malingering and you said, and asked about hearing voices, and you said, quote, so a common example I'll use in teaching is if you hear a voice out of the blue that says, kill your mother, your moral fiber would cause you to hesitate. But if you have concurrent delusion that your mother is an evil wizard, you're more likely to act on that command hallucination, correct?
Correct.
And there's no evidence in the records or in the testimony that we've had thus far that Ms. Clancy believed that her children were evil or that they were possessed or that there was any danger posed by them or to them by such forces, correct?
Instead, Ms. Clancy.
Well, it's a yes or no question, doctor.
No, go ahead. You can answer that.
Instead, Ms. Clancy had the psychotic, distorted belief that her children would be better off in heaven rather than being motherless. So that was her psychotic distortion, coupled with the command hallucination. So she met the exact requirement you're referring to.
The Commonwealth mentioned records of people monitoring her every day in the hospital that say those records say she's not crying every day. In fact, she's smiling. She's having coffee with other people at the hospital. She's playing games. She's socializing. And in fact, they point out the delay in postpartum psychosis for Lindsay because typically it happens right after the baby, not months after, which we talked about earlier. That they're saying that why would she have this 8 months later, not after? After that, you can go watch the whole testimony. It might be a little hard to hear. He was on Zoom and there were tech issues. They caught him up, they pulled him up, and there was a delay. It was freezing. It was this, it was that, and then they ended up going into recess to fix the tech issues, and then they brought it back. But it was an interesting testimony, captivating for many people. And then the defense rested. That was it. So Patrick Clancy, was on the defense witness list. And he did testify early on. He was the first witness. And I think that they purposely, the Commonwealth allowed the defense to ask him a lot of wide-ranging questions just so that they wouldn't have to recall him. It saves time in a trial. I believe that if the defense thought they needed him, they could have pulled him back, but they didn't. In fact, they had over 50 people on their witness list, and they called around 10, less than 10. So that's kind of where that stands. Now, I do want to mention earlier on, before we get to the rebuttal witnesses, so that's the case. We've heard the prosecution's case. We've now heard the defense case. Prosecution gets one more stab at it with their rebuttal witnesses. We put up a poll on our YouTube channel today asking if you felt the Commonwealth has proven its case in the trial of Lindsay Clancy. Overwhelmingly, the majority of you said no. Here's the numbers. Over 12,000 votes throughout the day. And I'm curious, if you're watching now, if you disagree with this poll, put it in the comments. If you do think the Commonwealth has proven their case isn't over yet. I should be clear. They still have these.
All right, give me 1 second. Let me remove this poll so you can see, our poll, so you can see their poll. If StreamYard is going to let me.
Interesting results, though.
Hold on 1 second. Where's my... There we go. It says... do you think the prosecution has proven its case? 81% say no. And I believe them. I don't think they've proven the case at all, one bit. So I'm not really... 12,645 votes. I'm not really surprised.
Me neither.
And speaking of vote and poll, we do have a StreamYard poll open. Day 19 is Lindsay Clancy 100% guilty, guilt by insanity, innocent, or undecided to you. You can type 1 in chat if you feel 100% guilty. You can type 2 in chat if you feel it's guilt by insanity. You can type 3 in chat if you feel it's innocent, or type 4 in chat if you feel undecided. Let us know. We will have the poll open throughout the whole day today, so you can vote as many times as you want. It'll only take your vote one time, but you know how technology is. It can be quite quite buggy. Where's my screen share? There we go. So there's the poll. Thank you so much, Hopper, for the 100 jewels. Damn, 100 of them. Marshmallow, hello. Thank you very much for that. Come on, StreamYard. Let's get these emojis to show up for us. But yeah, alarming poll there, Rosie. It didn't have you in there either. Alarming poll, though, I'm sure to the general public, but not to us. I'm not really surprised when it comes to that vote.
I'm not surprised either. It's interesting, but it's... I mean, I think that if you've been paying attention, then that's kind of what would be expected.
Yes, it would. Let's go ahead and see what we have going on. So we're still waiting for the trial to come up. Let me go ahead and we will switch it back to the recap here. We'll finish this up, and as soon as trial starts for today, we will take you right there ASAP. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. It's going to be an interesting day today. We got some more Mac in the morning, and I think I need more coffee. I need more coffee. Oh, it's good. Ugh.
Yeah.
I need it to get me through. I'm still half asleep, Rosie. I really am. I'm struggling. I'm struggling today. I don't know. It was a busy weekend. All right, guys, here we go. We're going to finish this up. Love you.
Rebuttal witnesses, and that's where we'll pick up now with the first rebuttal witnesses. Dr. Avram Mack, a psychiatrist of 20 years. He talked about what qualifies as criminal responsibility, which is to look at a person who has a mental disorder or defect and episodes they've had to prove it. He also interviewed Lindsay Clancy in April of 2026, this April, 3 years after the killings. He says she was friendly and cooperative.
What's called her affect, which is her emotional expression or her mood. Generally speaking, there were not many abnormalities in her presentation, and I can go through them. They include the way in which she speaks, that is to say, the rapidity of speech, if the speech is made in sort of regular intervals between words. In terms of thought, does the person, and in this case, did Ms. Clancy, make goal-directed ideas? Mm-hmm. Was there a particular content of the ideas? So generally speaking, for all the components of the mental status examination, there were not really abnormalities. I would say at some points she seemed distressed by some topics. I believe tearful at one point. She described her general day. She described basically her existence there at Tewksbury.
Okay. And did she indicate to you whether she engaged with other patients, or did she spend her day mostly in bed, or what did she say about that?
Mostly she described she stays in bed or on her own. I don't think she described interacting with patients very much. There were a couple of ways in which she did interact with staff, at least. There was a therapist. She described situational depression in terms of feeling depressed about the several stressors that she experiences today.
And what are those stressors?
Well, the remorse and sadness about the events that this case is about, her separation or estrangement from her then husband, her being separated from the world, her physical injury.
He said that she did not want to be alive during these meetings in early 2026. She's currently, many of you have asked this, is she currently on meds? What's she taking? What's she being treated? Yes, she's currently on medication for bipolar disorder and mania, anxiety, and depression. His diagnosis, Dr. Mack's diagnosis of Lindsay, is dramatically different than Dr. Resnick's.
My opinion about her diagnosis in the span from 2022 to 2023 is that she suffered from what's called a major depressive episode. That probably is a part of what's called a major depressive disorder. But the important point about it is a major depressive episode.
What made you come to that conclusion based on her presentations?
The information about her feelings and the progression of her illness highlighted that it was best represented by a major depressive episode. It's a condition defined in DSM-5 where an individual displays problems with mood, problems with feeling pleasure, feelings of guilt or worthlessness, problems with appetite, problems with sleep, preoccupation with death or suicide, poor concentration, poor energy, perhaps also what's called psychomotor agitation or retardation. So one doesn't necessarily need to show all of those, but as it is in the DSM criteria sets, one needs to have a certain threshold. And her history and her description of her experience, in my view, matched a major depressive episode.
Dr. Mack went on to say that she's exhibited no signs of mania or hypermania or psychosis delusions in 2022 or 23 after he reviewed her medical records, which I think we kind of knew about. Because
yes, please.
Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe
Assistant
if you
District
haven't.
Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney
We're going to
Shane
go into
Buckingham.
sidebar.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Morning. Good morning, Ms. Clancy.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right. So are we ready for the jury? We are. All right. So what we'll do is can I see counsel just very briefly, just in regards to today's schedule?
Of course.
What a surprise. Yeah.
We know we know this. We'll bring you right back, everybody.
Mania. I don't know if she was ever officially diagnosed with that. He went on to say why he does not think she ever was psychotic and why he thinks she never did have psychotic episodes.
The idea that in the midst of her distress and her impairment, that Child Protective Services or the Child Welfare Agency would act on somehow take away her kids, to speak in a global way, but to somehow interact with her. I don't know that that's psychotic. Another is the idea that she was damaged permanently by the medications that she took. I can appreciate that she felt side effects and a degree of change from the medications that she took. So I don't know that that feeling or that belief is necessarily psychotic. So those are two that I would mention right off the bat.
Dr. Mack told the court and the jury that he feels she was suffering and that her suicidal ideations were a form of that suffering. He explained that a person who is depressed can express moments of joy and feeling good, as Lindsay described the day of the murders, while still playing with her kids hours before. He told the court what Lindsay told him during their interview this April about why she killed her children.
The voice said to the effect of, you should kill the kids. This is your last chance so that you can kill yourself.
And what did you say happened after she heard this voice?
She engaged in the activity of taking her children's lives.
And she was able to describe to you how she did that, correct? And she first stated that she took Dawson down to the basement?
Yes.
And then wrapped the exercise band around his neck and strangled him?
Yes.
And what did she say that she said when she did that?
She described that while that was happening, she was saying out loud, go to God.
And did she describe the same for both Cora and then Callan?
Essentially, yes.
And the voice that she said she heard, was it one time or more than one time she heard the voice?
Multiple times is what she described.
And after she had killed the kids, did the voice continue in her report?
I don't remember that it did. It may have, I don't remember.
And then after the kids were gone, she then made an effort to take her own life, correct? And how did she do that?
Right, so she did. She described that she went ahead to take her life or attempt to take her life with multiple steps. Yes, she was suffering from a mental disease or defect, namely major depressive episode as a part of major depressive disorder.
And as far as the substantial capacity to appreciate wrongfulness.
What's the next exhibit?
292. LBBB.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Mac in the morning. Hopefully you got your coffee or your whatever your vice is.
Hey, hey, hey. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near and give your attendance and you shall be heard. Well, I can see the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. Good morning. I hope everybody had a nice weekend. And so what we're going to do, as we have done so many times before, we're going to ask you those questions, and then we're kind of going to go over what today's schedule is, and then we'll get right back to the trial. So the first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Last question, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. What we're going to do from the schedule today, if you remember on Friday, we were in during cross-examination of Dr. Mack, who testified Friday afternoon. We're going to return to the cross-examination. And the only difference is Dr. Mack is going to be available by Zoom here. We've had a couple other witnesses, so you all kind of know how that's going to work. So we're going to finish the cross-examination with Dr. Mack by Zoom. Commonwealth, if they have redirect question, and then we're going to continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal. All right, and so just to kind of go back as far as the procedures that we followed. So the Commonwealth presented their case. Then after they were done, the defendant presented their case, and we're now on to the Commonwealth's rebuttal. All right. And when the Commonwealth's rebuttal is done, we're going to move to the next portion of the procedure process, which will be the closing arguments and the legal instructions. All right. So that comes after the Commonwealth's rebuttal witnesses. So that's kind of where we are at this point. And so as we go through today, I'll kind of keep you up to date in regards to the schedule for going forward. All right. So that's where we are. So at this point, I'm going to, we'll get Dr. Mack on the screen, and then it'll be Mr. Reddington continuing cross-examination. Yeah, please.
Dr. Mack, would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Sir, how many times have you testified in courts on the issue of criminal responsibility?
I would estimate 1 or 2.
So if you estimate 1 or 2 times, would this be your 3rd time?
By that estimation, yes.
Okay, so it's not by my estimation, though, it's by your estimation, and you would know better than me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the 3rd time in your career that you've testified on a criminal trial on the issue of lack of criminal responsibility. Is that correct?
I know there are other times that I've created opinions.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm not sure how many.
I'm just asking about criminal responsibility. That's it.
I'm talking about criminal responsibility. And I know there are other times I've created opinions, but I'm not sure that I've testified about them in the courtroom.
So my question was simply, how many times have you testified in court on criminal cases regarding the issue of lack of criminal responsibility, and this would be your 3rd time, right?
That is my recollection.
Okay. And you have testified in court on behalf of various governmental agencies on other matters in addition to criminal responsibility, correct?
Yes.
And you are operating under the umbrella, if you will, of the Park Dietz conglomerate of a lot of expert witnesses that, as I understand, would parcel out cases to different people. Is that right?
There are times that I do cases through Park Dietz and Associates. I can't speak to how many experts they have and exactly how they, as you put it, parcel things out. But over the span of my career, there have been times that I've done it when cases have been presented through Park Dietz and Associates, and times that I've done it through other entities. As I discussed the other day, I had a role for the state of Maryland, and at times, and in this case, there was a criminal responsibility trial that I was a part of when I had a role for the state of Maryland. So going throughout my career, it's been multiple different entities.
You've also testified, since we're talking about it, in the state of Pennsylvania, right?
What's your question?
You've also testified, since we're talking about it, in the state of Pennsylvania, right?
I believe I have.
Was that at Park Dietz, or was that you individually, or one of your other entities?
You'd have to specify which case.
Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania.
Can you cite that case again, please?
Sure. Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania, where the court held that that would be Abram Mack, was apparently certified only in child and adolescent psychiatry. You lacked forensic certification to testify in the field that you were ostensibly going to testify in. Does that refresh your memory?
No.
Did you testify in? Did you testify in Commonwealth versus Torres in Pennsylvania?
I don't remember.
How about Commonwealth versus Carter in New Jersey? You remember that one?
No.
Do you recall that the court held on an appeal that you used an approach that fell below the standard of forensic practice?
No.
How about Feder LeBron versus the Secretary of DCF, 710 Fed 3rd, 1202 in Florida? You remember that case, I'm sure, right?
I do.
And in Feder, there was a gentleman, Mr. Feder LeBron, who was a Navy veteran, who was a single father and had a child. And he was a member or a person that was able to get benefits from what's called TANF, T-A-N-F, Temporary Aid to Needy Families. You remember that?
I do.
And the state of Florida decided that because needy families consisted of either minorities or drug users or people that would not be reliable to work in the confines of working underneath the TANF, so they wanted to have blood testing and drug testing of all the people that were temporary aid to needy families, right?
That's your conception of what was happening with that.
Well, it's my conception from reading the case, sir. Do you agree, sir, that TANF is an acronym for temporary aid to needy families?
Yes, it is.
Do you agree, sir, that this gentleman, Mr. Federal LeBron, was a plaintiff in a lawsuit against the state of Florida?
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that it was in federal court?
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that in federal court, the court held that, in fact, you were unqualified to give an opinion that you attempted to give, saying that it was perfectly appropriate to test by way of urine or blood people that are benefiting from the TANF program, because your testimony was that they belong to a class of people that I guess had to be tested.
Ouch.
Right?
I don't agree with your conceptualization.
Okay, so the court ultimately ruled that your argument, your testimony on behalf of the state of Florida, the government, and you indicated that TANF benefits, applicants for TANF were people that were involved with drug use, violence, and higher rates of suicide. Remember those words, those three words?
The testimony that I provided.
Do you remember testifying, sir, about the people that are the beneficiaries of the TANF program, people that need aid because of needy families, are people that should be tested by way of blood or urine? And your argument, sir, was because they are of a class that would be more likely to commit a crime or have suicide or drug use. Did you testify to that?
That is not the way that that testimony or that report was presented. No.
Okay, so your answer is no. Let's keep it that way. Your answer is no. So you recall, sir, that there was an appeal, and in fact, on the appeal, it was determined that, again, yet again, you were not qualified to offer a relevant opinion because, number one, you never studied the TANF population. Recall that?
It sounds just
no,
like
that is not the correct conceptualization.
Says you. Number two, that you did not survey any data. Recall that, sir?
Ouch. Ouch.
Specifically in Florida is the nuance on that issue.
And number three, that you had no research whatsoever on the data that you based your opinion on. Would you agree with that, sir?
Just like this one.
No.
Do you agree, sir, that the court held that you relied on other researchers' studies and didn't make any effort whatsoever to form an opinion based on your own research? Do you agree with that?
I don't remember the specific language of the court.
All right. Do you recall that ultimately your testimony was stricken?
No, I don't believe that it was stricken.
Okay. In any event, sir, you would agree with me that you have a memory of Avram Mack being subject to this attack, if you will, by the attorneys on behalf of the people that were involved with TANF, right? You remember that much, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I do.
Thank you. Now, in summary, sir, you're here to testify in front of this jury regarding your testimony and opinion that you've given regarding Lindsay Clancy's state of mind at the time of the killing of her children. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you evaluated her in 2026. Is that right?
Yes.
So you really evaluated her about 3 years after the incident that occurred in January 22, right?
January 2023.
So you do recall the date that the incident occurred, 23, right?
Right. So to answer your question about
the answer is right.
Yeah.
Okay. And in reference to your answer, sir, you would agree with me that there was a significant passage of time between the incident in 2023 and when you saw her about 2 or 3 months ago, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you drove out there with the guy
He
that's
had
going to
the
be in here
whole
testifying in
weekend for
about an
this.
hour or so. Helbrun, is it Helbrun or Heilbrun?
When you say that I drove out there,
I'm just asking the guy's name. Is it Helbrun or Heilbrun?
you'll have to ask him how he'd like to pronounce it.
Well, did you know how to call him or what to call him when you were out there with him for 2 days at Tewksbury?
Kirk.
Kirk, okay. And you met Kirk, I imagine, that morning that you were going to evaluate Lindsay?
Yes.
And what was the date that you evaluated her? Was it February
I
date?
think the first date was April 10th.
Okay.
The second date was April 12th. And those were the 2 days that I was there.
Right, because Kirk had to give her psychological testing on the middle day, right?
Correct.
Okay, so did you stay in a hotel or a van, or where'd you stay?
You're asking me where I stayed?
Yeah, I don't want to meet up. I just want to know where you stayed.
What?
I stayed in Massachusetts.
He said, I don't want to meet up. I just want to know.
I believe in Wellesley.
Yeah. Was it like Holiday Inn? Was it a Ritz-Carlton?
He's so
Where?
good. He's so good.
A private home.
A private home. Okay. Kirk didn't stay there, did he?
I don't know.
You don't
No,
know?
he didn't stay there.
Good
He
morning.
didn't stay there, that's for sure.
Okay. So in any event, you must have had plans to meet up with Kirk at Tewksbury Hospital, right?
I did meet Dr. Halbrun at Tewksbury Hospital, yes.
Okay, I'm calling him Kirk because that's what you told me is that you refer to him as, but it's Dr. Hoffman. How do you pronounce it?
I believe it's Halbrun, but
Oh my god.
Okay.
He
I
said,
will.
I'm calling him Kirk because that's what you
And then in the parking lot of Tewksbury?
Yes, I think that's right.
And
Or
you
in the
had,
lobby.
sorry, what'd you say?
Or in the lobby.
Okay. So when you went there on that date in April, the first day, you already had your information that you were able to form your opinion based upon. Is that right?
Oh. Oh. And no experience.
At the time that I initiated the examination, I had reviewed records related to Ms. Clancy. But creation of the ultimate opinion.
No. I'm asking about the records, sir. Real simple. The records that you reviewed. You had already reviewed them before you went to Tewksbury Hospital. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And the records would be obviously cell phone extraction records, yes?
I don't know exactly when I reviewed the cell phone records.
How about defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluations? Dr. Philip Resnick, Dr. Margaret Spinelli, you reviewed the reports that were already prepared by my experts. Is that correct?
And also Dr. Zeisel.
Zeisel, yeah, thank you. Okay, because I had sent them to you, isn't that right?
You had sent them, I believe, to Dr. Halbrun.
To Dr. who? I'm sorry.
I think Dr. Kirk Halbrun. And I think he was able to give them to me.
Okay, fine. So you also were able to review Division or Department of Children and Family Records dated February 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And those would be records that pertained obviously after the death of the children, but it was just an interview of Patrick, the father, and Lindsay's husband, right? That's what those were.
That was a substantial component of that, but that was the DCF evaluation that occurred, and they, I believe, interviewed him when he was at Boston Children's Hospital.
Okay, all I'm asking is that the DCF, in other words, there's no DCF records that shows that Lindsay was abusive to her children, right?
I don't think that was necessarily the conclusion of that report.
Well, it wasn't the conclusion of any report. There were no other reports other than February 3rd, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and that would be interviewing Pat, the father and the husband, right?
As I said, I think effectively that is the
or component of that report.
Okay, that's a component of the report. The answer is yes. You also had medical records from Astor Mental Health Records, right?
Yes.
That would be Jennifer Tufts?
Yes.
Jennifer McAllister, right?
I'm not sure if that's the name of another doctor in that practice, but substantially Astor Mental Health included the work of Dr. Tufts.
Dr. Tufts. And how about nurse practitioner Gelada? Did you review her records as well?
The records of hers that came from the organization that she worked in, yes.
What organization was that, do you know?
I'm not exactly recalling the title of it, but I believe it's South Shore Mental Health, but I'm not exactly sure of the exact title.
Boston Children's Hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and McLean Hospital records. You reviewed them, correct?
Yes.
Spalding Rehab, right?
Yep.
Tewksbury Hospital from March 27th of 23 up through April 1st of 26, which is a little bit before you saw Lindsay, right?
Correct.
They were about 7,000 pages, a lot of paper, right?
Yes.
Toxicology records, police reports, grand jury testimony. You read all that too, right?
Correct.
Police interviews of witnesses, right?
Correct.
And you had met with, I imagine, or spoken to, by telephone perhaps, with the district attorneys, the prosecutors here.
Yes.
And where did you meet them?
The prosecutors?
Yeah.
Only by phone.
Okay, so you met them by phone. When was that?
I don't know offhand when that was.
How long was the conversation?
I don't recall. It could have been somewhere between 15 minutes to 45 minutes.
And basically they told you that they wanted you to evaluate a defendant who had been indicted for triple homicide of her own children by the name of Lindsay Clancy. You knew that from speaking with them, right?
Effectively, I knew that, yes.
And, you know, I normally don't go there with expert witnesses, but it was fair game on Dr. Zeisel. How much money do you make a year on your forensic evaluations?
It ranges over the years, several $100,000 of dollars.
Yeah.
Can be a few.
And a lot of that,
more.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So a lot of that it would be appointed cases or cases either from Park Dietz or some other warehouse that asks you to evaluate people and testify in the court, right?
Or over the years, people contact me directly.
Really?
We're talking about over the last 15 to 20 years.
Right. So when you were contacted by, strike that, did the DAs here call you or did you call them?
I don't recall.
Do you recall that they told you what a horrible case this was, that this woman killed her 3 children by strangling them? Did they tell you that?
Sustained. Next question.
Well, did you know what the factual allegations were of the case? Yes or no?
Well, all the factual allegations, yes, I believe they were conveyed to me during a phone call.
Yeah. Okay. And when you were engaged or retained through Park Dietz and Associates to work for the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office, I mean, that's fair to say. You were working for them, right?
Effectively, I was retained by the District Attorney's Office, yes.
All right. And let's talk about confirmatory bias. You know what that is?
Well, you were asking me the other day about the cognitive bias think tank, and we talked about how, as a part of my work in patient safety.
No. This is Dr.
I would like to be able hold on, Doctor, please listen to the question and answer the question. Go ahead.
This is confirmatory bias, sir, not a think tank talking about safety of anybody, okay? Confirmatory bias. Have you heard of that term?
I have.
And what does it mean?
Well, if you're talking about the work in diagnosis in medicine, as I was getting at before, it refers to the idea that an individual has a idea as to what they're aiming for, and they gather information that accedes to that and that brings that point together.
Okay, so would you agree with me, sir, that when you are retained in your practice, working, whether it's for Dietz or somebody else, and you are engaged by a prosecutor, such as the Plymouth County DA's office, is it fair to say that you go into your work and your evaluation, and I hesitate to use the word investigation, but you have a confirmatory bias? You're hoping that you're going to be able to help them out, right?
No.
No. Okay.
Oh my gosh,
So
this is
you
horrible.
had read all this material, you had spoken with the prosecutors, and I imagine you had done a team back with Kirk Heilbrunn, right?
Thank you, Hopper, for the 100 joules.
You
High
talked to
five.
Kirk Heilbrunn about
High
the
five
fact
back
that
to
you
you.
guys
Thank
were
you
going to
so
go in
much.
and evaluate Lindsay, right?
We had worked with the prosecutors, and I believe them with you.
No, you didn't. Excuse me. You didn't work with me. What do you mean? You didn't work with me.
I imagine there was interactions in terms of setting up the dates on which this would occur.
I had nothing to do with it. My office manager, Laura Matter, would have done that. I had nothing to do with it, sir.
Okay, next question.
So
You didn't
when
work
you
with
went
me.
out there on the 2 days that you went out, forget the middle day, because that's when Kurt was by himself. When you went out there, the two of you met in the parking lot or the lobby, one or the other, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
I said yes.
And the purpose was to go interview her, right?
Miss Clancy, yes.
So you guys go down the hallway, you go in the elevator, you go upstairs to the locked wards. They have to open the door. They have orderlies and people that escort you. Is that right?
Yes.
You have to sign in. You have to have ID because it's a locked ward, right?
Effectively, yes.
Effectively. And the two of you, you and Kirk, go into a room where she's sitting in her wheelchair by herself so that you two of you can interview her. Is that correct?
Yes.
For how many hours did you interview her the first time?
First day, it was roughly ended up being about, I think, 4 or 5 hours.
And have in mind, sir, as counsel has already elicited, she's incontinent. She has issues because of being paralyzed and had to have a break, didn't she?
She did not ask for a break.
Oh, she was able to power through the 4 hours?
I don't know if that's the appropriate way to frame it. We took a break. During the interview, we discussed the schedule that she has for catheterization, if that's your question.
So you and Kirk Heilbrunn sat down and you questioned Lindsay, the both of you together or one at a time, or how'd that work out?
One would ask questions, and if another one had additional questions to ask about that particular topic, then the other would ask.
And she was, fair to say, she was pretty cooperative with you guys, right?
Yes.
She was polite, she was affable, right?
Yes.
She answered your questions, right?
Yes.
And then when you concluded that first day, then the next day, Kurt Heilbrunn went on his own to Tewksbury and had another multi-hour interrogation, questioning, or whatever of Lindsay, right?
He was there for a second day for psychological testing.
So you're aware of the fact that he was there for psychological testing, right?
Yes.
Now, a psychiatrist doesn't do psychological testing. The psychologist does, right?
Typically, that's true.
And there are a number of tests that are administered to people when they are being evaluated for purposes of a criminal case such as this, right?
There is a number of different tests that test different aspects of an individual's psychiatric or psychologic or cognitive functioning.
Right. Like, for example, you want to determine, I would imagine, whether or not they're lying or exaggerating or minimizing their symptoms, right?
That's always an interest, yes.
And it's of interest because if a person is, in fact, masking or lying about their mind, trying to fake out an evaluating forensic psychiatrist or psychologist, when you say that's of interest, that's something that can be a test result that a jury could look at, right?
Well, I'm not sure if there's a test that specifically states a person is lying.
No. You ever heard of the MMPI?
I have.
Okay. You ever heard of the K scale?
Yes.
What is that?
Well, the K scale is among the internal validity scales of the MMPI. The MMPI is an assessment of the individual's personality.
Okay. So let's focus on the K scale, sir. When you say that it's a, let me ask you again, what is your understanding of what the K scale is seeking to find out?
I answer this in the context of the purpose of the MMPI and what the MMPI is designed.
What are you smiling for? This is not funny, sir.
Sustained. Next
Well,
question.
you know,
Next question.
MMPI, K scale, focus. What does it mean, sir?
So the MMPI is an assessment of personality, and it is a set of questions that the individual responds to provide the test and to provide the user of the test to understand what is their personality like. The K scale is a set of questions embedded in the MMPI that are designed to see whether or not the individual is exaggerating in their responses, generally speaking.
Okay. Or lying, right? They call the K scale the lie scale, right?
Well, if you're simply referring to your own personality style, the issue is whether or not the answers are reliable or valid. It's not a matter of assessing if the person is lying on the MMPI.
Does the MMPI assess to any degree whether or not a person is lying, in your opinion?
No.
No? So let's stay with Dr. Mack's opinion on the K scale. What would that do? It would determine if somebody is not being truthful about their symptoms or they're exaggerating their symptoms?
Well, the MMPI assesses the individual's personality and their thoughts about themselves. So the question is how to get an accurate reading of the person's personality. If it is the case that they are having a deviation on the K scale, then you might not utilize the MMPI as a whole. But the MMPI is not designed in a sense as a lie detector.
So what does that mean, sir, when you say if there's a manipulation of the K scale? What does that mean?
I don't think I used the word manipulation.
What word did you use?
I may have said deviation.
Okay. So if there's a deviation on the K scale, according to you, what does that mean?
It may come to a threshold that the MMPI is not usable, and the users cannot gather information about the individual's personality as a result.
Because they're lying, and it's not a reliable test, right? That's the ultimate consideration, right?
Right. So it's not saying that the person is lying. It's saying that the test is not reliable.
Because the person who's the subject of the test is not being, let's say, forthright. Is that fair?
I don't know that it's always necessarily a conscious act. An individual, it simply reflects the tendency the individual has when answering the questions that are on that subpart of the test.
Okay, so if somebody has been indicted by the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office for triple murder, and you are working for the DA, evaluating whether or not they are suffering from a mental disease or defect, would you agree with me, sir, that there may be a tendency for somebody to exaggerate their symptoms to try to paint a positive picture of themselves?
Overruled.
Not necessarily.
Well, how about a little bit necessarily?
I don't know that there's a relationship.
Okay. So you are aware, regardless, that when Lindsay took the test for Dr. Kirk Halbrun, that there was no indication whatsoever of any malingering, exaggeration, or anything along those lines in that test. Would you agree with that?
If you're talking about the MMPI, correct.
That's what we've been talking about. I don't know. We're looking at each other.
I wasn't sure if he was going to answer, but let's ask the next
yeah, okay. So you, tell me again what your answer was, sir.
That effectively, that's what the testing elicited, that her K scale, effectively, it was a valid test.
Okay. Now, you, in your review of all of the records, Tufts, Gelada, McLean, you knew that one of the healthcare providers, which would be Gelada, was focusing on the possibility that Lindsay could have been suffering from bipolar 2. Is that right?
I'm aware that that was on her mind, that was something she was concerned about, yes.
And bipolar 2 is quite common, is it not, sir, as a precursor of a person who is suffering from postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, right?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, well, how about, is it appropriate in Dr. Mack's opinion to give a person suffering from bipolar 2 or bipolar 1 an SSRI?
An individual, there is a need in one's practice, traditionally at least, that if an individual might be suffering from bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, to avoid using SSRI medications. However, that has been reduced in terms of our worry about that over time, but that was maybe 20 years ago, 15 years ago, something that psychiatrists were more concerned about, but the concern has lessened over time.
It has. So in your opinion, sir, it's okay to give a woman who is coming to you for help, who's been diagnosed with a bipolar 2, it's okay to give her the SSRI, in your opinion. Is that what you're telling this jury?
That's not what I said.
Oh, okay. Tell me what you said.
I said the concern about the relationship between SSRIs and mania or bipolar disorder has lessened, but that doesn't necessarily mean that people's practices have changed.
And when you say mania, what does that mean to you, sir?
Mania is a state defined in the DSM. I believe we discussed this the other day.
Well, go ahead. What is it? What are the symptoms of mania?
So mania is a condition, and it's defined not only by the symptoms that I'm going to mention, but also by a time frame. And as we discussed the other day, it is a mood state that is used as a building block for bipolar type 1. So one would need to see 7 days consecutive, and where the following symptoms, 4 at least of the following symptoms are present most of the day for all of these days. And that would include a thought process called flight of ideas. Secondly, distractibility. Thirdly, an engagement in activities that are pleasurable but have painful consequences. Rapid speech, or what we would call pressured speech.
Pressured speech.
Or rapid speech. Additionally, grandiosity and an exaggerated amount or excess degree of goal-directed behavior.
And what is your... go ahead.
Go ahead.
What is your understanding, sir, of the symptoms of bipolar 2?
So bipolar 2 Well, we didn't finish the definition of bipolar 1, but in terms of bipolar type 2, one would need to have had a major depressive episode. I believe we discussed that the other day as well. And also one needs to have had what's called a hypomanic episode, which is similar to a manic episode, but lesser in terms of time course that's required. And only 3 out of the 7 symptoms are required.
So bipolar 2, you would agree with me, sir, is in fact a major or a serious mental illness, right?
Yes.
And your opinion, after you had your opportunity to go back again with Kirk on the 3rd day and interview Lindsay in Tewksbury Hospital. And how long did you interview her for the 3rd day, asking her questions?
I'm not sure I remember. It was perhaps 3 hours.
So after you completed your evaluation, you came to a conclusion that, in fact, Lindsay was suffering from a major mental disease or defect, to wit, bipolar 2. Is that correct?
No.
No. So why don't we look at your report and you tell me what your ultimate opinion was of your diagnosis of Lindsay after evaluating her, sir.
I think I said this the other day that my
Why don't you say it
opinion
again, sir?
was, yes, I'm happy to. My opinion was that, and is, that she suffered from a major depressive episode and that was a part of major depressive disorder.
Well, looking at your report, sir, on your conclusions, would you agree with? So do you have your report?
He's reading from the wrong report.
Do you have your report, sir?
Can I see it sidebar just for a second?
It's not the report.
Getting a little testy, isn't it? That keeps saying, I believe I was saying it that the other day. Getting a little testy. Oh, shit. Hold on one second. Anne Marie says, is it just me or does he seem to put people with bipolar in one of 2 boxes? I know 3 people with bipolar. All 3 have different treatments and different symptoms. And was she diagnosed bipolar before this? I know there's discussion about it. I don't necessarily know for sure. I don't think she was. But I don't know for sure. I think there's been conversation. Oh, we're back.
Is that at the time of the incident that Lindsay Clancy was suffering from a mental disease, and then you have the opinion, however, she retained substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct. Is that correct? Did I read that right? And the mental disease from which she suffered, in your opinion, was a mood disorder, major depressive episode. Is that right?
Yes.
And you further opined that she may have also had an anxiety disorder that preceded or continued to be present while the major depressive episode proceeded through January 24th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware that she has been at Tewksbury under a particular diagnosis of a mental disease or defect, right?
Yes.
What is that?
I believe it's adjustment disorder.
Adjustment disorder. Is it not your understanding, sir, that she's suffering, according to diagnosis, bipolar disorder?
I think well, you'd have to show me where you're referring to.
So, did you have a chance to review Dr. Helbrin's report?
I did.
And do you know what Dr. Helbrin's opinion was of a diagnosis? Diagnosis.
Yeah.
What was it?
I think he made a diagnosis of bipolar type 2.
So you have nurse practitioner Gelada, who, as a treating practitioner, indicates that the diagnosis possibly is bipolar disorder, correct?
I don't know that she used those terms, but I know that she was concerned about the possibility.
And you know, because you've obviously read and incorporated into your report Dr. Resnick's opinion, correct?
Correct.
And what is Dr. Resnick's opinion, sir, to your understanding?
In terms of the diagnosis?
Yeah.
Bipolar type 2.
Okay. How about Dr. Zeisel? You also had access to and incorporated into his report, your report, his diagnosis. What was that?
No, offhand, I don't remember what his diagnosis was.
How about Meg Spinelli? Did you have a chance to review her report and incorporate that into your report?
I reviewed her report.
Do you know what her diagnosis was, sir?
I believe it was bipolar type 1.
Right. So with all of the various healthcare providers that have an opinion of bipolar type 1, would you agree that that is a very strong indicator that a person could very well be suffering from postpartum depression?
I'm confused by your question because that last piece is not necessarily inconsistent with the diagnosis of major depressive episode.
I'm asking you, sir, about
your... I discussed the other day was when that specifier is able to be used, that would be a diagnostic question.
So with the understanding that nurse practitioner Gelada is bipolar, or looking at bipolar, that Zeisel report, you don't know or recall what it is, but you incorporated it into your report. Dr. Resnick is bipolar too. You feel that this is or is not indicative of a precursor to a person suffering from postpartum depression? It's in the books, in the articles, right?
Your use of terms, to me, seems apples and oranges. The question of postpartum depression would be, does the person have a mood disorder, and is it in the time frame following birth?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
So,
I can't. Can you say that again, please?
We're talking about categories that are not aligned with each other.
No, I'm asking you what your answer was, okay? What's your answer?
You'd have to restate the question.
Okay. You recall Friday, sir, that you were talking about onset of postpartum depression symptoms occurring within a particular time frame. Do you recall that, sir?
The diagnosis would be
my question is simple. Do you recall saying what the time frame was Friday?
I'm trying to answer your question.
What is the time frame?
The time frame designated for the diagnostic specifier called with postpartum onset is 4 weeks.
Okay. And that's your opinion, right?
Well, I believe that's what the DSM says.
Okay. So let's talk about
the 4 week period. The 4 week period in which that specifier may be added.
Okay. You recall saying
The
that
diagnostic rule.
you recall saying that a person can be postpartum and it has to be within 4 weeks. You recall saying that, Friday?
What I would have intended to say.
No. What did you
He
say?
said that.
Come on. What did you
He
say
said
to the
that.
jury last Friday?
Doctor, please listen to the question and just answer the question as asked, okay? And then if the
Come on,
Commonwealth has
man.
any redirect, they can follow up with their questions.
He said
Go
it
ahead.
himself.
Thank you. Do you recall
Exactly.
saying that the person has to be postpartum within 4 weeks, according to the DSM? Recall saying
To
that?
meet that specifier, yeah.
Right. Well, do you understand, sir, that every woman that has a baby for the rest of their life is postpartum? Because postpartum, quite frankly, means having a baby, right?
Sure.
So,
But that wouldn't be the specifier.
It's not
of
sure,
with
bro.
Postpartum onset.
yeah, but you
It's
can't.
not sure.
Postpartum is not a disease, doctor.
Right.
Postpartum,
It's an appellation that is defined in terms of 4 weeks.
Come on, bro.
according to you, right? You understand that World Health
Right?
Organization
Unbelievable.
is different, right?
Thank you, Starshine. By
If
the
you're
way,
talking about the ICD,
if you're not
What is-
subscribed
what
to
is-
Rosie,
what is
definitely
that time
subscribe
frame,
to
sir?
her as well.
I'm not sure what it is. I think you said it was 12 weeks.
You did, sir.
How about the proposal to amend the DSM-5 text revision, or TR? What's the proposal for that?
Well, there's a proposal specifically around the proposed diagnosis called postpartum psychosis, and for that, it's a 6 week period.
So you've got 4 weeks, you got 6 weeks, you got 12 weeks. Would you agree, sir, that postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis can occur up to a year or even a year or longer?
I don't know, but I am telling you what the DSM says in terms of how to diagnose it and how to code it.
Okay.
Thank you,
would
Starshine,
agree, sir,
for the
that
10
she
jewels.
is at
Hiding.
Tewksbury with a diagnosis of bipolar, right?
That may be among her diagnoses.
Okay. And she's on medication, right?
Yes.
And she hasn't had, over the past 3.5 years, any problems with sleep, anxiety, depression, symptomology of the same while she's been medicated at Tewksbury, right?
She has not demonstrated any signs of mania.
And she hasn't demonstrated any signs of anxiety either, has she, while she's been on the medication, the right medication, right?
I note that she's complaining of anxiety. I'm not sure she's demonstrating signs of anxiety.
Other than the fact that she's paralyzed and has to be in a wheelchair, she's not exhibiting the inability to bathe, the inability to emote, to have feelings, to talk to people. She's able to communicate with people, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what medications that she's on while she's at Tewksbury?
She's taking, I think we discussed this the other day, a low dose of Zyprexa, I believe clonidine and trazodone, and propranolol occasionally.
Okay. Now, after you had a chance to review the medical records from Dr. Tufts, which would be from end of September of 22 up through October of 22, for example, initial prescription, right?
I've reviewed all of the records from Dr. Tufts, yes.
And you recall what the first prescription was that she got, right?
Sertraline?
And that would be what, 25?
Yes.
Was that increased?
It was.
And was there an issue or a problem, according to Lindsay, when that was increased from 25 to 50?
Yes.
And what was the problem that she indicated to the doctor?
She wanted to sleep, but she was finding it hard to sleep.
She was unable to sleep for a period in excess of 48 hours, is what she said, right?
I think it was at that point, yes.
And also, she indicated that there was, in her opinion, a symptom that she didn't really have a need to sleep, even though she had gone 48 hours without sleeping, right?
No, she wanted to sleep.
Well, would you agree with me, sir?
She was tolerating, she described that she was tolerating during the daytime and functional sufficiently without the sleep, but she found that she was trying very hard to sleep and she couldn't sleep.
And do you recall her indicating that she did not feel, regardless of 48 hours straight without sleep, that she had a need? She said she didn't feel like she had a need to sleep. Did you see that in the records?
I'm not sure that it would be characterized that way.
Did you see? Okay. Did you see anything in the records?
All right, one at a time. Go ahead, Mr. Wright.
Did you see anything in the records that indicated that she complained of the fact that she had gone 48 hours without sleeping after she was on the sertraline, and then felt that she did not need to sleep, even though she'd been without for 48 hours?
I don't exactly recall what was written by Dr. Tufts, but she described to me that in that period...
Doctor, I'm asking you about the medical records, not what you think she told you 3 years later. The medical records.
The medical records review the fact that she was not able to sleep.
And would you agree with me that one of the symptoms, sir, that you would be concerned about as a psychiatrist is when a woman who is postpartum, after having a baby, is complaining of a number of symptoms, one of which is that she went a long period of time unable to sleep, but didn't feel that she had the need to sleep? That's textbook, isn't it?
Well, the DSM textbook refers to a decreased need for sleep as the seventh element of mania.
Okay, so that is an indicia of mania. Can I get that out of you?
The way it's written is a decreased need for sleep.
Okay.
I don't know that she has decreased need.
And then the medical...
trying very hard.
Go ahead.
I think she desperately wanted to sleep.
Is that what you think, sir, or is that what your opinion is based on the medical records?
That is my understanding based on the totality of the information.
Okay. So is it your understanding that she also exhibited signs or symptoms of postpartum depression?
So to the extent that she had depression in a period after having had a baby, that is not how DSM would refer to it, but as you said, everybody would be postpartum in that regard. So my opinion is that she had major depressive episodes in this year, or within 4 or 5 months following birth.
Sir, you're familiar with the postpartum psychosis. You're familiar with that, right?
So there's the concept of having psychosis.
Are you familiar with postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes or no?
I'm familiar with a proposed diagnostic entity called postpartum psychosis, and the idea that people can have psychosis as a mental disorder at other times.
You're familiar with the Department of Mental Health in Massachusetts, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with the funding of the Department of Mental Health for the Massachusetts Child Psychiatry Access Product. You're familiar with that, right?
No.
Called the MCPAP, that focuses on postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression. Are you familiar with that, sir?
No.
Would you agree with me that when a person has a child and is within the postpartum period, that they may present to a doctor with symptoms that might lead the doctor to believe that they are suffering from postpartum depression. Would you agree with that?
I'm not familiar with that particular program. I'm happy to.
All right, no, I know you're happy, but I'm just asking, sir, about postpartum depression. Forget the program. You're not familiar with the program. We get it. I'm asking you now, sir, about your familiarity with postpartum depression.
Yes.
Okay. And there are symptoms of postpartum depression. Fair to say?
Postpartum depression.
Are there symptoms, sir? Yes.
I am familiar.
Okay. And forget the DSM. Let's just focus on the symptoms as you understand it for postpartum depression, which according to you has to occur within the first 4 weeks of birth. But quite frankly, it could be 6 weeks, it could be 12 weeks, it could be a year, right?
You said forget the DSM, except that making diagnoses in psychiatry requires an authority, and we utilize, in this country, the DSM.
Maybe we shouldn't?
No.
All right, sustained. Next question.
So are you familiar, sir? You're not familiar with MCPAP for mothers in Massachusetts. You're not familiar with that subsidiary of the Department of Mental Health, right?
No.
Are you familiar with the Department of Mental Health postpartum psychosis provider training? In other words, what the LISCWs are learning and what the psychologists or psychiatrists working for the DMH are learning about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. Are you familiar with those standards?
No.
How about the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale? We talked about that Friday. You're familiar with that, sir?
I am.
But you don't feel it's important. You think the regular GAD scale, general anxiety scale, is sufficient, I guess, right?
I don't think I said that.
Oh, okay. So do you think that the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale is important as a tool for a diagnosing physician dealing with a woman that's within the time frame and exhibiting symptoms of postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay. So what was Lindsay's scale, if you know now? You had the weekend, I imagine, to look it up.
I don't offhand know what it was.
Okay. So if I offhand told you that it was pretty much off the chart, would that have any impact on your opinion as to the utility of the postnatal depression scale that was administered to her?
No, sustained. I mean, overall, to me, yes. Sorry.
It's a scale that elicits distress, which she had, and it elicits depression, which she had.
And it's not just limited to distress and depression. It's focused on, and again, I'll read it, the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale, right?
Right.
So, no, the answer's right.
She had diagnosis of depression. She was being treated for depression.
All right. So you, in any event, you don't utilize, apparently, the EPDS, right? You don't utilize it in your practice, whatever that may be.
Correct.
Okay.
Not that I'm against it. I just haven't had the opportunity to use it in some time.
Just like you think that, you know, an episiotomy is a tear, I guess, when a person has a baby, right?
I'm sorry?
You remember Friday you said that when a baby is born and the woman suffers a tear, that you called it a particular name?
An episiotomy.
Right.
When there's a need for repair for a tear, there are several different degrees.
No, wait a minute. Hold on now. Hold on.
Have.
Excuse me, sir. Friday, you said that the episiotomy is, in fact, a tear. Do you remember saying that?
I'm not sure exactly the wording.
Did somebody tell you that you were way off base on that testimony Friday, sir?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I'm referring to you saying
an
episiotomy is a tear. And it's not.
Your Honor, is there a question before the witness?
I already asked the question. I'm looking at him staring back at me.
I want you just hold on. Rephrase that.
Oh my God!
Saying Friday that episiotomy is a tear. Do you remember saying that to this jury, sir?
I don't remember the exact words that I stated.
Okay. Did anybody over the weekend tell you that in fact you were wrong and that it is a surgical procedure and that a natural tear has nothing to do with that procedure other than repairing?
Doctor.
Anybody talk to you about that at all over the weekend?
Doctor.
Okay.
No.
So you would agree with me, at least, that postpartum depression, even though you don't use the EPDS, does have symptoms that a doctor would consider if a patient came to him or her for help, right? Yes or no?
So,
yes or no?
You're asking me about a condition which is not the way that it's defined.
I'm asking you, sir, whether or not you understand as a doctor that if a woman has a baby and comes to you because she is in trouble, that you would look for symptoms, would you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And if the woman told you that she was less able to laugh, no emotion, unable to see the funny side, is that a symptom, sir, in your opinion, of postpartum depression? Yes or no?
It's a symptom of depression.
Was Lindsay Clancy complaining that she was unable to laugh or emote or see the funny side, if you will, of life when she went to see Dr. Tufts and Dr. Gelada? Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's just say the next issue would be stopped looking forward to things. You're familiar with that? People don't look forward to things, and what is that called? Anhedonia or something like that?
Right. So that was one of the several elements of major depressive episode that I referred to the other.
Right. But it's also one of the symptoms of postpartum depression, correct?
They are the same. When you have depression and you meet the qualifier, then you can call it depression with postpartum onset.
How about a person that comes to you and says that they're anxious and worried constantly for no good reason? Would you agree, sir, yes or no, that that's a symptom of postpartum depression, according to the authorities?
So,
can you answer that yes or no, sir? It's real easy. Sir.
All right, hold on. If you can't answer the question as asked, doctor, just say you can't answer it as asked, and I'll ask counsel to rephrase it.
Ouch from the judge.
So would you agree with me, sir, that the next symptom of postpartum depression would be anxious or worried for no good reason?
So I can't answer that question.
You can't. You can't?
I said I can't.
Okay. Was Lindsay Clancy expressing to the doctors and the nurse practitioners and the LICSWs or whatever on the medical records that she was anxious and worried on a daily basis for no apparent reason?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy also indicate that she would have episodes of fear or panic for no good reason?
Yes.
Did she also indicate, sir, that she was overwhelmed by life, basically, overwhelmed?
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she was so unhappy and worried and anxious that she had trouble sleeping?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was sad or miserable and unable to enjoy things like family, friends, society?
That is a symptom that progressed as those months moved on, yes.
Sure did. Did she also say that she's unhappy? She was so unhappy that she was crying on a daily basis?
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she had thoughts of harming herself?
Well, or suiciding, yes.
So if she's successful in harming herself and she dies, then it's suicide. Either way, it's a thought of harming herself, right?
I don't think she had the interest of harming herself simply for the interest of harming herself. She had the interest of suiciding.
And she wasn't successful, obviously, right?
Are you referring to January 24th?
So the postpartum depression, sir, which invariably involves the EPDS, which you don't use, consists of 1 to 10 symptoms, and she hits every one in the medical records that you reviewed. Is that correct?
First of all, I'm not sure what well, I can't answer the question as you asked. I'll put it.
Let's talk about postpartum psychosis, because that is something that can follow postpartum depression. Is that right?
You're using terms that make it that I can't answer your question.
Postpartum psychosis, you can't answer? You know what that is, don't you?
Are you referring to the proposed diagnosis that we referred to earlier? The one
I'm referring to the fact that this young lady was suffering from postpartum psychosis when she killed her kids. Do you know what postpartum psychosis means?
Oh!
So there is a observation that a person may have psychosis, or there is the proposed diagnosis that we referred to the other day.
Let's do this. Symptoms of postpartum psychosis. Number one, hearing voices. Would you agree, sir, that hearing voices is indicative of having a symptom of postpartum psychosis?
You're referring to a condition or an illness called postpartum psychosis, and I don't know that I can answer questions as a psychiatrist based on that.
Would you agree, sir, that when a person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, you understand that term, do you not?
When we elicit,
do you understand the term postpartum psychosis? It's real easy. Do you understand that term?
It's actually not easy. It's serious, but when we do elicit psychosis after a birth, we take it very seriously. Typically,
who's we? Who's we? We take it seriously.
Well,
who's we?
We psychiatrists. I, as a psychiatrist.
Yeah. So, would you agree with me, sir, that when you are diagnosing, if you do, a patient that's coming to you for help after having a baby, so it's postpartum, and has been through, let's say, postpartum depression, and is now complaining of hearing voices or a voice commanding her to act, that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, yes or no? Is it?
That would be psychosis. I don't know exactly, based on your hypothetical, as to whether it would count as the proposed postpartum psychosis illness, disease, but it certainly would be a concerning symptom or sign.
Okay, so if you had administered the Edinburgh test, that is something that may have assisted you in evaluating the claim that the person is hearing voices, because that's one of the things that you would be concerned about with a patient, right?
You're always concerned if you're encountering somebody who's hearing voices, especially if they're new.
Especially if they're a mother, right?
Anybody.
How about thought broadcasting? You ever heard of that?
Yes.
Okay. How about a patient that says that they're worried about hearing voices, and they're worried that people such as teachers could hear the voices in their head? Is that something that would concern you?
Yes.
How about if the person was afraid that somebody is able to hear the voices in their head and would call the police or DCF and they'd lose their kids? Is that something that would concern you?
Hypothetically, yes, it would be a concern.
How about actually, in this case with Lindsay Clancy? Did you come across that in all of your investigation?
I came across, in my evaluation, a period where she worried that people could hear what she was thinking. That's different, first of all, from thought broadcasting. But in either event, as I've said, she was in a serious psychiatric state, and she was suffering.
How about number two, postpartum psychosis symptomology, delusional beliefs with distorted reality? Did she complain to Tufts or Gelada about having distorted reality, being disassociated? Things weren't real. Do you recall coming across that?
So there were times that in the context of some of the medications she was taking that she felt that things weren't real, yes.
Okay, so
or that
my question,
felt
sir,
uncomfortable.
My question, sir, is whether or not she complained of that to her health care providers. You'd agree with me that she did, right?
Yes.
Okay. How about appears normal in between episodes, calm, even laughing. Would you agree with me, sir, that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes? It comes and it goes, right?
So are you referring to a particular...
I'm asking you a simple question.
Okay,
do you agree that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes, that it can come out of nowhere and then leave, and a person can appear normal? They can even laugh. Would you agree with that, sir?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis and illness?
Oh, my Lord.
Or the findings of psychosis?
He's just
in
making
somebody
himself look
postpartum?
worse and worse.
I am asking you about Lindsay Clancy, the young lady that's sitting right here that you're testifying against in front of this jury, telling this jury that she was responsible for the death of her children. You with me?
You with me?
I'm not sure I understand exactly the context that you just stated.
Oh,
Okay,
my
the context
Lord.
I'm giving it is,
The national
Dude.
course of an illness called postpartum psychosis. That illness has not been refined. It's not something that we in psychiatry, at least as far as I'm aware, can talk about as an illness where we understand its typical course and we understand...
time
what
out, time out.
All right, hold on. Let him finish. Doc, you done with that answer?
I'm done.
Okay, go ahead.
You're telling me, sir, that you don't believe or buy postpartum psychosis. Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say that at all.
Okay. So you do believe that postpartum psychosis is a serious mental illness?
I don't think it's a matter of belief or not belief. I'm aware of how to elicit the symptom or sign of psychosis. I am also aware that there's a proposal for an illness that would be recognized where we understand its typical course and how it progresses, that has been proposed and that has not been approved for use in psychiatry in the United States.
Approved by who?
By the American Psychiatric Association.
The APA, so you're...
Hold on.
By the team that let me, if I can finish, by
That's
the
the judge you're
particular
talking to, not
body
me.
within the American Psychiatric.
He said, that's the judge you're talking to, not me. Over talking, we should say.
Do you agree that postpartum psychosis is a legitimate disease or defect? Yes or no?
When you have a symptom or sign of postpartum of psychosis at any time, but particularly in the postpartum period, it is a legitimate finding and something to be concerned about and to treat.
Okay. And when you say within the time frame, you're referring to the Dr. Mack time frame of 4 weeks, right?
No, I think, as I said, any time that a person has psychosis.
Okay, so
the issue about 4 weeks has to do with how we would diagnose it or what wording we would use to diagnose it, but that doesn't have to do with the reality of the individual.
Okay, so anytime that there is a psychosis, and if it's postpartum, you would agree that you can put the two words together and it's postpartum psychosis, right?
You would not utilize that in your diagnostic terminology.
Okay. Well, you would agree,
You
sir,
would see it, and you would be concerned about it. According to the DSM, you would not utilize that.
I'm sorry. Doc, if you could repeat that answer. We had some problems following it. Go ahead.
So the presence of psychosis is always of concern, especially if it's new onset. To the extent that we are talking about the proper terminology of labeling something, whether it is postpartum onset or not, the DSM provides guidance as to the time frame. That is different than my saying that it is a not serious condition.
So, symptom number one, complaint, according to the Mass General Hospital, major research project, along with the Department of Mental Health, dealing with postpartum psychosis, would indicate that hearing voices, a voice commanding her to act, is a symptom of postpartum psychosis. Do you agree with that? Yes or no? Just give me a yes or no.
I can't answer that.
Okay, the answer is no. The answer is no.
All right. He just doesn't agree with it. Next question.
You answered these questions several times.
Really?
Overruled. You're going to let him ask that question if you want to ask that again.
So let's move on, sir, so we don't fight over number one. How about number two? Delusional beliefs, distorted reality. Would you agree that that's a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes or no?
You said number one, number two. I don't know what authority you're referring to.
Do you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis, in addition to the hearing of the voices, would be delusional beliefs and a distorted reality?
I can't answer because I still don't know if you're referring to the phenomenon of psychosis or you're referring to some illness.
I'm referring to the illness that Lindsay Clancy was
Pay attention
suffering
to the
that's in her
trial,
medical
bro.
record, sir, that you tell this jury you read. That's all
Pay
I'm
attention. Pay attention to the
Well, I
trial.
didn't find any evidence of psychosis in her record.
Okay.
Other than
Was there any was there any indication that she was hearing voices? Did she complain about that, sir? Yes or no?
she complained about intrusive thoughts.
Okay.
If that's where you're.
How about the delusional beliefs and distorted reality? Do you recall her complaining about distorted reality, sir? Yes or no?
All the other doctors do.
I'm not sure she used those terms. If you're referring.
No, never mind what I'm referring to. Your answer is no, right?
No, she did not display psychotic features.
I didn't ask about psychotic features. I'm asking you about delusional beliefs and distorted reality, doctor.
Come on,
That
bro.
is a type
Pay
of
attention.
psychosis. So I didn't see any evidence of any psychotic features throughout the medical record.
So it's your understanding from reviewing her medical records that Lindsay never indicated that she was not participating in reality, that she was in a disassociated state, that she was out of touch with reality. You're telling this jury you never saw that?
According to the doctors that saw
I
her,
did
that's
see
what was
that
happening.
evidence, that component that you discussed with their physician.
Great.
I don't see that as a sign, strictly speaking, of psychosis. It may have been in some cases, but
Doctors
I
that
don't
treated
see
her
any
did.
signs of psychosis or delusions.
Like in this postpartum psychosis, sir, you'd agree that delusional beliefs, distorted reality is a symptom, yes or no? Not waxing and waning with your answer, yes or no?
Are you referring to an authority there?
Doctor,
you agree.
Doctor, hold on. Here's the way this works, all right? You don't really ask a lot of questions. You answer the questions, all right? I told you before, if you can't answer a question the way it's framed, just let me know, and I'll tell counsel to frame it in a different way, all right? So that's the rules. That's how it works here. So go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Would you agree,
Judge
sir,
is getting
that
pissed.
a symptom of postpartum psychosis with a woman who is coming to a physician for treatment indicates that they appear to have normal periods between episodes of disassociation where they're calm, they're even laughing, and they can drive cars, they can talk to people, they can use telephones, all of that, right?
It would be that description may be of other things, but it's not necessarily of psychosis.
How about severe sleep deprivation, sir? Do you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom when you're considering the whole of the patient complaining of various symptoms? Severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of postpartum psychosis.
I can't answer the question the way you phrased it.
Okay, so let's say postpartum psychosis, you're somewhat familiar with it, and would you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of it?
I can't answer the question the way
Okay,
you
you
phrased
can't answer it, okay. How about rapid mood swings? Would you agree that rapid mood swings are a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, how about a person saying that they're not herself? I want to be myself. I want to go back to being myself. I can't be myself. Is that a complaint that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
It might be, if the person has psychosis.
Okay, the answer is it might be. Did Lindsay Clancy indicate that she wanted to go back to being herself?
Yes.
Now, did she also, was there any evidence, sir, of thoughts of harming her children?
There were periods when she had impulses or intrusive thoughts about harming her children.
And when you say intrusive, if I come to you and if a person comes to you and postpartum psychosis is on your radar and says that they're having intrusive thoughts about harming their children, would you not ask them what that means? In other words, is it a voice in their head? Is it their thought process? What is it? Do you ask that question?
Of course.
Did anybody ask that question when she was complaining about having intrusive thoughts about suicide, for example? Did anybody ask her what that meant? Voices in the head or thoughts?
I believe that the clinicians at McLean, at Mass General, Dr. Gelada, Dr. Tufts all asked about or all made inquiries to understand the nature of her suicidal ideation.
Do you believe that based on your review of the medical records and based on your review of the numerous cocktail of drugs that were prescribed to her that she received good medical care from Gelada and Tufts?
No, ruled.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Did she complain that she was not herself and her family could see the change?
Yes.
Okay. Did she also complain of thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
Did she also have poor insight?
I'm not sure that she had poor insight.
Well, if you are looking at postpartum psychosis and the symptoms are 1 through 10, if a person is complaining to you as a doctor, and when I say complain, I don't mean complaining, I mean that's medical language, that they're complaining or giving you a symptom, of 1 through 9, that is a very, very strong indicia that the person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, is it not?
1 through 9, I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Okay. How about blood tests? You think they're important when you're dealing with prescribing medications like Tufts was after a month?
They can be.
And do you think, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that a person should be given a basic blood test when you're prescribing these medications to them?
Overruled.
There are some situations where blood tests are required or needed, and other times when psychiatrists may feel comfortable making prescriptions without such tests.
So there is a further test that can be given that would actually determine whether or not a person's enzymes are reacting to the drugs, the narcotics that are being prescribed to them. Isn't that right?
You say narcotics?
Well, drugs, you know, like sertraline or...
Can you say the question again?
Sure. Prescriptions. When a person is prescribed prescriptions, it is well within reason that a competent physician would, number one, take a simple blood test, right?
It's possible.
Okay. And I guess that's up to the doctor that you're seeing, right?
Well, sure, or depends on what concerns the person may have, what's their medical history, what's your awareness of other factors that are affecting their biological health.
So let's take Lindsay Clancy.
Depends on which medication we're talking about also.
Let's take Lindsay Clancy, for example, sir. The medical records that you reviewed when she's dealing with Tufts and Gelada, did they administer any blood test to her at all?
Not that I recall.
Is there a further analysis that can be performed on the blood that is drawn from the woman when she sees the doctor to determine whether or not there are enzyme reactions to the prescription drugs that they're prescribed?
There are tests that can be done to determine the relative degree of one enzyme or another and how much they would do in terms of breaking down the medications, if that's what you're talking about.
Well, that test wasn't administered to Lindsay, was it?
I don't think so.
In spite of innumerable, which we won't have to go through,
Wow.
complaints that she had and her husband
Wow.
about what was happening to her as a result of her postpartum, as well as
Be safe,
postpartum
Miss
depression,
Cosmo.
symptomology of postpartum psychosis in conjunction with the narcotics, the drugs, the prescriptions that she was given. It never did any further testing, right?
Wow.
Correct.
That's a shame. That's a shame.
How about thyroid? Is that something that's important to you as a doctor dealing with a postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis?
Thyroid would be important to assess in a person complaining of mood problems, yes.
Well, how about a woman who is complaining that during the postpartum, which goes on ad infinitum, is complaining of postpartum depression symptoms and or postpartum psychosis? It's important to check their thyroid level, isn't it?
It would be important to check thyroid in multiple different psychiatric conditions.
So the answer is yes, right? The answer is yes.
Well, I'm not sure that specifically answers your question.
I don't care. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Okay.
He said, I don't care.
Almost redirect.
He said, I don't care. Oh, man. Yeah, let's see what this is going to be, huh?
Good morning, Dr. Mack. Now, defense counsel kept referring to your investigation in this case. Do you see your role as an investigator when you're retained to do these evaluations?
No.
And in fact, you are evaluating for a specific question, correct?
That's correct.
And in your evaluation in this case, you were asked to focus on the mental condition of Lindsay Clancy at the time of January 24, 2023, right?
So, excuse me, he's able to answer yes or no, but this is direct, so I'm objecting to the leading.
I'm going to allow just to kind of focus to the area, and then we'll go from there. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. You can answer that question.
Yes.
Now, were you provided the information that you reviewed?
Yes.
And were you aware where that came from, whether it was the court or the district attorney's office or from defense?
I'm not necessarily aware of the origin of any of the documents that I reviewed, only that I did review them and I did possess them.
And as far as the timing of when you were retained in this case, I believe your testimony on Friday was that your memory was early 2025 you were retained. Is that right?
Yes, I would say that the initial discussion about it was at the end of 2024. I am not exactly sure when the Commonwealth or the district attorney's office exactly made the retention happen, but I understand it to be early 2025.
And you were provided a significant amount of information after you were retained, correct?
Yes.
And that information continued to come to you up until the point that you were going to meet with the defendant in April of 2026. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And were you able to set up that interview with her on your own?
No.
Is it your understanding that it had to be with the permission of the court and the parties?
That's my understanding.
And that date in April was a date that was provided to you as a date that you could go and speak with her, correct?
Yes, the 2 dates, April 10th and April 12th.
And in conducting these evaluations, is it standard or best practice to review as much information as you can prior to that interview?
That's correct.
And you were provided records from the Tewksbury State Hospital in the weeks prior to your interview. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, when you're retained on cases, this case and any other, you're paid for your time and your work regardless of what your ultimate opinion is, correct?
That's right.
Can you explain to us the relationship that you have with Park Dietz and Associates?
Yes. There are times that attorneys around the country.
Good morning, everybody. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're
Park
not.
Dietz and Associates, seeking or asking if they have an expert in a particular field, and Park Dietz and Associates may be able to propose one expert or another who might be able to help that attorney or law firm.
And so in your relationship with that company, you are simply an independent contractor, or are you employed by the company?
Independent contractor.
And fair to say, there's not kind of a group email that somebody can send out asking for experts on all these types of areas in which you testify, right?
No, the Park Dietz and Associates would go to individual experts that they think might be appropriate for one or another case given the topic.
Now, you were asked some questions about Dr. Halbrin, and I think last week on Friday you indicated that you didn't know him prior to working on this case. Is that correct?
Correct. I had never met him.
And so is he a name that was familiar to you in your area of general psychiatry?
I knew that he was another expert that works with the Park Dietz and Associates group, but I had never met him.
And in fact, he's not a general psychiatrist, is he?
I believe he's a psychologist.
Okay. And so your focus is different than his focus, correct?
To some degree, yes.
Now, how did it come about that you and Dr. Halbrin ended up going to Tewksbury at the same time?
Well, my memory is that to the extent that he also had been retained, that there was a need to that there was only going to be one opportunity for an examination by the prosecution. And so rather than create two different sets of interviews for Ms. Clancy, it was better to overlap them and have them happen concurrently.
And in relation to the purpose of the interview with the person being evaluated, the defendant here, was there anything different about your approach and his approach as far as the information you were seeking to gather?
Generally, no. As has been mentioned, he went ahead and did psychological testing on the second day. But other than that, it's still the same topic, the individual's mental health.
And in regards to that particular, those days that you were there, it wasn't just you and Dr. Halbrin in the room with the defendant, correct?
That's right.
Who else was in the room?
One person who served as a videographer, two individuals who served as videographers.
Do you know who retained the videographer?
I don't.
And you're aware that Ms. Clancy was also on a one-to-one. So was there a staff member from Tewksbury close by, if not in the room?
Close by, but not in the room.
And the person who was conducting the video, they were in the room running the video the whole time?
That's correct.
And fair to say, as it pertained to taking breaks, you and Dr. Halbrin offered the defendant multiple opportunities to take a break, correct?
Yes.
And
we made it clear that we could take a break anytime.
And she repeatedly declined a break, right?
I recall that, yes.
Okay. And that would be contained within the video that was running throughout the course of your interaction with her, correct?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to present as the next exhibit the recorded interview of the experts.
I see counsel at sidebar.
Uh-oh. If you'd like to contribute towards the show, EvilleCJ Media has membership, SuperChats, SuperStickers, PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo available. Thank you to all. who have joined our atmosphere of peace and positivity. That got cut off there at the end. And I want to say thank you to Starshine48 for the 250 jewels. Damn, 250. The Clappin' Seal. Thank you so much. I haven't seen that one yet. The Clappin' Seal. So as we are waiting for the sidebar to end, we do have a poll right up there. Day 19 is Lindsay Clancy, 100% guilty, guilt by insanity, innocent, or undecided. You can type 1 in chat for 100% guilty. You can type 2 in chat for guilt by insanity. You can type 3 in chat for innocent, or you can type 4 in chat for undecided. Let us know what you think, and we will have this poll up during the whole trial today. So if you are undecided and you don't want to vote undecided, you could always wait a little bit and make your vote a little later. It's something that we're going to do each day the next couple days. Ask you a couple other questions as well. So let us know what you think in this today. We're going to have some different poll questions for you tomorrow. We will have a notification out shortly after this live stream is done for tomorrow. So make sure you hit the notification bell to all to make sure you get notified of when we go live or drop some content. We do have some other stuff coming out today. If you're familiar with the Micah Miller, JP Miller case, we have a premiere today. Some boat investigations that we did back in 2024 at the site of her death in Lumber River State Park. So check that out. That's premiering at 5 o'clock Eastern today, boots on the ground footage. And then we also have tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern, we are premiering my boots on the ground footage, the FBI raid of JP Miller's home as it unfolded. So we have a collection premiering tomorrow at 5 p.m. for that. And we got plenty of other boots on the ground videos for that case. Netflix is having a new episode dropping on Wednesday. The death of a pastor's wife, something to that effect. I can't remember the exact title of it, but they're dropping a new doc coming out on Wednesday. It's one of the cases we really did a lot of work on. We were still are working on that case. We helped the FBI raid JP Miller's home. And so it's something, and that trial is going to be starting here soon in October. So we will be covering that trial live on location at the courthouse with the trusty microphone that we have right here. So with that trial, you will see me outside of the courthouse for that one. So that'll be, I can't wait for that one to start. Also, starting on Monday, the 31st, we're going to be covering the murder for hire plot for Jared Brigden and his wife. The husband is on trial right now. We're going to have a couple shows towards the end of the week where we're going to be doing a catch up on that trial. And then we're going to be covering the wife's trial. That'll be starting on Monday, the 31st. So this trial should be wrapping up here in the next couple days. And we will have a verdict watch show. And we'll see what happens with that. Again, back to the poll. Let me know what you think. Day 19 is Lindsay Clancy, 100% guilty, guilt by insanity, innocent, or undecided. You can type 1 in chat for 100% guilty, 2 in chat for guilt by insanity, 3 in chat for innocent, or 4 in chat for undecided. All right, we're going to go back to this. Thank you so much, Say What, for the $2 super chat, and thank you for your contribution to the show.
Dr. Mack,
Appreciate you all being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't.
The LeBron case that you were involved in. You recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And in that case, you were retained by the state of Florida. Is that right?
Yes, the executive office of the governor.
And you offered an opinion in that case, correct?
Yes.
And was that testimony or by way of a declaration or a report?
It was a report, and then there was a deposition.
And so you were part of a hearing with the court in Florida to determine whether your ultimate opinions could be considered in the case, correct?
I don't think that there was a specific separate hearing after that point.
Okay.
My recollection is that in the phase of a summary judgment proceeding, that the use of my testimony was discussed in the
Thank you so much, Kid Kitty. 38 months membership.
And ultimately, your opinion wasn't utilized by the court, right?
If I recall the statement of the court in the document, it was that Dr. Mack is not an expert in this case, or it may have said Dr. Mack is not a qualified expert in this case.
And why was that?
My recollection of the case, which is now almost 15 years ago, was that the information that I was aware of in terms of the rate of substance use in individuals who received TANF was nationwide and was not specific to Florida.
And the issue was a Florida TANF case, right? Having to do with residents in the state of Florida. So as far as the limitations there and your testimony in these types of cases could be nationwide. In that particular case, it was just that you didn't have enough information about the residents in that state, correct?
Well, that was...
Okay, if you can answer that, and then go ahead.
My understanding is that that was one of the elements by which the court determined or made the statement that it did.
Okay. And you were offering some opinions about your expertise in the area of addiction during that time period, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had nothing to do with criminal responsibility.
Correct.
Now, you talked a lot with defense counsel about the DSM, so I don't want to go too far into it, but on Friday, you directed Attorney Reddington to a particular part of the bipolar and related disorder chapter having to do with specifiers. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you directed him to page 173, which referred to the specifier with peripartum onset. Can you just explain to us first what is a specifier when we're talking about the DSM?
Specifiers are a way in which the DSM allows a diagnostician to highlight certain details of the individual's presentation. But as I was mentioning the other day, psychiatric classification nowadays refers to the larger presenting symptoms that the individual has, and specifiers can be added on. So a person can have a severe mood disorder, and then one can add on the specifier of with postpartum onset or atypical features or other specifiers that have been defined.
And so when you were referring to page 173, where it starts the long paragraph about with peripartum onset, is that the portion of the specifier categories for bipolar related disorders where we're talking about postpartum periods?
Yes, there is a defined way in which a person can add as a diagnosis whether or not there was onset in that particular time frame.
And that's where we find the 4-week timeline, correct?
Correct.
And it also talks about different mood episodes, including manic and depressive episodes in that section, right?
That's right.
And that section also talks about the fact that it could present, mood episodes could present with psychotic symptoms and without psychotic symptoms, or psychotic features, I should say. Is that right?
Right. Bipolar disorder is a disorder of mood. Abnormal mood is what the diagnostician observes and is aware of. And if there is a way to determine that it's a major depressive episode or a manic episode or a hypomanic episode. That will help to determine if this severe mood condition is bipolar or major depressive disorder.
And so in that regard, the same specifier is also part of the major depressive category, correct? As
right. As I said, the specifiers provide detail, but they are not the, so to speak, the major element of the diagnosis. The major element of the diagnoses in DSM are the observable major symptoms and signs.
Well, I'm asking about just what's contained within those specifiers, because you and counsel went back and forth quite a bit on Friday about what's in there and what's not in the DSM when it comes to the peripartum onset. But as far as in both the specifier for bipolar and depressive disorder, there are a number of those features that you were discussing that is in the DSM as a specifier.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. And those are presentation with psychotic features, the frequency of occurrence or reoccurrence of the peripartum onset for these disorders, right? That's in there.
Yes, the description has that, yes.
As well as the risk of postpartum episodes being greater when people have history of depressive disorders or bipolar disorder. That's within that specifier for each of those two chapters, is it not?
Yes, that portion of the specifier is a description of what's been observed over time. It's not necessarily the criteria, but it's the observations that have been so commonly observed that they were able to write that in the manual.
So this concept of a peripartum onset, or we've been using it as postpartum interchangeably, it's within the DSM-5, right?
Yes, the DSM-5 provides a manner by which to make a diagnosis that provides this specification or highlights this detail of the individual's illness.
And as far as your conclusions, again, when you're asked to do an evaluation, do you rely on other people's conclusions about diagnosis when making your own diagnosis?
It's important to understand what others have observed and what they're concerned about. And then as a physician, one will make one's own diagnosis.
And so in this case, you came to the conclusion that the defendant presented with a major depressive episode, right?
Correct.
And you relied on diagnostic criteria in the major depressive disorder category. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that was the diagnostic criteria that I used to support that diagnosis.
And counsel went through with you today a number of different I think he called them symptoms of postpartum depression. But as far as major depressive disorder, what are the 9 general symptoms that you see, or you can find 5 or more of, to find that somebody suffers from a major depressive disorder?
So a major depressive episode is defined, and this is parallel to the description I was giving earlier of a manic episode. They're both problems of mood. They're both discrete periods of mood problems. So a major depressive episode would be a 2-week discrete change in a person's mood, and you have to have at least 5 of 9 different symptoms or signs, and it has to be persistent, and it has to be most of the days. So the 9 include starting out with anhedonia, meaning lack of feeling pleasure. Secondly, actually feeling depressed mood. It can be feelings of guilt or worthlessness. And then it also may include problems with thinking about death or suicidality. Furthermore, problems with sleep, eating, what we call energy, psychomotor activity, either psychomotor slowing or agitation. And then all these, you have to have 5 out of these 9
right.
In order to meet the major depressive episode
And I think maybe you might have missed one: diminished ability to think or concentrate. Is that one?
So, concentration.
Concentration.
So
a lot of the symptoms that counsel read to you are symptoms that are in the category of a major depressive disorder. Is that correct?
yes, this is the method of making the diagnosis of a major depressive episode.
So when you were asked on cross-examination about postpartum depression, and you kept answering that you found her to have a depressive disorder, are those the symptoms that you were speaking of when you were saying you found a major depressive disorder?
Can I object?
No overruled.
Bleeding?
Correct.
No overruled. I'll allow it.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Wow.
Sir, are you suggesting that my office had any control over when you were able to go visit Lindsay in the hospital?
Objection.
No overruled.
I don't know if your office was involved, but I imagine, so I don't know.
You don't know.
I imagine your office was aware,
Thank you.
but I don't know if you had control.
Doctor, I think you've answered the question. All right, next, anything further? Anything further, Como? All right, thank you, doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, that's hilarious. The
All right,
judge.
so, members of the jury, we're going to take the morning break at this point. And we're going to come back.
The morning break already.
With the Commonwealth's rebuttal case. We'll have a witness will go on the stand after we get back. All right. So we'll take the break at this time. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
About an hour break or something. Thank you for the love and support. Let's go for 18.2K today. We are only 18 subs away, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't hit that sub, please do hit the like. Also, I want to say Starshine48, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Thanks for
Anything
hosting.
we need to discuss before the break, Como? All right. So we'll be in the morning recess at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much again, Starshine48, for the $5 super chat. Thanks for hosting this momentous case for postnatal mental health awareness and all MHA. And thank you so much for the contribution and the super chat. And we got to say shout out to Kevin Reddington, because this man is really showing. Now, any of us that have experience personally with a loved one or us ourselves have experienced the medical industry's lack of attentive care for our people. About time it's getting highlighted. Not only I didn't know this much. I barely even knew what postpartum depression. I didn't even know there was a postpartum psychosis, and that's me. So, got to say shout out to Kevin Reddington for putting this on display and really holding these medical professionals accountable on the witness stand. Because this is an epidemic. It has been an epidemic for a long time, and it's about time it's being on display. Now, it's unfortunate that there had to be victims. Always unfortunate. But with any tragedy, there's understanding and there's learning. And with this trial, I believe this does tremendous help when it comes to these mental illnesses, and hopefully, like this is one of the major issues that I have with Patrick is the fact that you were told multiple times, your wife told the family multiple times about having thoughts of hurting the children. Why in the hell did you not make sure that she was getting the help that she needed? Okay. plan or not. It doesn't matter if you have a plan. When you mention that you have a thought of hurting you, your children, your spouse, something. Why, as the clear thinking adult in that relationship, because let's be real, you're on all those different medications. How in the hell are you supposed to think clear? Your husband, the one that was thinking clear, should have said, hey, let's go. Yeah, they all failed her. 100% Hopper. They all failed her. But I got to say, shout out. Thank you again for the kind words, Starshine. And I got to say, shout out to Kevin Reddington for his effort, his dedication. This is what most people don't understand about Reddington and his office. So I'm going to play an interview for you guys here while we're on this break. Let me make sure to put this up there too, because we are waiting for court to resume now. I'm going to play this interview from NBC 10 Boston, where they had a one-on-one interview with Kevin Reddington. And when I watched it, I was in shock. When you go into his office and you see the minimal amount of people hours that he has at his disposal, when you see the little teeny office that is his office that he works out of, and when he's discussing the other cases that he's represented while getting ready to represent Lindsay, I have to say, you know, you would expect Kevin Reddington to have this humongous legal team, all of these interns, you know, but no, it's just some little teeny office. And the dude, literally him and his secretary are the only ones that handle it. So I got to say, shout out to NBC 10 Boston. We're going to check out Getting to Know Kevin Reddington, Lindsay Clancy's defense attorney. Thank you all for being here with us. Really means a lot to us. We appreciate it. Again, hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. We're just a few subs away from 18.2K. And I just got to say thank you for the love and support. Thank you for the jewels today. Thank you for the super chats. Really appreciate the memberships. Thank you so much. And a big round of applause to you all.
The Lindsay Clancy trial has put the spotlight on defense attorney Kevin Reddington, and in a big way.
He's been all over my social media lately. He seems ready for this moment because he's been representing high-profile clients here in Massachusetts for decades. Our John Maroney went one-on-one with Reddington before the trial began. It's a profile you won't want to miss.
This is a woman that did not get the medication, did not get the medical treatment that she so deserved.
Yes, Your Honor. Kevin Reddington says the case of Lindsay Clancy, accused of killing her 3 young children, might be the most memorable and difficult of his 50-year career.
Everybody knew that Lindsay Clancy was just an incredible wife, mother, friend, and here she is now, tragic.
One of the state's top criminal defense attorneys, Reddington decided to become a lawyer in high school and graduated from Suffolk Law. He never had the desire to become a prosecutor.
Never. As Jerry Spence said, I never sinned. Nope. I don't have it in me to ever try to put somebody in jail. Absolute stone cold innocent guy.
The walls of his Brockton office are lined with clippings of his cases and clients. In 1989, Teresa Rogers was acquitted of killing her boyfriend, one of the first successful battered women syndrome defenses.
Commonwealth would feel that this was a methodical undertaking.
He's represented defendants like Michael Mucko McDermott, who gunned down 7 of his co-workers in 2000, and James Whitey Bulger's partner, Catherine Gregg.
Is the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
In 1998, Red Sox slugger Mo Vaughn was acquitted of OUI.
He does express great relief. He appreciates the fair trial that he received.
Reddington says the case helped make his career, only after enduring ribbing from friends like attorney J.W. Carney.
I said, Jay, it's Mo Vaughn. If I win, everybody's going to go, who's going to convict Mo Vaughn? If I lose, I'm the bum that lost Mo Vaughn's case.
Despite the professional demands, Reddington works in court alone. His only backup, Laura Mather, a colleague for 38 years.
In the past 7 weeks, I've had a murder, a rape, and 2 back-to-back federal trials. So, I mean, I probably try 10 a year at least.
Reddington is now 75 with 4 adult children. He loves riding his Harley and has been to the Sturgis motorcycle rally with his wife, Debbie. He's not rushing to retire.
I don't want to work at Walmart. I don't want to work at Lowe's, So I think I like what I'm doing. I enjoy what I'm doing.
In court, Kevin
I don't want to
Reddington
work
is
at
direct,
Walmart.
efficient, and plain spoken. And with 18 jurors selected to hear Lindsay Clancy's case, he has his work cut out for him. In Plymouth, John Maroney, NBC 10 Boston.
All right, John, thank you. Surprisingly, he works alone. And
Yep.
75 years
Yep,
old.
heavy lift.
All right. Well, this trial, it discusses postpartum and thoughts of suicide. If you're pregnant or a new mother and are in crisis, help is available. The National Maternal Mental Health Hotline provides free confidential support 24/7 in English and Spanish. You can call or text that number on your screen. It's 833-852-6262.
All right, and we'll leave that number up there for a second for you guys. 1-833-TLC-BAMA or 1-833-852-6262. I want to say thank you so much, the Bloom Co. 1,500 jewels. Damn, I didn't even know they went that high. Headliner, thank you so much for the jewels. I haven't seen one that high before. Thank you so much. So there's that phone number again. We are going to get into some round of clips that I have for you saved up for these breaks, and we got something special for you for the lunch hour break. So stick around, even though trial is going to be taking a break. We are waiting for them to resume. They're on their first break this morning. We are going to check out some of these videos we got lined up for you, and we will go right back to the trial as soon as they come back to the microphone. So in the meantime, sit back, get a new cup of coffee. Ooh, damn, speaking of new cup of coffee, I need to make me one. And let's check out what they have to say on these clips. Appreciate you guys very much. Thanks for being here. Hit the like, subscribe if you haven't.
We could see closing arguments today in Lindsay Clancy's murder trial. Clancy, as you know, has pleaded not guilty in the 2023 deaths of her 3 young children. She does not deny killing them. We know this, but her lawyer argues she was suffering from something called severe postpartum psychosis, and she should not be held criminally responsible. CBS News legal analyst Caroline Polisi has been analyzing all of this for us. Caroline, good to have you at the table. I can't get enough of this story. It's so fascinating to me on so many different levels. What can the jurors expect to hear in closing arguments?
Yeah, so opening arguments by the prosecution is always what they're going to promise to show the jurors. Closing arguments is now what they've proven in court through this testimony of everyone they put on. What did they say in openings? They said this woman was extremely controlling, meticulous, and manipulating her healthcare providers. They said this was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted, okay? And then importantly, they said this was a woman operating under a severe postpartum depression, but not postpartum psychosis.
There's a difference.
There's a difference.
Yes.
They said she did not hear those command hallucinations to kill her children, which the defense so ardently is arguing for. They said she had the capacity to conform her conduct to the law, and they said she had a knowledge and understanding of right from wrong. So did that bear out? That's what we have to see in closing arguments. I personally don't think they showed that she was manipulative and or controlling, that she no longer liked her life. But the question, you guys, the ultimate question here is what was her state of mind at the time of the killings?
That is the question.
So what if she is found not guilty due to reason of insanity?
Yeah, a lot of people, there's a misconception about this. She is not going free if she is found not guilty by reason of insanity. She would then be committed to a state mental health facility where she is now. indefinitely. Andrea Yates is still in a mental facility, okay? And often, the statistics bear out that if you're found not guilty by reason of insanity, you often spend more time in a mental health facility than you would have had you been found guilty in jail. And so the process is a civil commitment. The process would be she would be there, she would be evaluated until such time as her doctors feel she's ready to she's able to enter society. And then it would go to a judge to decide whether or not she can, she's not a danger to herself or others.
And this is a facts and law case, all trials are, but this one has become much larger with a much broader conversation about mental health, about whether you can be well served or disserved by the process. All of that's going on outside the courtroom.
Yeah, I mean, there's no denying this has taken off. There's a reason that this has sparked a national conversation about whether or not the healthcare system failed Lindsay Clancy. That's not the issue to be decided by jurors. And I think, there is the legal issue. There's a straw man argument out there, I think, where people are saying a mental health illness should not absolve you of criminal responsibility. That's not what the law says, okay? Yeah. The law carves out a very small sliver of a mental state of mind that potentially absolves you of liability. And this is the specific case that the defense is arguing is one.
There's a lot of women talking about this in ways that we haven't talked about it before.
There's another layer under the healthcare system. If the husband failed her, there's so much to unpack here. Caroline Felici, thank you so much.
For more on the murder trial of Lindsay Clancy, we're now joined by CBS News legal contributor Rebecca Royfee. Rebecca, good morning. Great to have you with us. I think what's fascinating for our viewers is that the forensic psychiatrist called by the defense and the prosecution Friday had, as you might expect, differing views on her mental state when she killed her children. Let's just play a clip of that.
At the time of the crime itself, on January 24, 2023, Ms. Clancy was frankly psychotic.
She was aware in those moments beforehand that was wrong or against the law, and that she could be punished for such an act.
So she was clearly psychotic, or she was clearly aware of her actions being punishable. If you're sitting on the if you're sitting in the jury, how do you weigh those opposing opinions?
Yeah, I mean, this case is going to come down to those warring experts and her state of mind at this moment. And I think if you're on the jury, you're looking not only at what they're saying, but also at the facts that have been presented over the course of the trial and whether they're more consistent with the prosecution's narrative or the prosecution's experts' narrative or with the defense experts' narrative. And then, of course, we also have that burden of proof that the government has the burden of showing that she possessed that criminal responsibility. And so that may weigh in terms of how they look at this particular diagnosis.
And as we approach what could be the closing arguments, what will each side be looking to achieve as far as leaving the jury with one sentiment on their mind?
Yes, exactly. So I think the prosecution is going to start with their expert and say, look, she was depressed. They're going to acknowledge that she had a severe mental illness, but depression and suicidality does not itself mean that she couldn't understand right from wrong and control her conduct, conform it to the law. And they will point to her organized, purposeful conduct the day of this event. She planned the food takeout. She planned the trip to CVS. And then she concealed it insofar as she did this while her husband was away. I think the defense is going to take that story and turn it around. They're going to start with their expert and say, no, she was operating under this postpartum psychosis and she was bipolar and manic. And so all of this, the same facts that the prosecution is going to point to actually point to the fact that she was operating under this delusion, that she essentially felt controlled by these voices or by this compulsion in her mind to do this thing. And so I think it's that those two stories that the jury is going to look to, not just the experts, but the facts, and whether in their mind that makes it look like the more consistent with the prosecution's story or the defense's story.
Yeah, she could go to jail for life or go to a psychiatric location. We'll see what the jury thinks. Rebecca, thank you very much.
And it's time for Lefties Losing It. Let's start with the activist movement posing as a sporting organisation. That's the WNBA. And they've decided to really lean into the trans activism by introducing a new non-binary mascot. Yes, meet Des, a butch non-binary blue snapping turtle. Take that, Sophie Cunningham.
Des, the snapping turtle, was just introduced to the sold-out crowd in Scotiabank Arena.
Yes, that's the new mascot for the Toronto Temper. They really went out there and made up a new non-binary mascot to passive-aggressively attack Sophie Cunningham because she stood up for women and biological reality. The WNBA apparently doesn't know what the W stands for, but they know they don't like being mocked. The league, which is a welfare program essentially subsidised by the NBA. They've never made a profit, don't even seem interested in making a profit. Earlier today, the WNBA ejected
this now, the Clancy case, putting this very serious, rare and serious condition in the spotlight. Postpartum psychosis can cause a sudden break from reality, but former prosecutor Josh Ritter points to what Clancy's medical records do not show.
She was talking to several different psychiatrists and telling them everything that she was experiencing: insomnia, anxiety, depression. She kept a journal of what she was doing and the medications that she was taking and how she was feeling. Nowhere in any of this does she ever mention hearing voices telling her to harm the children. And in fact, the only time that she said she had any kind of impulse or intrusive thought about harming the children, the only time that we ever hear that is after the murders have taken place. And she says that command only took place on that one time.
Fox News senior medical analyst Dr. Mark Siegel joins me now to talk about this. Doctor, thank you very much for joining us. It's a very tough topic. It's been a tough trial, a difficult one to watch. Your thoughts? Josh Ritter sort of laid one of the great points that the prosecution makes in this case, that she didn't claim to have heard a voice, a male voice, loud and commanding, telling her to kill the children and herself, or she doesn't mention these voices until after the act is completed. When we talk about psychosis, postpartum psychosis, it's very rare. We have a chart here kind of showing that. But your thoughts on the timing of this, if that's possible, what are you thinking?
Well, Molly, one of the things that's on trial here is the healthcare system and the doctors that took care of her. Dr. Jennifer Tufts had just recently graduated from Boston University's psychiatry program, and she saw her 14 times in televisits. And expert medical critics are saying, well, why didn't you see her in person? 14 times in televisits, 17 minutes or more. She didn't during any of those, and the prosecution is using Jennifer Tufts as a witness. She didn't during any of those talk about homicidal ideation, show evident signs of psychosis, but you might not show physical signs of psychosis. She did, show despair, hopelessness, severe depression and anxiety. And a lot of psychiatrists have told me that you really need a deep dive to figure out sometimes if somebody is psychotic or not. Philip Resnick is a very powerful witness for the defense because he was involved in the Andrea Yates trial, if you recall, and she got off after drowning her children and is suffering in a mental hospital to this day. But I think that the point that's being portrayed here by the prosecution carries a lot of weight, and I think Josh Ritter is right. If she was psychotic, it appears to have been quite episodic, and there was even a friend who testified yesterday who said she kept telling her she was fine. So if the symptoms were there, they were waxing and waning, and she may not have been admitting them to everyone or to anyone, but we don't know for sure yet. It all rests on what the jury believes and doesn't believe. There's no absolute evidence here one way or the other.
Yeah, a lot of dueling experts, and they'll be untangling a lot of that testimony. And who knows what sort of depth of medical knowledge they have beforehand to kind of listen to all this and take it into account. Go ahead, doctor.
Molly, one more thing is that Jennifer Tufts, and I'm not trying to target her, but she's not an expert in postpartum psychosis and not an expert in this type of thing. And that is a factor too here. A message to the viewers is we need experts in these things, and we don't need doctors that are prescribing a lot of medications and shuttling from one doctor to the next.
Yeah.
This is a very severe situation.
Yeah, I think you raise an interesting point. It's one the defense has actually put out on the table in this case, that Lindsay Clancy was not just over-medicated, but misdiagnosed by this wide variety of providers, that she had sought help, that she had checked herself into a mental institution and checked herself out. But I think also there's the point of what she told all of these varying experts and medical providers along the way. And that's what they've testified to, you know, that they hadn't been told about voices, that came after the killings, when she mentions it, as you mentioned, to this very talented psychiatrist. And that's when that information comes to light. But beforehand, and that there was no quarterback, essentially, dealing with her prior care, the care up until the days of the killings, which may have been part of this challenge, what the defense argues is part of the challenge. So I guess it's up to the jury to decide to what they make of that, and who they believe in and how it all comes out.
One final point is, of course, these were precious children whose lives were at stake, and an expert psychiatrist is supposed to be trained at figuring out what someone's hiding, what someone's not telling you, maybe someone that doesn't want to lose control of the kids. You don't know that. So again, this is something where one of the messages here, and this is why you're seeing a lot of anger in the community about this, which is that we need people to understand that pregnancy and after birth, postpartum are very, very difficult periods from a mental health perspective, but postpartum psychosis itself is very rare.
And very real, of course, Dr. Mark Siegel. Thank you. I want to ask one quick question as the jury gets this case this week, as expected, listening to the closing arguments. I mean, this is very tough stuff to listen to. You know, this is a mother accused of murdering 3 young children. The evidence must have been challenging to look at and to take all of that in. Your thoughts just right now on the jury and what they'll be facing and thinking about, as they have been for weeks now, and now about to head behind closed doors to make a big decision.
And they get to look right at the records that all of us are not. We're trying to work through it and go through testimony and figuring it out, but they get to listen to, see the records, look at it straightforward, look at her, you know, sitting there in the courtroom. I think that it's all going to come down to something that Josh Ritter said the same thing. One juror is all it takes to say, I think she was psychotic, and you end up with a hung jury, and then she's going to end up in a psychiatric hospital. That's what I think will happen.
All right. That's a great point. And also it's worth noting for viewers at home, she could be acquitted. If she is acquitted, or as you mentioned, ends up with a hung jury, she would not go free. She would go into an institution for an indeterminate amount of time, and things would go forward from there. As you mentioned, perhaps another trial. If there's an acquittal, she could be in an institution for quite some time, perhaps for the rest of her life. But she would not just go free. But Dr. Mark Siegel, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate your insights. Perhaps we'll hear more as this case comes to its conclusion. Thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back into an episode of The Lawyer You Know, and it is week 4 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. We are going to get my dad's reaction to the mortal sin question, to the lack of an attempt to ask for a mistrial from Kevin Reddington. Does he agree or disagree? What does he think about how the prosecutors have been acting in the rest of this case? And what does he think of the defense's case as a whole, including all of their experts and even some that did not testify? Let's get in to everything that happened week 4 in Lindsay Clancy's trial. All right, Dad. So people have had a lot of questions for you on week 4. There were some highlights to the week. We are going to go through all of... Something happened?
I'm turning my phone off.
Oh. We are going to go through all of the testimony as we always entirety, but I think we do have to start with the general demeanor of the prosecutors this week, kind of culminating with, you're a devout Catholic, right? To Patrick Clancy's mother. She says yes, and she says, you're aware murder is a mortal sin. There was an objection. There was a long sidebar. Reddington was interviewed afterwards and said he did not ask for a mistrial. What were your thoughts on the prosecution's question first? Then we'll get into the mistrial discussion.
It was a deliberate evil intent. I mean, there's no other way to describe it, because if it's not a mistake, it's deliberate and it's evil because they're trying to bring religion and trying to get people, again, their whole case has been emotion. Their whole case has been show these pictures, in detail describe the veins popping, and now we're going into mortal sin. So it's a deliberate, and I think it's evil, and I think these prosecutors should be disciplined for it. Actually, I think bar discipline would be appropriate. Here, some judges would actually have filed a grievance based on that conduct, yes.
Okay, so I mean, it's very obvious that bringing religion into a question to attack a witness's credibility or to bolster a witness or to try to have some inappropriate effect on a jury is so obviously wrong. But the difficult part of the sanction conversation is, was it intentional? Seems like you clearly think it was intentional from the prosecutors.
You don't ask questions like that by accident.
And it's not like they were having a conversation about religion. It was like a planned part of her cross-examination.
Well, she started out with, are you Catholic, or are you a devout Catholic, or some statement like that. So obviously she had a series of questions against this woman based on her religion. So, there's just no excuse for it. And I think it was deliberate.
And I think that we can gain additional context from, because again, if some other governing body was going to look at this for sanction purposes, or even the judge was going to make a consideration here, we know they also asked about the priest, Father Bob, in a prior discussion. They want his information and they want to know why he's coming back there to talk to her. So are they trying to make other things that should not come into play here as part of the decision the jury has to make part of that when they know that it's inappropriate? So you think they should get sanctioned for this, for their actions?
I think so.
What kind of a sanction?
If I remember right, the judge is the one that jumped in here first.
So I've heard from people in the courtroom that Reddington did actually object and you couldn't really see or hear it. So I'm not positive of exactly that, but the judge was on it like that.
And again, what did we say? Was it last week? We talked about this judge and I said, here's a judge, name is Sullivan, probably Irish Catholic. And I mean, he went to Notre Dame. They just stepped right in it, totally ignoring the atmosphere of the courtroom, totally ignoring this judge. And what this judge is going to feel about that question. So again, I tried to figure it out when I looked, and I thought it was the judge first, but maybe there are things you can't see on the camera. But that judge certainly was right on it. And I did not hear an apology.
Right.
As well.
Right. And maybe that happened at sidebar. We don't know. But what type of a sanction? Are you thinking just like a verbal reprimand? Do you think there should be some kind? We've seen other cases where they've done $1,000 fine for a lawyer violating the rules intentionally. That at least that's what a judge found. What type of a sanction do you think would be appropriate?
I think that for the judge, it would be verbal. Yeah. And I do think it would be appropriate for him to file a grievance with the bar based on that conduct in the courtroom.
And maybe they take some continuing education on professional ethics. I think that would be appropriate.
Right. That's what I would do. If I was the judge, I would do that. Someone asked a question like that.
Very interesting. Okay. So then the reports came out that Reddington did not even ask for a mistrial. The judge, of course, gave the normal instruction that we'd all expect. Don't consider that, whatever. Try to put the toothpaste back in the tube. And Reddington thought the judge handled the issue, and he moved on. And he didn't make any comment about, other lawyers afterwards, which I think is appropriate while you're trying a case against other lawyers. But what about the fact that he didn't ask for a mistrial? What did you think about that?
This may be a minority opinion, but I agree with this strategy. I have been in that situation many times where, there was a really good chance you get a mistrial, but you did not want to try that case again because you thought it was going as well as it could go for you. And you didn't want to give the prosecution a chance to come around and correct their mistakes. So you decide, it's a strategy decision. Most of the time when I do that, I didn't see Reddington do it. Maybe he did. Most of the time I will lean over and talk to my client and tell my client, here's my opinion, because later on when your client you may lose the trial and your client may complain about your conduct for not declaring that or asking for a mistrial. Then you can say, Your Honor, I discussed this with my client. My client was in agreement with me that we're better off continuing with the trial rather than moving for a mistrial and trying this case again. I do not fault him for that. I think that I might have done the same thing, frankly, looking at this trial the way it's going. I also think that he realized that there's a good chance he would not have gotten his mistrial.
But what about protecting the record for the appeal? Because that issue is gone on appeal now.
It is gone, but you know what? I don't necessarily think that would have been a reversal. I know some people have said that they think that it would have been a slam dunk reversal. I do not think so.
I don't think a slam dunk reversal exists personally, but but as far as protecting the record for appeal, especially if you're going to lose the motion for mistrial anyways, I just totally disagree with that strategy. I think that you are missing an opportunity to protect the record. I've literally never seen you do this ever in a trial in my entire life as a lawyer or working on cases at the firm, even before I was a lawyer, pass up the opportunity to at least tell the judge you would like to move for mistrial just so that you can lose to protect it for appeal. I think that's realistically what we actually would have done if we were there.
We may not have done it together, but I have done that. There have been times
I'm
when I
just
did not
saying,
move.
if we were in this trial, I think we would have asked for the mistrial, knowing we were going to lose to protect the issue for appeal. I definitely agree with you. Nobody wants to do this case again. It really could not go better for the defense than it did this time. So I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I completely understand why he wouldn't want a mistrial without prejudice. We've seen lots of cases where the lawyers have not want that, but a mistrial with prejudice is always better than whatever the result of this trial is going to be, right? I mean, quote unquote, better. I do think his client needs continued psychiatric treatment, but that's the biggest win, if you want to call it that. But I do think you should have at least protected the appellate record for that.
Well, I tell you honestly, and I can tell you this for a fact, for 50 years, I've never had a judge grant a mistrial with prejudice. I've never had, I've had him grant mistrials, but in order to find with prejudice, it had to be a deliberate act of the prosecution. And I've never had a judge rule that whatever it is that caused that mistrial was deliberate by the prosecution.
But you've absolutely had cases thrown out in the same manner when we're about to go to trial the second time and there's prosecutorial misconduct or misconduct by the FBI, and you make that motion and they throw out the case even after 2 trials. So
yes,
I get what you're saying, but judges will throw out cases. I thought you were going to say, if I was trying to pick up what you were putting down, I thought you were going to say you've never seen a mistrial granted in a not guilty by reason of insanity case, which to me makes sense because she's admitted to committing these atrocious acts. It's just whether or not she should go to prison or she should go to an institution or a facility. And from my perspective, I could understand why a judge almost blanket will not grant a mistrial in a case like this, where she has admitted to these factors, but instead given them an opportunity to go back and work out a deal to where everybody agrees that she's not criminally responsible. What do you think about that? Have you seen a case like that where it's an affirmative defense that the defendant is admitting to committing the criminal acts, but doesn't have criminal responsibility for some other reason? Have you ever seen a mistrial granted in something like that?
No, I have not.
That to me is the big kicker.
Yeah, I have not seen. I haven't seen really that set of facts.
Yeah, that's because that's what this would have been, which would have been very weird. And I said it at the time. It's almost like, so then she'd just be completely free, which that's a scary proposition for herself. Let alone others. Now, maybe there'd be a section 12 where somebody calls and says, it's clear she's still a danger to herself. She needs to be, involuntarily committed, maybe. It's just kind of an interesting thought process because obviously it didn't happen. And you agree with this strategy. I understand the strategy of not wanting to try this case again. I absolutely would have done something to protect the record closer to what the Uvalde lawyers did, who absolutely did not want a mistrial, but wanted to protect it for appeal in case they lost. Okay, anything else, overarching themes before we get to day 14, Monday, I think?
No, I think that because we're going to switch pretty soon into the defense case. Mm-hmm. So, no, nothing overarching yet.
Okay, so I think the first witness was Ian Whiffen, the tech guy, talking about the cell phone data, the steps data, where she was, her beats per minute, things like that. What were your takeaways from him?
Well, I'm waiting to see the relevance of that. I'm sure that what's going to happen is they're going to take that beats per minute, whatever it is, and they're going to equate it to her state of mind at the time that she was doing whatever she was doing. So again, we don't know really how important this is yet. It's kind of just out there right now for the jury. But I think later on, some psychiatrist or psychologist is going to tie this into her state of mind, her psychotic or her excited state at the time to prove that she was or wasn't excited, or she was calm and knew what she was doing.
I think they've already done that. They asked one of the defense experts that somebody that's in a psychotic state committing these horrific acts on, command hallucinations, it's a stressful situation when this happens. And they said, yes, something to that effect. And I do think that that's them trying to connect back to she was not stressed when this was happening if she was at 57 beats per minute. So we'll see if they dive further into that or if they connect it in closing. We'll see. By the way, you said your opinion was going to be in the minority. Definitely not. Everybody agrees with everything Reddington does on this case. So it's definitely going to be in the majority. My opinion, I think, is going to be in the minority. But especially now, I can only imagine what people are going to say. But anyway, so yeah, I definitely think that's going to come back with other experts. And I think that it's not a bad point. And I didn't hear any of the defense experts testify, no, you're cool, calm, collected when, something like that is happening, even when it's atrocious. Like, I would expect a flat affect to continue. We haven't heard anybody testify to that.
Yeah. And the only other thing that I think was relevant in his testimony was it did give you some specific times. They did really, to the minute, nail how things happened and when things happened. So exactly when these things happen, which will fit into when you do your podcast on Patrick
Clancy didn't do it. Yeah.
Right,
It's definitely going to be a part of it. That at the same time that all this is happening with their Apple Watch. Yeah, right. We'll get into that eventually. But anything else from Whiffen? I'm trying to look here. Google searches a little bit, but nothing big.
And you could trick the Apple Watch, but
yeah. Okay. Then the Commonwealth rests. Rule 25 motion, which was interesting. I don't think I even talked about it on my video, that he was asking for the judge to reduce the charge to just second degree for the jury to consider. Judge denied that. Did you have any thoughts on that?
No surprise. And I think he did it. You're talking about protecting the record. I think he did it just to make a record so he could argue it later if he had to argue it. But I don't think anybody was surprised by that rule.
Okay. All right, so we start the defense's case in chief with a former coworker of Lindsay Clancy that was a labor and delivery nurse.
Right. And again, these are not dynamic witnesses that are going to change the trajectory of the trial. But he threw it out there for, number one, to show again, and I think nobody questions how good Lindsay was. I mean, everybody's talking about what a great mom, what a great person, what a great everything she is. And that's what this labor and delivery nurse talked about. And the one thing I thought that was particularly interesting was her comment about when they talked about postpartum, she apparently had, Lindsay made some comment about how a mother could hurt her children. And that statement, I think, is important for, again, Lindsay's state of mind, that she doesn't understand how a mother could hurt her children. So that was a statement that I thought came out quite strong.
Owning or running a small business can be amazing. It can give you so much freedom. It can give you so much joy and fulfillment, but there are so... Okay. So I had heard, somebody had mentioned it to me while this trial was going on. I know just the bare minimum surface level facts. What has been your thought about how much they've talked about that case? Like compared and contrasted it to this case? I don't know that they've told the jury that it was not, I believe it was not guilty by reason of insanity. I need to look that up. But basically,
that question
we heard about, go ahead.
It was brought up in cross-examination, the Yates case, down the road later on this week.
That's what I'm saying. I think they talked about it with 3 different witnesses, and they're like, oh, I told Lindsay this lady killed her kids and it was not guilty by reason of insanity. And she's like, that's horrible. How could a mother ever treat her or ever kill her hurt her children? And then they asked another person about the Yates case, and they said, okay, you worked on the Yates case. I think it was Resnick, the very last expert we're going to get to. And then they asked him, well, yeah, but you can deny or resist your command hallucinations like Yates. She resisted her. So it's like evidence from this other case coming into this trial. She resisted. She committed herself 5 times. She attempted to harm herself twice. And look at what a great job she did. That's what real psychosis looks like. Lindsay did not. What do you think of them getting into so many facts to compare and contrast another not guilty by reason of insanity, almost to say that's what it actually looks like, not what Lindsay Clancy did.
I don't think there's anything wrong with cross-examining the experts on the Yates case, because if the experts are supposed to know their field, and the Yates case is part of the dynamic knowledge within a particular expertise of parents harming their children. So if an expert's going to get up there and say, I know about parents harming their children, I think asking them about specific instances and cases which the expert acknowledges they know about. I don't think there's anything wrong with them cross-examining those witnesses based on their knowledge of the Yates case and
what's up, Lindsay?
Comparing and contrasting the Yates case to this case. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And later on, again, we're going to talk about.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present.
Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. What's up, everybody? Good morning, good afternoon. And we are back from break. Thank you all for being here.
All right, jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
We return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Spray, you call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Kirk Halbern.
Oh, we got Dr. Kirk coming up now. Nice. We get to hear from Dr. Kirk right after Mr. Mack. This was gonna be interesting. This is gonna get wild, you guys. You think it was wild with Mac? Uh-oh.
Stop right here. Raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Just want to say that the testimony in the evidence you shall get to the court and the jury, the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant.
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can have a seat.
Step, please.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, sir.
Hi. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes. My name is Kirk Heilbrun. That's spelled K-I-R-K, and then H-E-I-L-B-R-U-N.
What is your occupation?
I'm a psychologist. I am in the Department of Psychology at Drexel University in Philadelphia. And as part of that, I run two clinics. One is a clinic where I conduct psychological evaluations for, thanks, sir, for courts and attorneys, and the other is what we call the Reentry Project, where we provide assessment and treatment services to individuals who are either returning from federal prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court or have been exonerated following a false conviction.
And do you specialize in certain areas of psychology?
Yes, I do. I'm a forensic psychologist, and that means that I take the application of clinical psychology and I apply it to legal proceedings in criminal and civil matters.
Can you describe your training in clinical psychology?
Yes, I can. I received a doctoral degree from the University of Texas at Austin in 1980. And as part of that, I received training in various sorts of assessment and treatment and therapy and research and things like that. And then as part of that, I was involved in a full-time internship between 1979 and 1980 at the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio.
And did you receive specialized postgraduate training in forensic psychology?
I did. I received from 1981 to 1982, I did a postdoctoral fellowship in the applications of psychology to crime and criminal justice.
And what did that involve?
That involved full-time exposure to clinical work in correctional and forensic populations, and also a thorough exposure to the clinical and research literature on assessment and interventions with these individuals.
And are you licensed to practice psychology?
I am licensed in the state of Pennsylvania, and I'm also part of something called PsyPact, which allows people licensed in one state to practice on a temporary basis in another state.
And are you board certified in clinical psychology?
I'm board certified with the American Board of Professional Psychology, which is the oldest and most rigorous kind of board certification agency organization in the country.
And are you board certified in forensic psychology?
Yes, I'm also board certified in forensic psychology with the American Board of Professional Psychology.
And do you have experience in the treatment of individuals found either incompetent to stand trial or not guilty due to lack of criminal responsibility?
I do. Between 1982 and 1991, I was first a staff psychologist, then a chief psychologist at the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee, Florida. And then between 1991 and 1994, I served as the clinical director of the forensic unit at Central State Hospital in Petersburg, Virginia. And at that time, I was also serving as an associate professor in the Department of Psychiatry at the Medical College of Virginia in Richmond. And as a part of these positions, I had responsibilities for providing assessment and treatment services myself, and also for supervising such services provided by others.
And could you describe your job responsibilities at Drexel University?
I could. I teach graduate and undergraduate courses in forensic assessment and law and psychology. And as part of the clinic that I mentioned a moment ago, I conduct forensic evaluations at the request of judges and attorneys. And I supervise individuals who are providing services to the individuals who are either coming back to the community from prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court, or who are leaving prison having been exonerated following a false conviction. And finally, I conduct research and supervise students who are working in psychology and law areas.
And have you conducted research in the areas of abnormal behavior and criminality?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've published about 240 articles, chapters, and books in the areas of aggression and violence, juveniles, mentally disordered adult offenders, forensic assessment, ethics, and malingering and deception. And two of those interests that are particularly applicable to the present case are risk assessment, which helps us understand the influences contributing to violent behavior, and also forensic mental health assessment, where we consider the important principles and steps that are connected with psychological and psychiatric evaluations in legal contexts, such as criminal or civil proceedings.
And are you involved in providing continuing education to mental health and legal professionals?
Yes, over the past 15 years, I've presented about 50 lectures and workshops in the areas of forensic assessment, risk assessment, treatment, sexual offenders, and ethics.
And Doctor, in your experience, in doing forensic evaluations and in teaching people how to do forensic evaluations, would you call someone you're doing a forensic evaluation on your patient?
No, I would call them perhaps someone who's being evaluated or an evaluee or something like that. They're not a patient because the role of therapist in treating a patient is different from the role of a psychologist or psychiatrist in conducting a forensic mental health assessment. They're different in a number of different ways, but basically what we try to do as a forensic evaluator is we try our best to conduct a thorough evaluation in which we are out there and trying our best to be accurate and just come up with something that is as true and accurate as we can possibly make it in terms of evaluating the questions that were asked. When we're working as a therapist, basically we're working to help somebody improve in their in various kinds of difficulties that they're having in life, symptoms, problems, and that sort of thing. And the two can conflict sometimes because as a therapist, I just want to do my best to help somebody. As a forensic evaluator, I want to do my best to be as accurate and open and thorough as possible, even if it doesn't necessarily help someone.
And seeing as you've treated patients and you've conducted forensic evaluations, would you conduct a forensic evaluation on one of your patients if requested?
I would not, no. If I were asked to do that, I would explain that those are two different roles, that there is very likely a conflict of interest that could arise if I tried to do both, and I would refer whoever requested it to another individual to conduct the evaluation.
And have you testified in cases as a witness on issues like competence to stand trial, criminal responsibility at the time of an offense, civil commitment, and other areas?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've testified about 330 times with adults and juveniles. The issues have included things like transfer and sentencing, competence to stand trial, mental state at the time of the offense, civil commitment, and personal injury. I've testified on behalf of both the defense and the prosecution, and I've been qualified as an expert in juvenile criminal and civil litigation in both state and federal court. And I estimate that over the course of my career, I have conducted about 75% of the time I've conducted an evaluation and testified on behalf of the defense. And the remaining 25% have been conducted and have testified on behalf of the prosecution or by order of the court.
And have there been times in that 25% of your casework that you've been retained by the prosecution, say for a criminal responsibility evaluation, where you find that the defendant is not criminally responsible and you have to tell the prosecutor that?
Yes, that happens with the prosecutor, and it also happens with the defense. And it's just something that we have to be able to do if we're in the profession of forensic psychology, because if we try to be thorough and accurate and impartial, then sometimes the results will favor whoever asks us to conduct the evaluation, and sometimes they won't. And what they have to hear, if my findings don't favor them, is that they're probably not going to want to use it.
And is there something called retention bias?
There is. That's something that's been discussed, particularly in the last 10 or 15 years. And there are a number of different kinds of biases that the field has paid particular attention to, potentially, over the last 20 years or so. And retention bias is the bias that is a part of what we can experience when we want to or inclined to favor the side that asked us to conduct the evaluation. And that's an important consideration. And I'm aware of it, and I try to guard against it as much as possible by talking with others, getting multiple sources of information, and a variety of other ways of doing that.
So when you conduct a forensic evaluation, you're actively guarding against having that retention bias?
Yes.
Now, have you specialized in any particular diagnosis or type of offense or legal question?
I have not specialized in that way. Most of my forensic evaluation experience has been with criminal and juvenile matters, and they have often included alleged crimes of violence, but I haven't specialized in any particular kind of mental or emotional disorder, any particular kind of crime, anything like that.
And when you say criminal and juvenile matters, are you referring to adults as the criminal portion and juveniles as juvenile?
I am, yes.
Okay. And do you find that there's a benefit to not focusing in on a particular illness or diagnosis or type of offense?
Yes, I do. Among the biases I talked about a minute ago, there's something called confirmation bias. And basically that's if you make up your mind earlier or incline toward one particular diagnosis or anything like that, then there can be a real problem, because when you get conflicting information, that is information that's not consistent with that decision that you've made or leaned toward early on, then the problem becomes you pay attention to the information that's consistent with it, and you stay away from the information that isn't. And so in some ways, for me, not specializing gives me an advantage, because what I can do is come in and not be inclined toward any particular diagnosis or possible answer to a particular set of questions or a particular hypothesis or anything like that. What I can do is do my best to look at the different possibilities, and when there's evidence favoring one or supporting one, I'm inclined toward that. And when there's not, then I set it aside.
And have you had leadership experience in your field?
I have, yes. I served as the chair of my department at Drexel for 15 years. And I've also served as the president of two national organizations, the two that are most strongly associated with forensic psychology in this country. One is the American Psychology Law Society, and the other is the American Board of Forensic Psychology.
And I'd move to submit Dr. Halbern's CV as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Doctor, were you asked to conduct a forensic evaluation of Lindsay Clancy?
I was, yes.
And what did that entail, that forensic evaluation?
One of the things it entailed is doing my best to review a lot of information, to meet with Ms. Clancy in an interview, to speak with her in particular about what happened around the time of the alleged offense, to conduct collateral interviews with other individuals and review a wide range of documents. And so I have been reviewing documents since January of 2025. I had the opportunity to meet with Ms. Clancy in April of this year, 2026. And at that time, spent 3 days with her, along with Dr. Avram Mack. One of those days, which was video recorded, we talked about her background and a lot of information like that. The second day, where I met with her myself and did not video that, because some of these psychological tests are private and they should not be videoed. So we did some psychological testing during that second day, and then on the third day, back with the video, back with Dr. Mack, we talked with Ms. Clancy about the things that she was thinking and feeling and doing around the time of the alleged offense. And so I mentioned that I reviewed records. I've got a report sitting in front of me, and those records are spelled out over 4 pages, so I'm not going to run through the whole list with you. But those records did include things like cell phone records, the defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluation reports by Dr. Resnick and Dr. Spinelli, some Department of Children and Family records, digital forensic records, including texts and information that was provided by the watch that she wore, the Apple Watch, and the phone, variety of medical records, police investigative records, police interviews with many people, and grand jury proceedings, as well as surveillance footage of the Clancy family going to various places, Museum of Science visit, Cape Cod, CVs, that sort of thing.
And in total, all the time that you took to review these documents, look at the evidence, interview and test Ms. Clancy, approximately how much time have you spent on this case?
About 180 hours prior to coming to Plymouth. So most of that was spent in reviewing records. About 10 and a half hours was spent in meeting with Ms. Clancy and doing the testing. And then another hour and a half was spent in collateral interviews.
And who did you interview in collateral interviews?
I interviewed her former husband, Patrick Clancy, and his mother, Ms. Clancy's mother-in-law, Sue Clancy.
And did you also request to interview Ms. Clancy's mother and sister?
Not her mother. I did request to interview her sister, and I think she decided against that.
Now, you mentioned that when you interviewed Ms. Clancy on the first and third days, you were with Dr. Mack, correct?
Correct.
Why is it that you two were interviewing Ms. Clancy together on those days?
Well, that's something that I do sometimes, conduct a joint interview. That's done in training contexts, for example, a fair amount. And in this case, many of the questions that we were going to ask her, a large number of the questions that we're going to ask her about her background and her history were going to be similar. So we were able to conduct those, ask those questions in a way and save some time, keep her from having to go through and ask and answer them twice. Then the third day, again, many of the questions that we were going to ask had to do with her thinking, feeling, and behavior leading up to the time of January 24th. And basically, it involves kind of a step-by-step process, going very slowly, getting a lot of detail. And we expected that many of those questions, sort of step-by-step detail, were going to be things that we would be able to work on, or they were going to be things that we could ask twice, or we could ask once and see it on the video.
And in terms of your interviewing Ms. Clancy together, after that was done, did the two of you come up with a joint opinion on a diagnosis?
We did not, no. Although we were interviewing her together on 2 days, we took that information and we each independently came up with our own report, our own review of that information, our own analysis of what it meant, and so on. So, no, we wrote separate reports. We actually did not agree on the diagnosis.
Now, if we could have the In terms of your evaluation of Ms. Clancy, including the records and the collateral interviews and your interviews of her, did you form some main conclusions?
I did, yes.
And if you could tell us, what were your major findings regarding Ms. Clancy's mental health history before September of 2022?
She had a fairly limited mental health history before September 2022. She did experience some anxiety related to achievement. She's a very strong student in school, and she got straight A's, basically. She experienced some anxiety while in nursing school doing case presentations because you have to stand up in front of a group, and that made her kind of anxious. And then she had some anxiety connected with her 3 pregnancies, some in the beginning about the ultrasounds and so on, and some sort of as she was returning to work. So after each child, she'd have some time off with the child, and then after several months, she would return to work. And on each of those occasions, with Cora and Dawson and Callan, she had some anxiety because she didn't like to leave her children. That was an important consideration for her, whether it was dropping them off at school or returning to work or leaving them with a babysitter or going out with friends, going out on date night. She didn't like to leave them. And so those were some of the things that were connected with her mental health history before September of 2022. And this was in the context of her growing up as a highly achieving individual, getting very strong grades, competing in sports and competitive cheerleading. These are all things that the anxiety probably pushed her a little bit more in the direction of doing this very well, because she was a very hardworking and highly self-disciplined individual. She also grew up in a family that was close and comfortable, and had a number of friends that she spent time with, both as a girl and a teenager and so on. But she was very highly achieving. And I think one of the important aspects of her mental health history before September of 2022 is that she really did not experience anxiety in a way that interfered very much with her functioning. She had a little bit of she had about 6 months worth of treatment for the anxiety connected with the nursing school. But it was not something that interfered with her life very much prior to September of 2022.
And doctor, did you also learn that growing up as a child, she didn't experience any type of abuse, witness any domestic violence, have any sort of trauma or anything like that as she was growing up?
Yes, one of the psychological tests, which I'll talk about a little bit later, is called the Adverse Childhood Experiences measure. And that's something that asks an individual whether they went through what we would call adverse experiences or traumatic experiences as a child and an adolescent. And there are 10 of them. And if you have 4 or more of them, that puts you at higher risk for different kinds of adverse outcomes as an adult. She did not endorse any of those. So on the ACEs questionnaire, she had a 0, which really goes to the question that you ask of whether she had adverse or traumatic experiences as a child.
And so she did not, correct? She did not report any.
She did not report any, and there were any number of individuals who were asked similar questions about her childhood and her adolescence, and they all said basically no, she did not.
And then can you tell us about your major findings for the mental health history beginning in September 2022?
Yes, I can. So it was about 12 weeks after her son Callan was born, and she was feeling very anxious and sometimes depressed about having to leave him when he went back to work. There were two reasons for that. One is that she had felt anxious about leaving her children on a number of occasions and with the previous kids. But the second reason was she was breastfeeding and Callan was not taking the bottle. And so she was worried if she went back to work. She worked as a labor and delivery nurse on the night shifts. And she was worried that if she left Callan home and he woke up in the night and wouldn't take the bottle, there would be a problem. And so that was what got her particularly anxious. And what happened was she searched for a psychiatrist, found one, Dr. Jennifer Tufts, in September, and went to Dr. Tufts and got a prescription for Zoloft she wanted to reduce her anxiety somewhat. And she didn't begin taking it immediately. She was a little bit worried about the impact that it might have on the breast milk. But sometime in October, she began taking the Zoloft. And things started getting very difficult at that point.
And doctor, did you learn how things became difficult from the records in your interview of her?
I did, both of those. And from, I guess you could say the records, because a number of people had talked about that, including her husband, Patrick. And I also got some of that information from him as well during the collateral interview.
And what did you learn?
What was happening toward the end of his 12-week paternity leave is that she was getting more anxious when she started in mid-October taking the Zoloft. She immediately began to have some difficulty. The anxiety did not get better. In fact, it got worse. There were some symptoms of depression. She immediately started having some really difficult insomnia. And felt a lot of stress and so on. And so in October and moving into November, she had hoped to return to work and planned to return to work, but it was not going to work out for her because her symptoms were really difficult. So in the middle of November, she texted her mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, who was at work, also a nurse, and she was in the emergency room at South Shore Hospital. She felt unwell. She was having problems sleeping. She had a racing heart. She had lost some of her appetite. Continuing into November, she was struggling with anxiety, severe insomnia, palpitations. She was just having a lot of difficulty with the thought of leaving the baby, racing thoughts, feeling overwhelmed, and things like that. So moving further into November, into late November, she was just having real difficulty with sleep disruption. And she had concerns all along, starting in mid-October, about the impact of the medications. It was her thought that the medications were giving her some of these adverse reactions because it was really difficult for her to look at this and say, I wanted to get some improvement in the anxiety, and I did not. Instead, it got worse. And so Late in November, she was still having a lot of trouble sleeping. She thought that she was close to what she called the end of her rope. She was feeling off and disconnected and sort of like a zombie. And she began to report panic symptoms, concerns about being addicted or dependent on the benzodiazepines, some kind of disoriented and forgetful and disconnected from her body. So she was having a lot of difficulty with what she thought were the medication that was resulting in this kind of impact. And then into December, it was not getting better.
And sir, if I could just interrupt you.
Yes.
On your PowerPoint here, are we still on number 3 here, or have we moved on?
I don't know as he finished his answer.
Why don't you come in focus?
Are we still on number 3, or have we moved on?
We're still on number 2, but I'm also slipping in a little bit of number 3 as I answer number 2.
Okay. And if you could please continue describing what was happening in December of 2022.
Yes. Around this time, late November, early December, she began to experience what she called horrible, intrusive thoughts. And those thoughts were about harming herself, potentially. And as she continued to experience these kinds of thoughts later into December and January, they would occasionally be about harming the children. But for the most part, particularly early on, these were thoughts about possible suicide and harming herself. And the way she described it is these thoughts would just pop into my head, and they included things like, your brain is damaged, you need to kill yourself. Now, the way she described these is they were not auditory hallucinations. Instead, they were her own thoughts. They were intrusive and unwelcome, but they were not auditory hallucinations. And that's important because if she had been hearing a voice like you're hearing my voice right now, it comes from outside of your head. And that's a different kind of a symptom than having thoughts, even unwelcome and intrusive thoughts that are in your head. If it's coming from outside, that is very likely a psychotic symptom. And if it's a psychotic symptom, then that has different implications for what's wrong with you, as opposed to something that is unwelcome and intrusive, but inside your own head.
And doctor, the way she described these thoughts that she was having in December about harming herself, in the medical records and in her conversations with you, she described those as unwelcome but internal thoughts, correct?
Yes, that's right. It was important because of what I just said that I asked her the question, when you were experiencing these thoughts, were they like your own thoughts or were they like auditory hallucinations? And she said they were like my own thoughts. And she made it clear that they were unwelcome and intrusive, but they were like my own thoughts. And she didn't get to talking about experiencing auditory hallucinations, as I will talk about a little bit later, until January 24th. And so she continued to have real difficulty with various kinds of problems. She had lost about 15 pounds, not intending to. She was having tremors and sweating and GI symptoms and sadness, severe depression, that sort of thing, as she described it. Feeling numb and zombie-like were her words, again in December. And then by middle December, it was getting very difficult for her as she talked about it. Her sleep was getting a little bit better, but she was continuing to have significant symptoms of depression, things like hopelessness and the loss of capacity for pleasure and things like that. She described her experience on December 15th of 2022 as one of her worst days. She went to, her husband took her to Mass General that day, And she did not stay very long, but it was one of those things that was really difficult. The symptoms were, as she saw it, pretty bad. And then on December 20th, she went to a hospital called Women and Infants in Rhode Island, and they had a day program for postpartum individuals having difficulties. And they said that they weren't going to take her, that she didn't meet their criteria for the postpartum program. Generally, that was because they said that she looked like she was having a general anxiety symptoms and depressive disorders, but not so much the postpartum necessarily. And
doctor, if I could just stop you.
No,
yes.
You finished with that description of what information you got from that provider?
Not quite, Judge, but almost.
Okay.
I apologize.
Yes.
You can finish.
So she was not going to remain in Women and Infants, and the next step that she took was hospitalization at McLean.
And so if I could ask you a follow-up question now before we
Yes.
go on to McLean.
Yes.
About Women and Infants. Were you able to review the Women and Infants records?
I was, yes.
And looking at the Women and Infants records, on page 9 I have here, it states that patient was offered several options for her, including inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospital program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. Patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance. So even though they said she didn't necessarily fit into their postpartum program, they did offer her 3 other programs, correct?
They did, yes.
And her response, Ms. Clancy's response, was that she was going to discuss that with her provider for guidance, correct?
Yes.
And in reviewing the records of Dr. Tufts and Rebecca Gelada, did you ever see any mention of the defendant actually following through with that and discussing with them those 3 options that were offered by Women and Infants?
No, what I saw is that they were back to being treated according to the plan and the medication and so on. But she was back to being treated, discussing with Dr. Tufts what the best implications were for treatment.
Okay. And then you were about to talk about what happened at McLean. So if you could please tell us what you learned about McLean and how that was impactful to your analysis or your evaluation.
Yes. She was admitted to McLean on January 1st of 2023. And what got her there was suicidal thinking. That was very difficult for her. That was a very difficult time to experience that sort of thing. And so she went into McLean on January 1st, and their admission documentation listed postpartum depression and major depressive disorder, which they described as recurrent and mild. While she was in McLean, what she reported as her primary concern was insomnia. And she said that while she was hospitalized, it actually made her more anxious than being at home. And when she was asked about the suicidal impulses and thoughts, she said that she would not commit suicide because of her children and her mother. So she had they asked about reasons for living, among other things, and those were some of the ones that she cited.
Doctor, would that be called a protective factor?
Yes, sometimes it's called a protective factor.
And that's something that protects you or prevents you from committing suicide?
Yes, would keep you from doing something like that.
And then what were your further findings?
So she stayed at McLean for 5 days, and she was documented as not having safety concerns and at minimal risk for returning to the community by January 3rd. She described her mood there as numb, but she denied things like delusions or hallucinations or suicidal thoughts that were continuing or homicidal thinking. And at the time she was discharged on the 5th of January, she was described as cooperative and pleasant, with no psychosis, no suicidal or homicidal thinking. And she said, when I was asking her about it, that when she left McLean, she had what she described as a small shred of hope after discharge, because she was off of medication, Seroquel, which she thought was causing her a lot of trouble. But the intrusive suicidal thoughts returned, she said, within a week or so following her discharge from McLean.
And would we be moving on now to number 3 on your PowerPoint?
Yes, we are.
Symptoms following the beginning of medication. So what were your major findings in that area?
Well, I have, I think I've combined 2 and 3 as I've talked about this, because one of the things about this is after she started taking the medication in October, the Zoloft, she had, the anxiety didn't get better. She had great difficulty with insomnia. And she said she was numb. She felt like a zombie. It wasn't something that she was able to see any improvement in. In fact, she thought it was getting a lot worse. And so basically, what she thought is that the symptoms that she was experiencing following taking the medication that was prescribed beginning in October, she said the symptoms were getting worse, particularly a new symptom, which was insomnia.
We could move on to the next slide. Doctor, and does that bring us to number 4 on your PowerPoint, the adverse response to medications, including bad insomnia?
Yes, and I won't take nearly as long in talking about that, because one of the things that she thought was happening when she began taking that medication in October is that the medication itself was far from making the anxiety better. It was making it worse and keeping her from sleeping, and it was, she thought, making it difficult for her to she thought that the medication was actually making it a real problem for her to sleep, to feel. She felt emotionally numb and that sort of thing. And so accompanying the bad insomnia with the apparent adverse responses, producing the insomnia and other things, was a real problem for her as she saw it. And it's one of the things that she continued to emphasize to providers, whether it was Dr. Tufts or Ms. Gelada, a nurse practitioner. She said, basically, I think these medications are making me worse. But one of the things, moving on to number 5 there, one of the things she also said is that she was focusing on making the anxiety, helping the anxiety get better through medication. There was a little bit of counseling going on with Ms. Gelada, but one of the things that she did not really have was, say, a cognitive behavioral therapist or something like that to help her work through the problems. She thought that medication was going to try to help, and it really did. It was something that she focused on a good deal.
And when you say she was focused, the defendant was focused on medication resolving her problems, would that include talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own, asking friends and family for tips on medications, things like that?
Yes, all of those things.
Okay. And then should we move on to number 6, the mixed evidence about diagnosis and the nature of her problems?
Yes.
And what were your major findings in that area?
over the course of the time that she was going through these experiences between mid-October and late January, she'd had a lot of providers offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicating considerations. So among some of the diagnoses that she'd been given were adjustment disorder with anxiety and depression, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder 2, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, post-traumatic stress disorder. That last one was not before January of 2023, but it's something that she has right now. And in addition to those diagnoses, which sort of implies that she has a disorder and she has symptoms, there were complicating factors. She had psychotropic medication with apparent adverse reaction. She had serious sleep deprivation over a 3-month period. She had between 5 and 8 months after the birth of her third child. She had anxiety about returning to work in the fall of 22. She was worried about leaving her baby for work, and he was not taking the bottle. And the other thing, which was important for her, is she was always someone who was she was into exercise, and she stopped exercising sometime in October when she started having these adverse reactions. But it's one of these things that it was a real difficult thing for her to handle when she couldn't do the running or the yoga or the Peloton or other things that she used to keep her anxiety managed.
Were you aware that she was able to return to exercising on several dates in December and in January, going to the Kingsbury Club where she was a member?
Yes, she was trying that, yes.
Yeah. And is that something that, as putting on your clinician hat for a moment, is that something that you would recommend to a patient that they, in this situation, that they try to do things like exercise to complement medication and therapy?
Well, if it works, it does work for some people, and they use it effectively over the course of their lives, particularly if they have some anxiety that might not fully need treatment, but it's something that might interfere with your life a little bit.
And what were your next observations?
Well, if we could move on to the next slide, please.
So here we have number 7, your diagnosis, bipolar 2 disorder. So was that your diagnosis of Ms. Clancy?
It was, and it was hard because of all the diagnoses in the records and all the symptoms that she experienced and so on. To make a diagnosis of bipolar disorder or bipolar 2 disorder, which is a kind of a less serious way of experiencing bipolar disorder, you have to have identifiable mood swings. And one is a period of depression, which she certainly had, but a period of depression. And that was something that made a big difference over a certain period of time in depressed symptoms and sadness and not having much or not having much motivation and things like that. But you also, for a bipolar diagnosis, need something where you have an identifiable period where the mood is much greater. It's much. One of the things that I might say is that one feels during a manic period sort of high, jumpy, decreased need for sleep, racing thoughts, sort of flight of ideas, thinking really fast, excessive appetites for different kinds of things, not getting tired, feeling important and powerful, and things like that. And I was having a hard time finding something that looked like it was a manic episode. There were times when she felt, as she described it after the birth of different children. She felt good. She felt on top of the world. She felt really close to them, to her husband and her kids, and so on. But it's also something that it didn't look like a manic episode so much as it looked like she was really feeling good and getting back into exercise and things like that. So it's one of those considerations where the thing that sort of gave me pause for a while in diagnosing a bipolar disorder is that I didn't see that manic episode. But what really convinced me is that she's been at Tewksbury now for more than 3.5 years. And the diagnosis of record at Tewksbury is bipolar disorder. And they are, as I read the records, very careful about what they prescribe and how much, and various other kinds of considerations. And one of the things that the records reflect is that when she was on some medication that's prescribed to help stabilize her mood, and it was discontinued for medical reasons, she had a kind of immediate response to that, which is to say, she noticed it, and that's a consideration as well. So I ended up with making a diagnosis of bipolar 2 disorder, which is a slightly less, not slightly, it's a less severe form of bipolar disorder.
And doctor, why did you diagnose with bipolar 2 and not bipolar?
Because bipolar, as I said, is a more severe kind of diagnosis. It's more noticeable. And if you had a bipolar diagnosis, then I would want to see something that clearly and definitely looks like a manic episode. And I did not see any evidence of that before January 24th of 2023.
And there were some incidents that have been described by witnesses who have testified and in the medical records, things like the defendant cleaning out her garage with her husband at one point in time. Was that something that you did or did not see as manic, and why?
Well, there was some indication in the records that some people thought it was manic. I did not see it that way. She did not describe, when I asked her, she did not describe that as a manic episode. She didn't think it was. And when I talked to Patrick Clancy, he said he didn't think it was either. And basically it was cleaning out the garage and getting a lot of stuff into 20 trash bags and so on. But one of the things he said is, they were both working hard, but it wasn't all her out there putting stuff in 20 trash bags and he wasn't a part of it. He said he was definitely a part of it.
And would it be accurate that bipolar disorder requires that period of mania for, I believe it's 7 days, where bipolar 2 requires hypomania for 4 days? Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And so did you see signs of hypomania?
Well, that's something where it's less clear that it's manic, and that's one of the things that inclined me toward bipolar 2 is I just did not see signs that were clearly manic episodes, but it looked like something that it possibly could have been a less serious or less severe manic episode.
And in terms of this diagnosis, this bipolar 2, is there a way to determine whether she always had this disorder or if it's something new, and if it's something new, when it appeared?
It's a disorder that typically comes on in adulthood. It's not something that you have as a kid or even for the most part as an adolescent. It's something that you start to show the signs of when you are in your 20s or 30s.
And so at this point, would it be time to move on to number 8 on your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Which would be criminal responsibility evaluation. So mental state and legal standard are relevant. So what were your findings on number 8?
Well, one of the things that I wanted to say about number 8 is that I wasn't called up here just to make a diagnosis or talk about symptoms. This is a criminal responsibility evaluation. And one of the things that I take a look at very carefully when I'm doing something like this is what's the standard for criminal responsibility in the jurisdiction. Now, I'm aware that the court will instruct the jury about the standard and how you apply it and so on, but my understanding of the standard for criminal responsibility in Massachusetts is that a person is not criminally responsible if at the time of the offense they suffered from a mental disease or defect and as a result lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of their conduct or to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. So there were really three parts. There really are three parts to that criminal responsibility standard. The first is mental disease or defect, and that's one of the reasons why I've paid so much attention to the symptoms and when they began and things like that. But the other thing that I try to do is take those symptoms and see how they affect somebody, in this case, Ms. Clancy's capacity for knowing that something like this was illegal or wrong, or how they affected her capacity for conforming her conduct to the requirements of the law, which I think of as kind of controlling her behavior.
And to determine, is that something that those three elements are those things that you kept in mind throughout your evaluation of the records and your interview of the defendant and the psychological testing that you did?
It is, yes. And it's something that I put on page 1 of my report because I always try to do that to try to make it as clear as I can that this is something I'm paying attention to throughout the entire evaluation.
So that's your mindset when approaching the evaluation of Ms. Clancy?
It is, yes.
Okay. And so what types of psychological testing did you do with Ms. Clancy?
There were several reasons why I wanted to do psychological testing. One is what we call response style. In a matter like this, somebody like Ms. Clancy during an interview could respond what we call reliably, which is within the limits of her memory, as accurately as she possibly can. But there are other response styles. One is that somebody could do what we call exaggeration or even fabrication. Sometimes that's called malingering, which is they distort or they take the kind of report that they do and they exaggerate or even fabricate the severity of what they are experiencing. And then the other kind of response style is to underreport, basically to say, I'm going to minimize or even deny things that I actually experience. So response style is always important in doing a forensic evaluation like this, and I paid attention to it. And one of the psychological tests that I administered, something called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, has scales that allow me to look and say, is she being kind of reliable, or is she exaggerating or fabricating, or is she minimizing or denying? So that was one of the reasons that I wanted to do these tests. The second is I wanted to pay attention to possible symptoms of what we call severe mental illness, things like hallucinations or delusions or mental disorganization. They can't really kind of focus on what's being discussed so much as you tend to get off track or have tangential speech, which is kind of running off the topic and going to different ways and so on. Cognitive disorganization is another speech. There's also a review of her reported symptoms around January 24th of 2023, and I wanted to ask her questions in a fairly comprehensive way about that. There are other symptoms that she was experiencing reportedly, depression in particular, and I wanted to know how depressed she was feeling. And so that was something that I could also measure with these psychological tests. And then finally, suicidal thinking was quite important. And I wanted to ask her questions about her thinking and feeling and behavior related to suicide, kind of leading up to January 24th and then around that time. So these are all reasons why I gave her psychological tests.
Could I have you pause there for a moment?
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's a good time
It's
to
a good
break.
time to break. All right, why don't we do that? Thank you. All right, so members of the jury, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point. You know my instructions, so they're going to be the same. Don't talk about this case. Don't do any research about this case. Don't listen to anything about it. Don't read anything about it. Have a nice break, and we'll have you come back here about 2 o'clock. Okay?
Court, all rise. All rise, please. Good. Close your notebooks, place them on your chairs, just like this.
All right, Doc, give me a step down. All right. Anything we need to address before 2 o'clock?
Don't talk about it. Don't think about it.
2 o'clock.
Don't talk about it. Don't think about it. Don't read about it. Don't do nothing about it. And we are finally on the lunch break. I just want to say shout out to you all. We just hit 18.2K a few minutes ago. Thank you so much for the love and support. Let's try and hit 18.3 before the end of the day. We're 80 subs away now from 18.3. Thank you all so much for the love and support and the kind words, the jewels, the super chats, the memberships. Again, I just got to give you all a round of applause real quick. Amazing community today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It really means everything to us. Now, we do got some goodies for you lined up for the lunch break hour. We're going to be checking out some different clips and interviews. We did cover this right away this morning. So if you are familiar with Idaho 4, Asget Industries does amazing work for 3D animation recreation, and they just dropped a video yesterday for the Lindsay Clancy case, and it's very informative. I'm going to drop the link in the chat for you. Definitely go show some love, support for all their hard work. They do a tremendous job. Let me pull this up here real quick before we get into this for the lunch break hour. This is the walkthrough. It 3D shows you like amazing work. If you haven't checked it out, definitely click on the link, save it to your playlist, put it in your history, something, because you're definitely going to want to keep it for the future and probably play it again over and over a few times. I know I did when I seen it last night, and I could not wait to show you guys today. Again, shout out to Asget Industries for doing that. And then we got some other clips for you that we're going to check out during this break. So let me know what you think. I'm waiting for Reddington to pounce. This is expected from a prosecution witness. They're going to agree and, lay out their foundation of the argument. I'm ready for Reddington. Because I have a feeling, remember, Dr. Mack, he was all buddy-buddy with Kirk Remember Kirk? That's how we referred to him, Kirk, best friend Kirk. So I'm sure after a whole weekend of Reddington getting ready for this witness too, I can't wait to see what we have in store for this afternoon. It's been a spicy day, especially in the beginning. Dr. Mack, man, that dude ruined his career. He really did. I don't know what to say about that. What's up, Backwoods? Wonder if CW cut him off because she wasn't feeling what he was saying. I mean, look, he's a lot more digestible than Mac, right? Like Mac drove us nuts, the condescending shrug, smirk, all of that, even talking over the judge. The judge was getting tired of it. At least with this guy, it's digestible. You know what I'm saying? It's interesting. You're not getting lost in tactics and tricks. It's real information here. So it makes me wonder. It's a good question. Is this the same dude who went with Mac? Yes. The buddy. All right. Thank you all for being here. Again, please hit the like, subscribe if you're not. Thank you so much for the love. Today has just been amazing. I appreciate you guys. Let's try and get 18.3K. We're only a few subs away. All right. We're going to check this out. Again, this is Asget Industries, and this is the 3D model. It's really good, you guys. Let me know if you want the link dropped in chat again.
This illustration is about the Lindsay Clancy case. If you like my work, please subscribe. Starting here, we can see how the Clancy's house looked in 2022 when the crime occurred. The address was 47 Summer Street, Duxbury, Massachusetts. And this is the home of Patrick and Lindsay Clancy. In this picture here, you can see how the house looked in 2022. We can also see how Patrick parked his truck next to Lindsay's car that night after returning from the 3V restaurant. When he pulled into his driveway, he's unaware that Lindsay has strangled their 3 kids in the basement and now lies in the backyard after jumping out of her bedroom window. You can see here in this illustration how she would have been laying. You can also see the gate at this end of the house, where later's paramedics will come through to help Lindsay. After parking his truck, Patrick enters the kitchen through the front door next to the garage. When he enters, he testifies he knows that the house was very quiet, which is unusual. He continues and sets the food and medicine from CVS on the kitchen island. Here's an evidence photo of this. Here's another picture from a different angle. Continuing after taking off his boots, he begins to call out to anyone in the house, but no one answers. He then goes to the basement door to check if they're downstairs, and calls out. But again, no one answers. Here's an evidence photo of the basement stairs. Patrick continues on and goes upstairs to the second floor. When he gets there, he can see no one's in the bathroom, and so he checks the 2 kids' room. But no one is there. He turns to go to the master bedroom. He tries the door, but it's locked, and for the first time he feels like something is seriously wrong. After getting the key from one of the kids' room, he unlocks the door and goes in. After taking 1 or 2 steps into the room, he can see blood on the floor everywhere. He also notices the bed pushed away from the wall and that the window is open. Here's some evidence photos of the room that night. Realizing the severity of the situation, Patrick quickly goes downstairs to the backyard. He cuts through the kitchen to go to the back sliding door. When he gets outside, he starts looking over towards the bedroom window and sees Lindsay laying on the ground and rushes over to her. In court, Patrick will tell what happens next.
Did you say anything to Lindsay when you found her in that state?
Yeah, I said, what happened?
And what was her response?
She said I tried to kill myself.
Did you ask her anything else?
I said, where are the kids?
And what was her response?
She said they're in the basement.
It's likely when Lindsay said that the kids were in the basement, Patrick thought that they were fine, and that she may have put them in the basement so they wouldn't see her suicide, which would explain why he stayed with her while he called 911 and waited for the first responders to arrive. Patrick placed the 911 call at 6:11 p.m., and it took 3 to 4 minutes for responders to arrive. When they get there, he calls for them to come around the house to the side gate. After a brief interaction, he quickly runs to the basement to check on the kids. He makes his way back to the patio door and goes to the kitchen to the basement. When getting to the bottom of the stairs, he goes left to the basement living room. After just a few steps into the room, he sees Cora and Colin laying on the floor, face down with exercise bands tied around their necks. To see how the basement was laid out, we're going to look from the front of the house and see through to the basement. After untying the ligature on Cora and Colin's neck, he started to look for his other child, Dawson. So he quickly rushes over to his office area on the other side of the basement. There he sees Dawson laying face down, also strangled with an exercise band. Patrick begins screaming. The EMT outside who is working on Lindsay hears the screams and notices the scene through the basement window. Immediately, many responders begin running into the basement to help the children. Here are some evidence photos of the basement. There is a 911 audio recording of this moment when Patrick discovers his kids in the basement. It was played in court, but was not released to the public, but by all accounts it is horrifying to hear. In this last illustration, we are going to show how Lindsay fell out of the bedroom window. We will start with some evidence photos of the back of the house. In this photo, you can see the top right-hand window, which is Lindsay's bedroom. The area circled is where there is blood on the shingles of the side of the house. Here's that area blown up. Notice these 4 yellow circles. This indicates where blood was transferred to the side of the shingles, and we get this information from the court documents. Back to this image. Notice how the blood transfer stains on the siding run vertically up to the handprints on the windowsill. This and the fact that Lindsay had a Jefferson fracture of her C1 vertebrae helps us know how she jumped out of the window, and here's that illustration. Let's play that one more time and stop it at key points. As she jumps, you can see how her hand transfers bloodstains to the house as she falls to the ground.
The Lindsay Clancy trial has gripped the country. It's a case so shocking that everyone's asking the same question. How could a mother do this to their children? Many people looking into this assume it was a freak incident, an adverse drug reaction, postpartum psychosis. But what if this isn't some rare freak incident? What if vulnerable depressed mothers are killing their children during drug-induced psychoses more often than we realize, and we just don't hear about it because usually the mothers die at the same time of the crime?
Thank you, everybody, for joining. Please hit the like, subscribe. We are on lunch break right now. We got some special clips lined up for you during this break, so hang out, stay tuned, let us know what you think. Also, we do have a poll up. Is Lindsay Clancy 100% guilty, guilt by insanity, innocent, or undecided? We have that live poll going right now. You can type 1 in chat, 100% guilty, type 2 in chat, guilt by insanity, type 3 in chat, innocent, or type 4 in chat for undecided. And we'll do a quick check on the poll here real quick. We are looking at 8%, 100% guilty, 75% guilt by insanity, 15% for innocent, and 8% for undecided. It looks like guilt by insanity. Oh, geez, yeah, keep voting. It's live stats. And you know what? While we do this, let me go ahead and switch it to this screen. So while we are waiting for court to resume, you'll just see the live poll results for each vote. So anytime you do vote, you'll see the live results update up to the second. And again, is Lindsay Clancy 100% guilty, guilt by insanity, innocent, or undecided? And you can type 1 in chat, 100% guilty, 2 in chat for guilt by insanity, 3 in chat for innocent, or type 4 in chat for undecided. Thank you all again for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. And I can't wait for Reddington. I can't wait for Reddington's turn. This is going to be crazy this afternoon.
Because when that happens, there's no trial, no media circus, no one digging into what happened beforehand. And so today we're going to be covering one of those cases. This is the next Lindsay Clancy case that you've never heard of. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm Dr. Joseph Wittering. I'm a board-certified psychiatrist who specializes in psychiatric drug side effects. This is the story of Trael Harshman. A lot of this reporting is coming from the Wall Street Journal article from March 16, 2026, earlier on this year, titled, "She Hoped Ketamine Would Rewire Her Brain. She Didn't Live to See It Work." So let's jump into it. This is a year and a half after Lindsay Clancy killed her children, when 32-year-old Trael Harshman sought help in late 2024, so 18 months after the incident with Lindsay Clancy, for postpartum depression from Sage Psychiatry Services, a provider in Wyoming, a nurse practitioner named Krista Blau. She met her in person, and Krista prescribed her ketamine lozenges for her to take home. Okay, that's unusual. Usually, ketamine treatments are done in an office under supervision, mainly for the psychiatric side effects they can induce, but also for hypertensive crisis that can occur as well. Harshman suffered heart palpitations and had difficulty focusing and felt disconnected from reality for days after taking the drug. She was scared, but the nurse practitioner Blau told her that such effects were common at first and increased her dose, according to Harshman's mother, Rhonda Copeland. She was given the understanding that oftentimes it gets worse before it gets better. This is something that many doctors tell patients when they're having adverse drug reactions. They get on the drug, it's making them feel worse, and they go, we'll just double the dose, we'll just wait longer, we'll just increase it. They automatically assume it's just a side effect that's going to go away, but sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it's a sign that it's the wrong drug for the person, and going up can make them worse. We saw this in the Lindsay Clancy trial. She got put on Zoloft. It gave her insomnia. They increased the dose. It made her even worse. They then gave her fluoxetine. That made her even worse. And then they gave her that third antidepressant, amitriptyline, in the days before she killed her children. And the day before, they doubled the dose. They kept on thinking, hey, these are just temporary side effects. It's going to get better. Let's just keep on increasing the dose. That doesn't work for many people. Trael's mother, Rhonda Copeland, recalled, "I think she was so hopeful. She really wanted to believe it would work for her too." However, on February 10th of 2024, Harshman had scheduled playdates for her 4 girls, ages 2 and 8. She put them down for a nap, and then she took her increased dose of ketamine. That sounds like Lindsay Clancy as well. The day it happened was a normal day. She was doing things. She was going to the doctor. There was nothing out of sorts. But soon afterwards, in an eerily emotionless voice, Harshman called 911 and told emergency responders that she had shot and killed her 4 daughters and was about to kill herself too. She told the operator that someone had been trying to take her girls, and it was just easiest if everyone went at once. Sadly, all 5 of them died. And the interesting thing here, just like with Lindsay Clancy, Harshman had no history of violence or suicidal thoughts. Now, the best way to get insight into Harshman's prior behavior is to look at this reporting from the Cowboy State Daily from the surviving husband, Cliff Harshman. Here's what they reported. Cliff Harshman, husband of Trael Harshman, gave a tearful interview in which he urged the public to consider his wife's struggles and that her death is a loss to him as well. "My wife is not a monster," said Harshman while weeping. He began the interview voicing frustration at how quickly news spread of the suspected murder-suicide before people had a chance to rationalize its possible triggers. Trael had been dealing with post-traumatic stress disorder, postpartum depression, and standard depression, Cliff said. Most people don't understand how that affects the brain. It's a chemical imbalance, he said, and it can be exacerbated by trying to fix it with medication. Again, the first clue that he doesn't understand what's happened and he thinks the medications were making it worse. Cliff Harshman declined to go into the specifics of his wife's treatment, but said that she'd been seeking help and receiving treatment, just like Lindsay Clancy. Now, what we know about Trael Harshman is that she was on a benzodiazepine and she was on this high dose of ketamine right before this happened. Cliff went on to say this was out of character. Despite her struggles, including long bouts of postpartum depression, Trael had never gotten that dark before, said Cliff. This is so out of character. It's unbelievable what had happened, he said. We'd been getting her help, and along the way, something didn't work. He remembers Trael as a loving mother and incredible wife. As angry as I may be with her, I still love her. I still lost her as well, he said. Cliff wonders if whether it was her fierce motherly love that factored into her sudden suicidal snap, as if she wasn't going to leave the kids alone. Now, if you've been following the Lindsay Clancy case closely, this is eerily similar. There is no other motive out there for this. I've searched for it. There's no hidden affair. There's no drug use. There's no conflict between the spouses or money problems. No one's leaving anyone else. Again, we have a husband standing by his wife who has every reason to turn on her after she has killed his children, just like Lindsay Clancy's husband, and for that matter, Lindsay Clancy's mother-in-law. And that just gives you an understanding of how out of character this is, that the people that knew her most are standing by her and saying this isn't who she is. Jumping back to the Wall Street Journal article now, Harshman's toxicology report, which was reviewed by the journal, shows that the level of ketamine in her blood was 4 times higher than the threshold reported in studies for mind-altering effects and physical impairments. Some medical reports suggest that patients could be prone to violent behavior under the drug's influence or coming off it, since they are dissociated with reality. So let's have a look at the side effects for ketamine. Now, this is from Spravato. This is a ketamine-like drug called S-ketamine that's on the market. It's a nasal spray, and I actually developed this at Janssen during my fellowship. I was on the team for this. I'm very familiar with the side effects, but let's go down to the ones that matter most. These are the psychiatric side effects. So this is from the clinical trial in depressed patients. Look at this, dissociation. 48% of people had dissociation, compared to placebo plus oral antidepressants. So this is ketamine plus oral antidepressants versus placebo plus oral antidepressants. 48% versus 13%. Now, dissociation, they're a little bit out of it, but have a look at this. This is what the term dissociation actually included, because they folded a whole bunch of things into it. Yes, depersonalization, derealization, dissociation, blah, blah, blah. But how about this? Hallucinations, auditory hallucinations, visual hallucinations, mixed hallucinations. Okay, so again, just like Lindsay Clancy, who was talking about command auditory hallucinations, as part of this dissociation side effect, that is occurring, according to what they're reporting here in the clinical trial. Up here with anxiety as well, we have 15 versus 9%. Euphoric mood, so this is triggering things like bipolar disorder, 7 versus 0.4. Intentional self-injury, have a look at that, 3% versus 1%. 3%, that's like a pretty high side effect, right? That's like, 3 out of 100 people. Now, granted, the people coming into the study are depressed, but it's kind of tripled from just someone being on antidepressants. And have a look here for anxiety. What's included there? So for anxiety, agitation, fear, irritability, nervousness. Now, it's not outright saying homicidal behavior, but agitation, fear, irritability mixed with some hallucinations, that sounds like we're in the same ballpark. And in a severe adverse reaction where someone's at 4 times the normal dose, that probably could lead to something like this. So jumping back over here, we now hear from the mother again. She was a good mom and she loved her girls. Her mom, Copeland, has filed a lawsuit against Sage and nurse practitioner Blau, alleging wrongful death. She says she believes that ketamine has a purpose, but it is reckless to allow it to be in a setting where you don't have clinical supervision. And this is kind of crazy, right? She saw her once and then prescribed her take-home ketamine and then advised her to increase the dose. It doesn't even sound like she maybe did a treatment at the hospital, at their clinic where they could observe her. It's like she did it at home. I mean, that's what it sounds like. And then she said it made her feel worse. And she was like, oh, just double it. It wasn't like, hey, come into the office. Let's try it again. Hey, we might try a higher dose in the office. I think, you're going to adjust to it. oh, and by the way, we're going to bring in some people to keep an eye on you in the office while this happens because you felt worse the first time. It's not like, hey, I know it's really inconvenient for you to come into the office. You have these 4 kids. While I would prefer you come into the office, you can do it at home. But if you're going to do that, Cliff has to be there. Can we have a meeting with Cliff? Can we make sure he keeps an eye on you? Because I just don't want anything to go wrong. There just seems to be this casualness in just giving someone ketamine to take home who is like severely depressed, has access to guns, and isn't being supervised. To me, that just seems like a recipe for disaster. And so we have a medical malpractice case going on here. And the article goes on to say, in a legal filing in November, lawyers for Sage Psychiatry and Blau said they didn't cause the tragedy, adding that the injuries and damages may have been caused by third parties or from pre-existing conditions, and that Harshman was adequately informed of the risks and benefits and alternatives of treatment and gave their consent based on that information. It added that the provider's actions and treatments given were common and not a deviation from any applicable standard of care. I guess they're going to hash that out, but from my understanding, it's not really standard of care to give someone ketamine to take home, and if they say they have an adverse drug reaction to it, to double the dose and have them not be supervised in any setting or supervised with the husband. Or maybe she did. Maybe they did say that she should do that and it was documented. I'm not sure. This is going to come out in the trial, but it seems very fishy that someone with no history of violence, whose husband is standing by her saying, hey, she's a loving mother, this was completely out of character for her, immediately after taking a ketamine dose, shoots her 4 daughters and then shoots herself. To me, that seems pretty closely related to being on the ketamine. When I look at the Lindsay Clancy case, and also this case as well, the conclusion is clear to me. We need to stop just treating this problem with medications. Yes, I know medications have their place, but postpartum and severe depression is dangerous, especially when moms are looking after these young children. We need to respect it more. We need to bring their families into it, and we need to be helping them with more holistic approaches rather than just leaning hard on drugs, and when the drugs don't work, doubling down on it, as we've seen with Lindsay and also Trael. Obviously, that seems like that can lead to really severe, horrific outcomes. Now, if you're interested in cases like this, where psychiatric drug side effects have led to horrific behavior, you're not going to want to miss my breakdown of the Lindsay Clancy case and why I believe she will be found not guilty by reason of insanity.
Now, I want to pull up Lindsay's. It is quite similar to Patrick's, given that the allegations are nearly mirror each other. But let me pull this one up so that you can see it here. And while I'm doing that, would love to know your thoughts on these lawsuits. If you think they stand a chance, we'll make this a little bit bigger so you can see it. There we go. Hopefully that's showing up for you. There we go. Okay. Lindsay is suing Jennifer Tufts, Alicia Goodhart, Zobia Diaz, Rebecca Gelada, Astra Mental Health, South Shore Health System, McLean Hospital, Women and Infants Hospital of Rhode Island. This personal injury and loss of brought by Lindsay Clancy. This action arises from the catastrophic failure of multiple medical providers to properly diagnose, treat, and monitor Lindsay's severe postpartum psychiatric condition, despite her repeated desperate pleas for help and her family's persistent efforts to obtain adequate care. Lindsay Clancy did everything a mother in this situation should do. She recognized something was wrong. She sought medical treatment. She went to emergency rooms. She called crisis hotlines. She admitted herself to hospitals. She took the medications prescribed to her. She communicated her worsening symptoms to her providers. She told them the medications were making her worse. Her husband advocated for her. Her family drove from out of state to care for her children, and still the medical system failed her completely. The defendants, and then they named them all, each failed to properly diagnose Lindsay's bipolar disorder with postpartum onset and instead subjected her to a disorganized, uncoordinated course of polypharmacy that exacerbated her condition and prescribed a severe psychotic break. Lindsay's clinical course was significantly complicated by polypharmacy and the involvement of multiple prescribers, which in effect obscured an accurate diagnosis and appropriate intervention and treatment, even though Lindsay did all she could to obtain the appropriate treatment. The psychotropic medications Lindsay received appear to have paradoxically exacerbated her underlying psychiatric vulnerability, precipitating a state of manic psychosis characterized by compelling command hallucinations. The tragedy that followed was the direct and proximate result of the defendant's collective negligence in failing to recognize obvious warning signs, coordinate care, properly diagnose Lindsay's condition, and provide treatment that met the applicable standard of care. As a direct result of defendant's negligence, Lindsay suffered catastrophic physical injuries, including permanent paralysis, and lost her 3 beloved children, Cora Marie Clancy, Dawson William Clancy, and Callum Patrick Clancy. Lindsay now faces a lifetime of physical disability, psychological trauma, and the unbearable grief of waking up every day knowing she killed her children, all of which could have been prevented had defendants provided competent medical care. And then here are the parties. I know I listed them out earlier in the Patrick Clancy case, but plaintiff Lindsay Clancy is a resident of Massachusetts who at all relevant times resided in Duxbury, Massachusetts with her husband Patrick and their 3 children. She was a registered nurse who worked in labor and delivery department at Mass General, mother of Cora, Dawson, and Callan. Dr. Tufts, who worked as a psychiatrist, Dr. Goodhart, who was a psychiatrist who worked at McLean Hospital, and who authored and signed Lindsay's physician discharge summary on January 5th, following her 5-day stay. Dr. Diaz, who worked in Rhode Island at Women and Infants. Dr. Gelada, the certified nurse practitioner who we talked about in the other case. Astor Mental Health, South Shore Health System, McLean Hospital, a psychiatric hospital in Belmont, and Women and Infants Hospital of Rhode Island. Women and Infants operated a partial hospitalization day program for patients with postpartum depression, where Lindsay sought treatment in late December of 2022. Women and Infants employed Dr. Diaz and is vicariously responsible for her negligent acts and omissions. It talks about the jurisdiction and how this court, I'm not going to get into all these. I'll post the document if you want to read it. It talks about how this court has jurisdiction over these cases because they're saying that the mistreatment happened within the jurisdiction. So they talk about why the venue is appropriate. Now let's get to the facts in this lawsuit. Again, a reminder from what I said earlier, these are the facts being alleged. Often in lawsuits, not everything is 100% fact, and there can be disputes over what is fact and what is not. I'm just sourcing these as facts from the lawsuit. It could come out at a civil trial, which they are demanding, a jury trial that maybe all of these aren't fact. Not saying they are or they aren't, just letting you know that these are the alleged facts. I'm going to grab a drink first. Lindsay Marie Clancy, born August 11th, 1990, raised in Wallingford, Connecticut. Her formative years were characterized by consistent academic excellence, culminating in a distinguished record through college and a rigorous accelerated nursing program at Mass General. Lindsay's 9-year tenure as a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General Hospital demonstrated notable professional competence and personal fulfillment. She was passionate about nursing and dedicated to her patients. Lindsay married Patrick in December 2016. They established their home in Duxbury. Lindsay and Patrick had 3 children, Cora Marie, born December 24th, Christmas Eve, 2017. Dawson Clancy, born September 30th, 2019, and Callan, born May 26, 2022. As described by Patrick Clancy, before Lindsay became ill, she was dedicated to being a mom, even over-dedicated, worked twice as hard as most. She rarely took a break to rest. Lindsay loved our children and never took her frustration out on the kids. She remained as affectionate with the kids as always. Lindsay's mother-in-law, Susan Clancy, testified in grand jury proceedings that she loved everything about Lindsay. She was a fun-loving, doting wife and mother. She loved her children and was a nurturing mother who smiled all the time. Lindsay's sister, Allison Olga, described Lindsay as the kind of person who cares deeply for the people she loves. She shows up for the celebrations and writes handwritten notes to show her love and appreciation. She's also there in times of need and finds just the right words to provide comfort and support. Lindsay consistently conveyed profound affection for her children and her husband. She had never previously engaged in any form of physical harm towards her children. These people, by the way, have testified at her criminal trial. You can go back and watch their testimonies. We've got them on our YouTube channel. Now we're getting into her prior postpartum history. During Lindsay's first pregnancy with Cora, she experienced anxiety due to abnormal ultrasound finding that later resolved. She experienced some anxiety during the postpartum period, but returned to part-time work and breastfed for 1 year without incident. During the postpartum period following Dawson's birth, her second child, Lindsay was initially elated with increased energy. Patrick described her that she had manic behavior for multiple days. In October of 2020, she had an episode of decluttering to simplify her life, obsessively cleaning and discarding items. She said she felt amazingly on top of things. Her thoughts raced and she constantly felt pressure to be active. After her second pregnancy, anxiety emerged at approximately 2 months postpartum. Although Lindsay was offered Zoloft by a psychiatrist, she declined due to concerns about breastfeeding. Her symptoms resolved through exercise, healthy diet, medication, and several therapy sessions. These postpartum episodes, including the hypnomanic symptoms following Dawson's birth, were critical indicators that should have alerted competent psychiatric providers to the risk of bipolar disorder and the potential for more severe postpartum psychiatric complications following subsequent pregnancies. Lindsay gave birth to Callan on May 26, 2022. Both Patrick and Lindsay took parental care following Callan's birth. Lindsay demonstrated significant activation and hypomanic behavior, including an extensive program of exercise beginning only 1 week after delivery. She woke every day before the children at 4 a.m., ran 3 miles, did spinning for 30 minutes on the Peloton, and then 30 minutes of aerobics. On July 4th, 2022, only 5 weeks after delivery, she ran a 5-mile race. Lindsay's sister Allison observed that unlike her usual sensible self, Lindsay impulsively bought into a Beachbody MLM multi-level marketing scheme, purchasing products to resell. She made videos of her exercise routines, posted them on Facebook, and encouraged friends to join the program. These early postpartum behaviors constituted a hypomanic episode that, combined with her history following Dawson's birth, should have immediately suggested bipolar disorder to any competent psychiatric provider who obtained an adequate history. Then, Lindsay's desperate efforts to seek help. At approximately 12 weeks postpartum, Lindsay's mood switched suddenly to anxiety and depression. She experienced debilitating anxiety, insomnia, sleeping only approximately 3 hours per night, and exhaustion during the day. She had no motivation and could not exercise. Everything about her body felt heavy and required effort. It was a chore to dress or shower. Her parents came from out of state to help care for the children. Recognizing that something was wrong, Lindsay took the initiative to seek psychiatric care. On December 12th, 2022, she found Dr. Jennifer Tufts online and scheduled an appointment. At her first appointment with Dr. Tufts, Lindsay's Edinburgh postnatal depression scale, which we heard about in the trial, was 23, indicating severe depression. Dr. Tufts prescribed Zoloft despite Lindsay's hesitation about medication due to breastfeeding concerns. Lindsay waited approximately 2 weeks before taking the medication, still concerned about its effects on breastfeeding, but ultimately began taking Zoloft in mid-October 2022 because she knew she needed help. After increasing the Zoloft dosage from 25 milligrams to 50 as prescribed, Lindsay experienced a severe adverse reaction. She did not sleep for 48 hours, had racing thoughts, worsening anxiety, and felt awful. This dramatic departure from her previous sleep patterns was an obvious warning sign of medication-induced activation consistent with bipolar disorder. Lindsay promptly reported these symptoms to Dr. Tufts on October 20th, 2022. Rather than recognizing the significance of this reaction and conducting appropriate testing to determine why Lindsay had such an adverse response to a relatively low dose of medication, Dr. Tufts simply discontinued the Zoloft and prescribed Ativan and Benadryl for sleep. Even after carefully tapering these medications, Lindsay's profound insomnia persisted, accompanied by distressing cardiac palpitations. Her condition continued to deteriorate. On November 16th of 2022, Lindsay's insomnia had become so severe that she took herself to the emergency room at South Shore Hospital seeking help. She reported insomnia, anxiety, and palpitations. The ER doctor prescribed trazodone for sleep, but it was not effective. Patrick's mother, a nurse at South Shore, contacted the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health Program on November 20th, 2022, seeking additional help for Lindsay. Nurse practitioner Julie Paul reached out to Lindsay. Lindsay reported to Nurse Paul that she was very frustrated and scared, experiencing extreme insomnia, averaging only 3 hours a night, and having racing thought. Nurse Paul prescribed Prozac on November 21st, 2022. After merely 4 days on Prozac, Lindsay reported that the medication intensified her insomnia. She immediately informed her providers and the Prozac was discontinued. This was the second antidepressant that had caused activation and worsening insomnia, a critical red flag for bipolar disorder that the providers failed to recognize. On November 25th, 2022, Nurse Paul prescribed 3 different medications: Ambien, Remeron, and Klonopin. On November 26, 2022, after taking Remeron, Lindsay experienced disassociation, perceiving the world around her as unreal, distorted, and distant. She was unable to determine what was real. She became disoriented, forgetful, confused, and disconnected from her own body. She was unable to drive and unable to be alone. Lindsay reported these alarming symptoms to her providers on November 28, 2022, noting she was still struggling, sleeping only 3 to 4 hours, and feeling disoriented and forgetful. On November 29, 2022, Lindsay began treating with Nurse Gelada. Lindsay reported she was anxious and frightened about what is happening and that she blamed herself. Nurse Gelada correctly considered a bipolar presentation and prescribed Seroquel, an antipsychotic and mood stabilizer. After starting Seroquel, Lindsay's condition took a dramatic turn for the worse. She developed suicidal ideation and began experiencing what she described as intrusive thoughts, which were actually auditory hallucinations. The voice said, "I will not be the same. I want to die." Lindsay openly communicated her escalating internal turmoil to her husband, her parents, and her providers. She described her emotional state as emotionless and like a zombie, attributing this profound affective blunting to the Seroquel. On December 2nd, 2022, Lindsay reported to Nurse Gelada that she had lost 15 pounds, had no appetite, was experiencing panic attacks and confusion, and had a lack of attention over the past 4 days. On December 4th of 2022, Lindsay was so frightened by the hallucinations that she called the New Bedford suicide hotline seeking help. She was told there was no emergency because she had no specific plan as to how she would kill herself. On December 5th, 2022, Lindsay met virtually with an Aspire crisis support clinician, seeking again help. She was told she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment because she did not have a suicide plan. On December 6th of 2022, Patrick attended an appointment with Lindsay and Nurse Gelada. Patrick connected Lindsay's suicidal thoughts to the Seroquel. He told Nurse Gelada that Lindsay is 10,000 times worse since she has taken medication, and asked if they would get Lindsay off medications and start from scratch to see what is going on. He asked if there could be some mistake, like she was using the wrong medications. Nurse Gelada acknowledged it was possible. Despite this, Nurse Gelada continued to increase the Seroquel dosage toward 400 milligrams per day. On December 13th, 2022, Lindsay remained deeply depressed, had no motivation, and still had suicidal ideation. She wanted this all to be over. On December 15th, 2022, Patrick called Nurse Gelada's office to report that Lindsay has had a devastating week, and it was the worst day for Lindsay. She had horrible thoughts all day. Lindsay had auditory hallucinations all day, every day. She felt debilitated, not interested in anything, exhausted, and could not get out of bed. The hallucinations were loud and continued all day, saying, "I will never be the same. I will never be me again, and you are damaged. You will never be the same. The only option is to die." Lindsay told her husband, Patrick, "I have thoughts of harming the kids." She also told her mother about these thoughts. Because she was in a psychotic state, Lindsay also had paranoid delusions that people could hear her thoughts and she would be locked in a hospital and have her children taken away. Lindsay's escalating suicidal thoughts prompted a visit to the Massachusetts General Hospital emergency room on December 20th, 2022, where she sought help. The ER suggested either admission to McLean Hospital or the partial hospitalization day program at Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island. Okay, so we'll pause right there. That talks about the ER visit that Lindsay went to. Remember, all of these things have been talked about at her criminal trial, this history. And this kind of gave us a preview, or at least has it in writing as far as the history of these things. Now they go on and talk about the visit to the Women's and Infants Hospital and Dr. Diaz's failure to provide proper care for Lindsay. It says, on December 20th, 2022, Lindsay admitted herself to the partial hospitalization day program at Women and Infants Hospital in Providence, Rhode Island, a program intended for patients with postpartum depression. Yet, this was yet another active step Lindsay took to seek help for her worsening condition. Lindsay's chief complaint at Women's and Infants was, "I feel numb and crazy depressed." She reported feeling crazy depressed, numb to all emotion, can't feel love, that her life is becoming a disaster, that she couldn't feel fear, and that she was messed up beyond repair. She had lost 15 pounds in a month, had no motivation, and reported that it takes all the effort in the world just to breathe. Lindsay's Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, EPDS, at women and infants was 23, indicating severe depression. Her generalized anxiety disorder 7 item, the GAD-7, was 21, higher than the threshold from the most severe category. Despite these severely elevated scores, Dr. Diaz, the attending psychiatrist at Women and Infants, concluded that Lindsay had no postpartum depression and rejected a bipolar disorder diagnosis because of no history of hypomania or psychosis or family history. This conclusion was negligent because Dr. Diaz failed to obtain an adequate history. Dr. Diaz's own notes documented that Lindsay's sister had experienced postpartum anxiety. A relevant family psychiatric, excuse me, I lost my place. A relevant family psychiatric history that should have been explored. Had Dr. Diaz properly inquired about Lindsay's early postpartum period, she would have learned of the hypomanic episode that began immediately after delivery. Dr. Diaz also failed to recognize that Lindsay's providers had previously considered bipolar disorder, as documented in Lindsay's records stating she was started on Seroquel and concern for bipolar. Dr. Diaz accepted Lindsay and Patrick's beliefs that her symptoms were due to overmedication and recommended weaning Seroquel. The clinical team at Women and Infants posited that Lindsay's symptoms were more pharmacologically induced than purely depressive. Dr. Diaz's assessment and plan documented that the Women and Infants WIH-DHP is not a suitable treatment facility for Lindsay. Yet Dr. Diaz failed to recommend or arrange appropriate alternate treatments and instead discharged Lindsay after only 1 day of treatment with inadequate follow-up care. Women and Infants Hospital determined that its day program was not appropriate for Lindsay and reached out to Nurse Gelada to discuss Lindsay's care. Nurse Gelada did not respond to them. Dr. Diaz's and Women's and Infants' negligent failure to properly evaluate Lindsay, obtain an adequate psychiatric history, and recognize the signs of bipolar disorder with postpartum onset resulted in a missed opportunity to provide appropriate treatment. Their recommendation to wean Seroquel without providing a proper alternate treatment plan or ensuring adequate follow-up care contributed to Lindsay's further deterioration. I want to pause there and let you know that some of the things we've learned in the criminal trial might dispute some of these things or give additional context about some of these allegations, some of these things that they're alleging. I'm not including those here because I'm simply focusing on what the civil lawsuit says. After the trial, it's likely that they can pull from the transcripts from the criminal trial and admit them as evidence in this case. But for our purposes here today, we could put aside the trials happening in a way and just focus solely on what the civil lawsuit is alleging. The people being sued will have a chance to respond and say, no, this is what happened, and whatnot. So I just want to put that out there now. Let me continue. McLean Hospital and Dr. Goodhart's failure to properly treat Lindsay. Following the Seroquel reduction recommended by Women and Infants, Lindsay's suicidal ideation resurged. By December 29th of 2022, Lindsay told her husband, "I can't tough it out anymore. I need to go to McLean." On December 30th, the next day, Lindsay went to MGH emergency room, Mass General, which suggested admission to McLean. On the next day, December 31st, Lindsay admitted herself to McLean Hospital, the nation's top-ranked psychiatric hospital, due to her severe depression and suicidal ideation. Lindsay's admitting symptoms included passive suicidal ideation, feeling detached, hopelessness, depression, no appetite or energy to perform activities of daily living, no motivation, anhedonia, racing thoughts, inability to organize her thoughts, memory problems, anxiety, and insomnia. Her insight and judgment were documented as limited. McLean placed Lindsay on a locked unit with 15-minute suicide checks. However, the care she received was grossly inadequate. She was admitted on New Year's Eve, and there was a skeletal crew because of the holiday. Patients spent their evening doing puzzles and coloring. Nurses stayed behind a desk and glass. Lindsay did not see a doctor until January 3rd, 2023, 3 days after admission. On January 3rd, the doctor advised Lindsay to stop Seroquel and benzodiazepines and prescribed trazodone for sleep. The next day, on January 4th, Lindsay asked if she could go home for Cora's birthday. Because her thoughts had improved since the Seroquel decrease, she was approved for discharge. Lindsay was discharged from McLean on January 5th after only a 5-day stay. Dr. Goodhart authored and signed the physician discharge summary, approving Lindsay's release despite her documented limited insight, judgment, and suicidal ideations. Lindsay was returned to the care of the same outpatient providers who had been providing allegedly substandard care. After discharge, Dr. Goodhart from McLean called Lindsay and spoke for only 10 minutes, offering names of antidepressants. The staff at McLean suggested amitriptyline, yet another antidepressant, the very class of medications that had repeatedly caused Lindsay to have adverse reactions. When Lindsay was discharged from McLean, she thought, I was just in the best hospital in the country, so there was not much hope. She decided she must appear like she was okay and, quote, had to do her best. Dr. Goodhart's and McLean's hospital's negligent failure to properly evaluate Lindsay, obtain an adequate psychiatric history, provide sufficient inpatient care during her brief admission, and ensure appropriate discharge planning and follow-up care directly contributed to the tragic events that followed. Dr. Goodhart, as the discharging physician, approved Lindsay's release after only 5 days despite her documented limited insight and judgment and her ongoing severe symptoms. Lindsay returned to the treatment with Dr. Tufts on January 6th, the day after her discharge from McLean. Dr. Tufts diagnosed Lindsay with chronic major depressive disorder, single episode, moderate. She recorded that Lindsay's psychiatric condition was deteriorating and that her medication was not effective. Despite her poor condition, Dr. Tufts met with Lindsay for only 17 minutes. At Cora's birthday party on January 7th, Lindsay was not herself. She smiled, but could not converse. She avoided talking and could not make sense of what others were saying. Lindsay's hallucinations resumed within 1 week of her discharge from McLean. On January 10th, 2023, Lindsay returned to Dr. Tufts and was switched to Valium for a benzodiazepine taper. Dr. Tufts indicated that at some point we will add an antidepressant. On January 16th, Lindsay was experiencing debilitating depression. She had to force herself to do anything. The hallucinations continued. You should harm the children. You should kill yourself. You will never be the same. The only option is to die. She felt like a zombie. Dr. Tufts prescribed amitriptyline, another antidepressant, at 10 milligrams per day. On January 20th, because Lindsay was having such awful thoughts and was so numb and emotionless, she researched what is a psychopath to see if she was one and whether there was a cure. On January 23rd, the day before the killings, during another 17-minute appointment, Lindsay reported being a little more anxious with heart racing and more AM anxiety. Dr. Tufts recorded that Lindsay's mood is the same, flat, anxious, and that she had no motivation, numb, and had to force herself up out of the house. Her sleep and medication efficacy were poor. Her insight was poor. Her psychiatric condition generally was unchanged. Dr. Tufts increased the amitriptyline to 20 milligrams per day. That night, Lindsay did not sleep. On January 24th, Lindsay woke severely depressed with suicidal thoughts. She gave the children breakfast. She took Cora to the pediatrician because Cora complained of a stomachache. Later, she went to the backyard with the children, built a snowman, and sent a picture to Patrick and her mother. The suicidal hallucinations continued all day nonstop. Later in the afternoon, the voice began saying, "You should harm the children." Lindsay thought about dinner and realized she had not prepared anything. She asked Patrick about takeout. She looked at a map to see how long it would take because she did not want to be alone and needed help. As soon as Patrick left to pick up the food, there was a loud, demanding, repetitious voice. "This is your last chance. Kill the children so you can kill yourself. This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." Lindsay felt a force come over her. Lindsay experienced command auditory hallucinations. A demanding, powerful male voice explicitly ordered her. She felt an overwhelming, irresistible compulsion to comply, entering a dissociative, dreamlike state where her physical actions felt utterly disconnected from her conscious volition. She perceived her body was just acting, and she was merely watching herself do it. She reported she had no choice but to follow these compelling directives. Lindsay described, "I lost all control. My body started acting without any control on my part. I was just following commands, all action. This voice demanded action." Lindsay proceeded to strangle each of the children, uttering, "Go to God, baby." Following these acts, she undertook a severe suicide attempt, ingesting a substantial quantity of various medications, self-inflicting lacerations to her neck, her wrists and neck, and jumping from a second-story window approximately 20 feet to the ground below. Lindsay suffered catastrophic injuries, including a thoracic spinal cord injury resulting in permanent paralysis below the sternum. She also suffered multiple closed fractures of her cervical and thoracic vertebrae and multiple rib fractures. Cora and Dawson died on January 24th. Callum succumbed to his injuries and died on the 27th. Lindsay consistently maintains her actions were compelled by a hallucinatory voice, not a conscious decision, and expresses profound, enduring love for her children. Now it goes on to expert psychiatric opinions. Dr. Margaret Spinelli, clinical professor of psychiatry at Columbia University College of Physicians and Surgeons and founder of the Women's Program in Psychiatry at Columbia, conducted a comprehensive forensic psychiatric evaluation of Lindsay. The doctor met with Lindsay for 5 hours at Tewksbury Psychiatric Hospital on June 11, 2014, spoke with her on the phone for 3 hours on September 6, 2014. She also interviewed Patrick, Lindsay's sister Allison, Lindsay's mother, and Lindsay's mother-in-law. Spinelli diagnosed Lindsay with bipolar disorder 1, severe, with psychosis and anxious distress with postpartum onset. Dr. Spinelli concluded that Lindsay had a baseline bipolar disorder with minimal symptoms after her second childbirth, and that her symptoms worsened after her third birth when she was prescribed an antidepressant. Dr. Spinelli noted that an antidepressant medication can create manic or hypomanic symptoms and mood instability in one who has a bipolar disorder. This is a well-known response for a person with underlying bipolar disorder. Dr. Spinelli opined that the providers never seemed to communicate with one another, that no one ever asked her to describe the content of her intrusive thoughts, which were in fact hallucinations, and that Lindsay was repeatedly given antidepressants instead of a mood stabilizer. Dr. Spinelli specifically commented on the failures of multiple providers regarding the initial Zoloft reaction. She noted that if practitioners had recognized the hypomanic activation after Zoloft, a second or third antidepressant would not have been tried. Regarding women and infants, she noted that Dr. Diaz did not review mood symptoms at the last pregnancy and this postpartum period, and did not review hypomanic episode immediately after delivery, which was the beginning of Mrs. Clancy's postpartum psychosis. Spinelli concluded she did all that she could to obtain the appropriate treatment, meaning Lindsay. Dr. Paul Zeisel, who we heard from at this trial, a forensic psychologist, also conducted extensive clinical interviews with Lindsay and her parents. Dr. Zeisel was the initial forensic expert to engage Lindsay in the immediate aftermath of the incident. He concurs with the assessment of Dr. Spinelli and Dr. Philip Resnick. Dr. Zeisel opined that Mrs. Clancy's clinical course was significantly complicated by polypharmacy and the involvement of multiple providers, which in effect obscured an accurate diagnosis and appropriate intervention and treatment. Furthermore, the psychotropic medications she received appear to have paradoxically exacerbated her underlying psychiatric vulnerability, precipitating a state of manic psychosis characterized by compelling command hallucinations. Dr. Zeisel noted that Lindsay's parents conveyed profound shock and devastation at the depth of her psychological decompensation, indicating a prior lack of complete comprehension regarding the actual severity of her underlying illness. This underscores how the medical providers failed to adequately communicate the severity of Lindsay's condition or take appropriate action. The standard of care, we're almost done. We're at page 23 of 29. The standard of care required defendants to obtain a complete psychiatric history, including detailed inquiry into Lindsay's mood and symptoms during and after her prior pregnancies. Had any of her providers done so, they would have learned of the hypomanic episodes that followed her second and third deliveries, which were critical indicators of bipolar disorder postpartum onset. The standard of care required defendants to recognize that Lindsay's severe adverse reaction to Zoloft, characterized by activation, worsening insomnia, and racing thoughts, was a red flag for bipolar disorder. The standard of care further required that after an second antidepressant, Prozac, cause similar activation, defendants should have diagnosed bipolar disorder and a prescribed mood stabilizer rather than continuing to try antidepressants. The standard of care required defendants to conduct appropriate testing, including blood plasma levels of medication, to determine why Lindsay was having adverse reactions to relatively low doses of medication and whether she was a slow metabolizer. The standard of care required defendants to follow the start low and go slow principle when prescribing medications, particularly given Lindsay's demonstrated sensitivity to psychotropic medications. Instead, defendants added and accelerated medications in an ad hoc manner that radically increased the risks to Lindsay. The standard of care required defendants to inquire into the content of Lindsay's intrusive thoughts, which were actually auditory hallucinations. Had they done so, they would have recognized the psychotic nature of her symptoms and the danger she posed to herself and her children, including the danger of postpartum psychosis. The standard of care required defendants to coordinate care amongst themselves and with other treating providers. Instead, the providers failed to communicate with one another, and Nurse Gelada did not even return women and infants called to discuss Lindsay's care. The standard of care required defendants to seek collateral information from Lindsay's family members, who could have provided crucial information about the severity of her condition and her functioning at home. The standard of care required defendants to recognize that Lindsay, as a patient suffering from severe postpartum mental health disorders with suicidal ideation, posed a risk of harming not only herself, but also her children. The standard of care required Dr. Goodhart and McLean Hospital to provide adequate inpatient care during Lindsay's brief admission, properly evaluate her condition, and ensure appropriate discharge planning, rather than discharging her after 5 days with limited insight, judgment, and suicidal ideations back to the same providers who had been providing inadequate care. The standard of care required Dr. Diaz and women and infants to properly evaluate Lindsay, obtain an adequate psychiatric history, including inquiry into her early postpartum period, and recognize the signs of bipolar disorder, rather than dismissing her severe depression scores and recommending medication changes without proper follow-up. Defendants knew, or should have known, that Lindsay presented a real, clear, and present danger of harm to herself and her young children. Defendants' collective failures to comply with the standard of care, more likely than not, directly and proximately caused the injuries suffered by Lindsay, including Lindsay's killing her children and attempt to kill herself. Now they go into the counts. Negligence, medical malpractice. They're saying that they did not use reasonable care for her. And because Lindsay suffered severe personal injuries, including but not limited to the care of her children, the development of severe postpartum psychosis with hallucinations, spinal cord injuries, neurologic bowel and bladder dysfunction, impaired mobility requiring the use of a wheelchair, severe psychological trauma. Further, the acts and omissions of defendants constituted gross negligence and a reckless indifference to the health, safety, and welfare of Lindsay. And that because of this, they're saying Lindsay is entitled to recover damages from the defendants, including past and future medical expenses, past and future lost wages, pain and suffering, emotional distress, including the knowledge that she killed her children, loss of enjoyment of life, permanent disability, and other damages in the amount to be determined at trial. Count 2 is loss of parental consortium. Plaintiff repeats and alleges the allegations. She was the mother, that she lost companionship, services, society, comfort, guidance, counsel, and advice to her children, of her children. She's entitled to recover damages. And then loss of spousal. At the time she was married to Patrick, she suffered and has lost normal marital relationship with her husband, including loss of companionship, society, comfort, guidance, that because these devastating incidents circumstances have caused this to affect her. Lindsay is entitled to recover damages from defendants in the amount to be determined at trial. And then vicarious liability, they're saying this just lists out where everybody worked and that they were negligent, and that the hospitals were negligent, the medical care providers were negligent, and they are asking for the plaintiff demands a trial by jury. Sincerely, her attorney. This is a different attorney than her Kevin Reddington, her criminal attorney. This is a civil attorney. Those are the two lawsuits filed by Patrick Clancy and Lindsay Clancy. No trial date set yet. This could take years of litigation. They could also do a settlement that is a non-disclosure settlement where no one can disclose anything to anybody, or it could as I said, it could play out. They're obviously going to wait and see what happens at this trial, what the verdict is, and how that might impact the civil lawsuits. I'm going to put a link to both of those. If you want to go read them yourself, you can. I read through the majority of them both. And tonight on Courtroom Insider, we will recap the latest in this case, what's happening now and what happens next. Thank you for watching, everybody. I'm Nate Eaton. Here's where you can find me. I'm on Facebook, Insta, Nate News Now on X, and also on YouTube. If you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do so. You can stay up to date on this case and the other cases we are following. Really appreciate your time, everybody. Have a good day.
Everyone is now talking about this case, the case of Lindsay Clancy, claiming that she was mentally ill when she killed her 3 children. But people aren't talking about her. They're talking about Patrick. A lot of people believing that Patrick did it. Well, there was huge evidence today which disproves that theory. I'm Vinnie Politan. Let's investigate. This case, this trial is obviously blowing up everywhere. I feel it myself. I'm getting text messages from people who never discuss the true crime stories that I'm talking about day in and day out. In the dugout of my baseball game, my adult baseball game over the weekend, the guys were asking me about this case. They never talk to me about the stories or cases that I'm covering. And what everyone is saying, and the conversation is, right, Vinny, the husband did it, right? The husband did it. And how do I respond to that? Like, how do I, first of all, it can't be answered between innings in the dugout, right? So I think it's a little bit of a longer conversation. And it's sort of an ongoing conversation that we're having here on Vinnie Politan Investigates. One answer I do have, though, is like, the husband did it, right? And I would say, well, not according to her attorney. Like, Lindsay Clancy's attorney doesn't believe that Patrick did it, and his job is to defend her. And if there was evidence pointing at someone else, that's obviously where he would point the jury. But that's not happening. He's conceding it, right? The case is about her mental state. Yes, she did it, but was she or was she not under the influence of this mental illness and this over-medication and everything else associated with it? So that's what the trial is about, and that's what the arguments and the evidence in the trial are all about. But the conversation outside of the courtroom is all about Patrick. So obviously, here we'll continue to address that issue. So today, familiar face on the stand from the Karen Reed trial, the cell phone expert, Ian Whiffen, who testified in her trial, someone who extracts the information from the cell phone and tries to piece together what happened, did that with Lindsay Clancy's cell phone. And one of the conclusions, and I think this is so important to the people who believe that Patrick Clancy did it, is that cell phone evidence that he has demonstrates that Lindsay was walking when Patrick was out of the house. One more time. Lindsay, who's in a wheelchair now, right? After exiting that second floor bedroom, was walking when Patrick was out of the house. So let's break this down, because I think this is important. And I think this is the type of evidence that's coming out now that we need to explore. So let's begin and go back and listen to Patrick Clancy kind of talk about his timeline on the day that his children were murdered or killed, depending upon what the jury says here, right? The day the children are gone. What is he doing? Where is he going? Who is he texting? Back and forth, trying to piece together the most important time, which is really between 5 and 6 o'clock that night on the 24th. So let's take a listen to Patrick Clancy.
As you're getting ready to leave the house to head out to get the takeout, did Lindsay say anything to you?
Nothing specific that I can recall, other than maybe goodbye.
Do you recall something about discussing something about CVS with her?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did she say about CVS?
She wanted me to pick up some stool softener for Cora.
And she hadn't mentioned that earlier in the text, correct?
Yeah, I don't think so.
So as you're leaving, she asked you to make a second or another stop while you're out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in response to that request, did you ask her to do something?
I don't remember. Yeah, I told her to text it to me, which she did.
I'm sorry. So that refreshed your memory and
Yep.
asked her to text it to you?
Yep.
And did she do so?
She did.
And was that at approximately 5:15 p.m. that she texted PDLX?
Sounds correct.
So your two stops then that night were going to be CVS and the 3V restaurant, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go first?
CVS.
So it's a pretty direct route from your house to CVS?
Yeah.
And that's the CVS you went to that night?
Yes.
About how long did it take you to get there?
3 minutes.
I'm going to ask you to look at the video here. Is that you entering the store?
Yeah.
Okay. And that section you head to on the right, is that the pediatric medication section?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can hold it there for 1 second. As you look at this video, if you look in the bottom corner, bottom left-hand corner, there's a timestamp there. Now, not all timestamps are accurate, right? This timestamp is what, 5:33, I believe, if I can see it. But it's clearly, okay, so there's a timestamp of when he's at CVS. In putting together a timeline, timestamps are important. Let's continue.
And while you're in that section looking for the medication, do you do something?
I called Lindsay
And why did you call Lindsay?
because what we were looking for wasn't there. The shelves are pretty empty. It was still during COVID.
It was, I'm sorry, what?
It was during COVID, so
Okay, so, and was that call at about approximately 5:33 p.m.?
yeah.
Okay. And then did she answer the call?
Yes.
She answered when you called her?
Actually, I think she didn't at first. She called back.
Okay. And did you receive a call back from her about a minute later at 5:34 p.m.?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And can you describe that phone call for us?
It was very brief. I just said, I think there was a generic brand, and I said, is this one okay? And she said, yeah, that's fine.
And what was her demeanor during the call?
She was pretty quiet. It sounded like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
So it sounded to you like she was in the middle of something?
Yeah.
Were you able to understand her when she spoke to you?
Yeah.
And did she seem to understand what you were saying?
Yes.
And she didn't seem to have any trouble recalling why you were at CVS or what you were looking for?
That's correct.
Okay. Two important things. The timing and what's happening. He's at CVS. He's making a phone call to her. People who are pointing the finger at Patrick Clancy say, no, those phone calls never happened because he had already taken care of Lindsay and the kids. Lindsay's already outside on the ground, paralyzed. The calls were never made. He was calling from the Apple Watch to make it look like he was calling Lindsay. Okay? That's what people are saying. Let's take a listen now to Massachusetts State Police, Andrew Ciaccio, who's going to talk here about the timing, right? You want to verify the time that he's at CVS. Let's watch.
Why were you asked to go to the CVS in Kingston?
To obtain surveillance video.
Did you notice any discrepancies in the timestamps?
I did not.
And after viewing the video surveillance there at CVS, were you able to see Patrick Clancy in the store at CVS?
Yes.
And fair to say you were able to track that he arrived at 17:32:32 and exited the store at 17:37:08?
Yes.
Okay. Verify the timestamp. Verify the video. All of that is evidence in the case. Patrick Clancy is at the CVS at that time. Patrick Clancy says he speaks with Lindsay Clancy. Is that even possible? Well, what does Lindsay Clancy's phone say? What evidence do we have from her phone that day? Ian Whiffen, the big witness today from Cellbrite expert, testified about what he extracted from Lindsay Clancy's phone. Take a listen.
And then did you create a timeline combining all the data that we've talked about into one timeline?
I did, yes.
I'm going to the last page of your report, page 43. Is this the last page of the timeline?
It is, yes.
And in that page, can you explain what we're seeing here?
Yes, so the very first column is the timestamp. The next few columns, which show typically colored, is related to the activity, which will become a little bit clearer in a moment. The row or the column in the center explains what the record is. So if, for example, we look at the 17-13-16 record, we can see a U, which means the device was unlocked in pink. That unlock event lasted until 17-15-12. So hence that entire column is in pink and shows the relevant lock event.
So here we have 513 device unlock.
Yes.
515 device lock, and there's this column connecting them, correct?
Correct. And then any activity that happened during that unlock time is then shown within the rows between. So again, we see Safari open at 17-13-16. Safari was closed at 17-14-47. Messaging was opened at 17-14-47. While messages were open, there was an outgoing message sent for PDLX. Then messaging was closed. Messaging was opened again, and messaging was closed prior to the device locking. So everything in the colored columns tries to show all of the events that happened at the same time or during that parent event.
And what we have here at 5:33 p.m., we had the flight climb started, is that correct?
Correct.
And flight climb ended at 5:38, so
Yes.
that line again connecting them?
Correct. So 2 flight climbs occurred during that time period.
And in between when the flight climb started and the flight climb ended, you had the 2 calls, the incoming call that was missed from Patrick and then the outgoing call to Patrick, correct?
Correct.
So the first flight climbed had already been started. Someone had already started climbing up a flight of stairs when that first unanswered call happened, correct?
So flight climb started is how it's listed within the database and within the software. But it actually, the flight climb time is when the flight climb has been recognized by the device as the device has already climbed up those stairs. So even though it says flight climb started, that's technically the time that the flight climb or the first flight climb had ended.
So where it says 5:33, flight climb started, that actually indicates the person has gone up that first flight of stairs already.
Yes, that indicates the phone has now realized I'm 3 meters higher than I was the last time I checked. Therefore, a flight climb has already been completed at that point.
And then the calls happen, and then the phone realizes at 5:38 that another flight has been climbed.
Correct.
Okay. Lindsay Clancy's phone is climbing stairs. Her phone is climbing stairs. 2 flights, kind of like from the basement up to the second bedroom, all of which is consistent with the prosecution theory, all of which is consistent with what they've been saying. Patrick Clancy said he called Lindsay Clancy, did not answer, then got a call back. That information also consistent with what is found on Lindsay Clancy's phone. the movement, the calling.
This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, we're going to return now to the direct exam of this witness. All right.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here.
Before we broke,
Please
you
hit the
were
like, subscribe if you
describing
haven't.
the various psychological tests that you conducted on Ms. Clancy. Can you tell us the results of those tests?
Yes, I can. On the MMPI, which I spoke about first, and this was, of course, 3.5 years after the alleged offense. So it's going to describe, much of it is going to describe her thinking and feeling and behavior in April of 2026 rather than January of 2023. But it's something that that's always a challenge when you try to reconstruct what happened some time ago. And so some of these tests were administered from the standpoint of what was it like for you back then. But the MMPI was delivered in terms of how you're doing right now. And she, on the response style scales that I talked about earlier, she showed a slight tendency to underreport, to deny unusual experiences, although she did that in a way that was pretty sophisticated. She's a bright woman. And so given this, we kind of take into account a little bit the fact that she might be underreporting a little bit in terms of what's really wrong with her. However, there are a number of what we call clinical scales on this test, and she was not elevated on any of them, meaning that she's not actively symptomatic in many areas or in great distress in certain ways. But there was one scale that is elevated, and that is the suicide and death ideation scale, thinking about suicide and death. And I should say that Ms. Clancy has been on 1-to-1 suicide precautions, which is the highest level of precautions that a hospital can take, since she came to Tewksbury. This is a very long time to be on that kind of precautions. And what it says to me is that she was at risk for suicide. She remains at risk for suicide. And so she still is. The adverse childhood experience questionnaire I mentioned earlier, basically it's a measure of whether somebody is reporting experiencing as a child or adolescent adverse or traumatic events. And she was not. So she had a 0 on that. There were 2 measures of suicide intent. One is called Beck's Suicide Intent Scale, and the other is called the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale. And I can sum up those results very quickly by saying that when she responded to one of them as she would have if she'd been filling it out in January of 2023, what it suggested is that this was a very serious suicide attempt at that time. And when she responded to both of them as she feels right now, she also was indicating that she remains at high risk for suicide, and hence the 1-to-1 supervision for 3.5 years. The brief symptom inventory is something where you ask people about a number of possible symptoms that they've been experiencing within the last month or so. Gave it to her under 2 circumstances. One is, how are you doing right now? That is around April of this year. And the other was, how are you doing in January of 2023? Her description of how she was doing in January of 2023 is that she endorsed feeling blue or still extremely depressed, feeling no interest in things, thoughts of death or dying, feeling hopeless about the future, feeling very self-conscious with others, and the idea that something is wrong with her mind. She thought depression, suspiciousness, memory problems, problems with attention and concentration, and things like she was having trouble concentrating, so she'd be cooking, for instance, and she'd forget what step she was on. So most of these are consistent with symptoms of depression. And so I thought that they were good indications that she was endorsing feelings of depression, although she was improving somewhat from her December feelings. Something called the Obsessional Beliefs Questionnaire has 3 scales. One scale is kind of responsibility threat estimation, which is a belief about your personal responsibility and overestimation of threats. She was not elevated on that. A second was perfectionism and certainty. She was not elevated on that either, although she works hard and so on, but she was not elevated on the perfectionist aspect of this test right now. However, she was elevated on something called importance and control of thoughts, meaning that for her, it's always been important to be able to work hard and control what's going on with her mind and her life. And one of the things that I'm going to talk about in a few minutes that I think was making her depressed and hopeless and sad and so on is that she had been trying very hard since October to basically control the problems that she was having, and it wasn't working. It was not succeeding for her. Okay, and then there was something called the Lahani-Slade hallucination scale. And so she endorsed the following things. Sometimes a passing thought will seem so real it frightens me. Sometimes I get distracted trying to concentrate on my work. That was something she endorsed back in 22 and 23. In the past, I've had the experience of hearing a person's voice and then found there was no one there. That was only on January 24th. I often hear a voice speaking my thoughts aloud, again, only on January 24th. I've been troubled by hearing voices in my head, again, only on January 24th. All right, so those were the psychological testing results, and I'm going to move to the last item on the PowerPoint here, which is why it was important for me to consider her motivation for killing her children. And this is something that, if you look at Lindsay Clancy, would be described as so out of character that I just like to know what could possibly have been going on. Because, for instance, when I talked to her and talked to her husband as well about how do you discipline your kids, it was never spanking, it was never hands-on, it was never anything like that. They both felt bad when they yelled at the kids. So it was one of those things that to imagine her doing something like this is really seems so out of character that I thought it was very important to try to figure out why it might have happened. So this is how I approached it. The other thing about the why question is it could well be something that is valuable to know when we're thinking about whether she understood that something was wrong, or when she was thinking about whether she could conform her conduct to the requirements of the law or control herself. The why question seemed important. So if I could have the next slide.
Sure. And in evaluating the why, did you come up with 2 possible explanations?
I did, yes, which is on this slide.
And so can you explain that, please?
I can, yes. There are a number of reasons in my experience why people harm one another, why people kill one another. And most of these reasons ended up not applying to Miss Clancy. I mean, it wasn't job related. She wasn't in the military, the police. Didn't have to do with money or property or fame or anger or being callous or abusive or being afraid or doing it himself. None of those there was any evidence for. But there were a couple of things that started to have some evidence for, and this is what it looked like. One is the psychosis, the possibility that she had a severe mental illness, experiencing hallucinations, delusions, that sort of thing. And as part of that, on January 24th, experienced those symptoms that we're going to talk about in a minute. And I'm calling that the first bullet point there, acute psychosis with command hallucinations. The second possible explanation was as part of an attempt to take one's own life, as part of a suicide, one might harm one's children if you thought that would prevent them from suffering. And let me see if I can give you an example of that. If one of us were to learn, and we had no doubt in our mind that the Holocaust was coming tomorrow, and we thought that was going to be awful, and I can't live through that, and so I'm going to take my own life. If I had children, the question might come up, do I take them with me? Do I take their lives as well? Now, I'm not saying that I would definitely do that, but what I'm saying is that it would come up as a possibility in what I thought about. And so there ended up being, in my mind, two possible explanations for why she did what she did. The first being the acute psychosis with command hallucinations, and the second being this was a serious suicide attempt, and she wanted the children to be with her so she wouldn't be separated from them, and so they wouldn't have to suffer after she was gone. Now, in a minute, I'm going to talk about the evidence that I saw supporting each of those, but I will tell you right now, in advance of talking about that most of the evidence that I saw supported the second one and not the first.
And so, Doctor, if we could go to the next slide and you could talk to us, tell us what evidence you saw for acute psychosis with command hallucinations. Yes.
The first was, that's what she said. I asked her that question, and that's the way she explained it happened. She said, sometime on the afternoon of January 24th, 2023, that she heard a voice, and the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." If she actually heard a voice like that, that would be evidence of psychosis being experienced and what we call command hallucinations, where the voice is instructing her to do something. There were some other possible things that made me think that it could be a severe mental illness that she was experiencing, and two in particular. One was thinking that others might know her thoughts. Now, this is something that is a symptom of psychosis called thought broadcasting if it's experienced in a certain way. In thought broadcasting, if I'm experiencing that, I literally have the idea that if I'm thinking it, you can hear what I'm saying, just as if I were putting it on the television or podcast or a movie or whatever. It's just coming out that way. I asked her about that, and she said, and other people asked her about that too, and she said it was not thought broadcasting, but these were very vivid thoughts, and she thought that it might be that people could could hear them, as vivid and strong as they were. The second possible symptom is that thinking police might take her children. Now, in some of the records, I saw people saying, wow, this looks like a paranoid delusion to me. And I will tell you that it didn't look either paranoid or like a delusion to me. And here's why. I'm a healthcare professional, and that means that in Pennsylvania and every other state I know, I'm a mandated reporter. If someone tells me in therapy or in an assessment that they think that a child is going to be injured or severely hurt or that might happen, then I'm required by law to contact Childline in Pennsylvania. Ms. Clancy is a labor and delivery nurse. She's a healthcare professional as well. And so it's one of those, if she had said to a psychiatrist, psychologist, anyone providing treatment, that she thought she was experiencing ideas like she might harm her kids, she would know as a mandated reporter that they were legally required to report that. Now, that might not mean that the police would literally come and take her kids away, but it would mean that there would be an investigation. She would have to answer questions, and it might be that for a period of time she would be separated from the children.
And Doctor, is it? I thought he was done.
I don't know. Well, we'll find out. Are you done?
I just want to ask a follow-up question about your last point. Is that okay?
Oh, yes, that's okay.
And so you mentioned you didn't think it was a delusion. Is it true that a delusion is a fixed false belief?
Yes, that's the way it's defined.
And so Ms. Clancy thinking that if someone knew she thought of harming her kids might be taken away, that's not a false belief, correct?
Well, that was what I was trying to say, is that it is not a false belief. It's quite possible that it could come to pass.
And if you could continue with your discussion of why the evidence you saw for acute psychosis.
Yes. The other point there at the bottom is that it's appealing as an explanation because it could explain acts that seem so out of character for her. You don't have to get complicated at all. It's just, I had a psychotic episode. I heard a voice. The voice told me to do something terrible. I did it.
And after considering the evidence for acute psychosis, command hallucinations, did you then consider evidence against acute psychosis with command hallucinations?
I did, yes.
And what did you see?
One of the reasons, well, the first bullet point here is that the way she described this as happening is that she heard a voice that she'd never heard before, experienced an hallucination, and she's never experienced it since, but she only experienced it for the 18 minutes or so that it took to kill the children. And to put it mildly, that would be a very, very unusual pattern or manifestation of how this kind of thing comes about. Very unusual. I've been doing this kind of evaluation for many, many years, and I'm always very careful when someone tells me that they experienced a symptom only during the course of committing an offense.
Why is that, doctor? Why are you careful when someone tells you that they only experience this voice during a criminal offense?
Well, because it provides a convenient way of lessening your own culpability. I mean, it's always possible, but as I said, I find it very, very rare. Whereas an explanation for why somebody did something, somebody might look at that and say, it's a convenient way of somebody looks at me and I don't have the same culpability that I would otherwise.
And what was the next part of evidence that you saw against acute psychosis?
there was some discussion of whether this was postpartum. And so she was about 8 months away from having given birth to Cal and her youngest child. And most of the explanations or most of the sources of authority like DSM-5 or the Cleveland Clinic will point to maybe 1 month after birth or 2 months after birth or something like that. But the farther away you get time-wise from the birth, the less likely it is under those kinds of authority to be postpartum. Now, it could be something else. And there were certainly some things that I saw that were symptoms of depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January. But it was, given the time, it was less likely, I thought, to be postpartum. Then the next bullet was inconsistencies in her account. To me, when asked about this, she said, the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." And it just kept repeating that, and only that, for about 18 minutes, or the duration of the time it took to do this. There were other times, though, for instance, when she was in the hospital after this happened and was talking to a psychiatric attending, when she said that the voice had said other things, for example, the children will suffer without you, or you have to take the kids with you, or things like that. So inconsistency is important because it suggests inaccuracy. In other words, which version is accurate? Is it the first? Is it the second? Is it neither? I mean, here it couldn't be both, because she said, I only heard this. To some people, she said that. And then I heard this plus this. To other people, she said that.
So, Doctor, if she had said to a third person that it was a different version, such as you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself because there's a danger to you and the kids, would that be a further consideration of the inconsistencies?
Objection. Yeah, overall.
The more inconsistency there is.
Can we have a basis for that, please?
It's asked as a hypothetical?
Hypothetical, yes.
I'll allow that.
So it's not based on evidence, it's a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical.
You might have to repeat the question.
So if the person has a third version of what happened, what the voice said, and what the reasons the voice gave, would that be important in your assessment as well regarding inconsistency?
Objection. It's speculation, it's not based on evidence, and there's no foundation for a hypothetical question.
Let's just ask it as the hypothetical. Assuming this, and then go that way.
Doctor, a hypothetical question for you. Assuming that a person has already given two versions of a voice, what the voice said for them to do, and then gives a third version of what the voice told them to do, would that be significant to you in assessing the inconsistencies?
Objection for the record.
Yeah, overall, go ahead.
What I would say is the more inconsistency there is, the more problematic I find it to take any one particular account and say this is the accurate one.
And then what other evidence did you find against acute psychosis?
There is some research that's been conducted on malingered hallucinations, which are accounts of hallucinations that are exaggerated or fabricated. And I found it useful to look at that research and see what it suggested and kind of lay it out there in terms of the way she described it. So some research suggests that that one consideration is whether the voices are internal or external, whether they're coming from your own thoughts or whether they're coming from outside of your head. And Ms. Clancy perceived this voice as external, which is more consistent with genuine hallucinations. However, Command hallucinations are often, in about 88% of individuals reporting them by one account, accompanied by a related delusion. Ms. Clancy did not report any accompanied delusions. So thus far, you've got 1 point for genuine and 1 point for possible exaggerated. Then there's frequency and control. Genuine psychotic hallucinations are more often intermittent than constant. They'll come and they'll go. You'll hear it, stop hearing it. You'll hear it again, stop hearing it, and this can extend over a period of time. Ms. Clancy, in this instance, reported that the voice was constant for 18 to 20 minutes, and then it stopped. It had not been experienced before, and it has not been experienced since. And she also did not report having any control over the voice or over her actions in response to the voice. Then the next item is content. So genuine hallucinations are often familiar, use both genders, and are clear rather than vague. Ms. Clancy described this voice as clear, but it was unfamiliar and it was a single male voice. So that was sort of mixed. I'm not counting it as one direction or another. And then finally, reaction and coping. Individuals who experience hallucinations like this often try to reduce their influence in different ways. Could be praying, could be listening to music. And while those who inaccurately report the experience of such hallucinations often do not describe coping mechanisms. And Ms. Clancy didn't report any attempt to stop the voice or distract herself from it or what have you. So there were about 3 points on which her account more closely resembled exaggerated or fabricated hallucinations. One where it looked more genuine and one that was kind of mixed.
If I could ask you a question, you said that there were more points indicating malingering or exaggerating the existence of the voice. But earlier you testified about your psychological testing of Ms. Clancy, and it showed minimization, and it didn't show malingering. Could you explain how those two things could occur in the same person at the same time?
Yes. When we try to appraise through testing or specialized measures something that looks like malingering or exaggeration, the way we typically do it as psychologists who develop the measures is it looks like somebody who is going to take a shotgun approach. They're going to say unusual things are wrong and strange things are wrong and many things are wrong and things like that. If you do that, we're pretty good at picking up that shotgun approach to malingering. But if I ask you a bunch of questions and you answer them almost entirely in a genuine way, that you're being as accurate as you can, except with one exception, when I ask you about one experience or one symptom and you exaggerate or fabricate that, it's we can't pick that up through our testing. So what we have to do instead is we have to kind of develop our ideas about how it might have been experienced, what it was consistent with, what the disorder is. We take a broader approach, which is what I've tried to do in talking about this.
Thank you, everybody, for joining. Please hit the like,
was there further
subscribe
evidence
if you
against
haven't.
acute psychosis?
Yes. I'm going to start with the question of thoughts or hallucinations. I've already said that I found the account of hallucinations to be, as she described it, it would be very, very unusual to experience it that way. Never having, not before, not since, constantly for 18 minutes. However, if this was a thought, an unwelcome, intrusive thought, but still a thought, that's basically, this is your last chance, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself, then that would be consistent with thoughts that she'd been experiencing for some time. She'd been having thoughts about harming herself, that she was, it was going to be very difficult for her to to do this in a way that made sense. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting herself because her brain might have been damaged. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting the kids. She was experiencing all sorts of unwelcome thoughts. If that were the case on January 24th, if these were thoughts, then that would be consistent with what she'd been experiencing for months before. So that was something that made more sense to me, that rather than an auditory hallucination, it would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought. The next bullet is her response to her husband's question, "What did you do?" So when he got home around 6 p.m. on January 24th, and the house was quiet, and he went in, thought people might have been playing hide and seek with him, called downstairs, didn't get an answer, called upstairs, didn't get an answer, went upstairs, found the bedroom door locked, unlocked it with his key, went in, saw some blood there, saw the window was open, ran downstairs, and he saw his wife, Lindsay, lying there semi-conscious. And he said his first question was, "What did you do?" And her response was, "I tried to kill myself." Now, I thought that if she had actually experienced this command hallucination, that she might have said something like, "I did what I had to do," or "I did what the voice said," or something like that. But no, she said, "I tried to kill myself." And this is consistent with my looking at this and starting from the perspective of this is a serious, highly lethal suicide attempt. And that's the way to understand it. And then the last bullet point has to do with the recovery of memories. So when she regained consciousness that night in the hospital, one of the things she said is that she wasn't able to remember what had happened. And she was informed of it, but if this had been a genuine memory loss, then human memory is funny. And one of the things that happens is that when you're trying to remember something that actually happened, things can interfere with that. Things that you read, things that you're told, other sorts of things like that. So it would have been hard to understand how she would recover that memory accurately, including the particular memory of the command auditory hallucination, what it said.
And doctor, did you already go over the first bullet point, the inconsistencies in her description of knowing wrongfulness?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one. Go to the next slide.
Okay, you don't have that's not a consideration?
Well, there were some additional inconsistencies in terms of whether she knew that when I asked her whether she was aware that it was illegal or immoral, she said basically, "I wasn't thinking about this at all. No thoughts, no decisions, none of that. It was just all action." One of the things that Dr. Resnick wrote in his report is that she was intellectually aware that it was wrong or illegal, but not morally. And what she said to me is that I just don't think I wasn't thinking about that at all. I didn't know any of that.
Okay. And if we could go to the next slide, I think if you could describe for us the evidence that you saw for suicide combined with altruistic filicide.
Yeah. Altruistic filicide is a term that's used that means killing your kids out of love. Not because you're trying to be cruel or for material gain or because you want them out of your lives or any of that, but killing them out of love so that you could basically, they wouldn't have to suffer, so you could prevent their suffering. And what she did, I thought, was begin with what I said a minute ago was a highly lethal and very serious suicide attempt.
And that was preceded
It
by
was
what?
preceded by months of thoughts and impulses about you should harm yourself, you should kill yourself, your brain is damaged, that sort of thing. And that, I think, is the beginning of the way to understand what happened that day. The second point is that, as I've said before, she didn't like to leave her children. Whether that was for date night or school or going back to work or anything, she did not like to leave her children. And if she had taken her own life, then her children would have been without her, and she thought that they would suffer. And she'd been having these thoughts both about herself and about her children over a several-month period. And the other thing that I will say is that she was in pain. She was suffering. She was doing a little bit better than she had been before she went into McLean, but she was still in pain. She was suffering. I think she was even desperate. And that is something that is often characterized as people who try to take their own life. They're in pain, they're suffering, and they're trying to put a stop to it. And I think when she decided at some point that she was going to put a stop to it, then she had to answer the question of what to do about the kids. And she didn't want to leave them, and she was convinced that they would suffer without her.
And further evidence that you saw for the suicide combined with altruistic filicide?
There was. One of the things that she said when asked about what happened is that in the course of strangling each child, she said, "Go to God, baby, go to God." And that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand, Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens, but when I asked her about that, when I said, "Isn't suicide a mortal sin?"
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
Yeah, bringing religion into this is not good. We heard from lawyer, and his dad. They had a major issue with it when it was brought up before, talking about religion. I think that's why the judge is wanting to do this sidebar, because I think they're just going to end up skipping that part. I don't really see what religion has to do with this, honestly. So we'll see what's going on. By the way, we do have a live StreamYard poll up. Day 19 is Lindsay Clancy 100% guilty, guilty by insanity, innocent, or undecided. You can type 1 in chat for 100% guilty. You can type 2 in chat for guilt by insanity. You can type 3 in chat for innocent. And you can type 4 in chat for undecided. Now, even though we know that these 2 doctors were just going off of reports, we know what the doctors said that Lindsay was being treated by, not just reading reports. And again, these are prosecution witnesses, so you have to keep that in mind as well. They're going to testify for the prosecution, so of course they're going to not agree with everything that the defense or the doctors that actually treated her are going to say. Of course, they're not going to agree. They're going to disagree. That's just part of the process. Even though I don't believe him or trust him, like I don't Mac either. And I believe the doctors that did treat her, even though we do have to be real, and we do have to say that the witness has been a good witness for the prosecution. Let's just call it what it is. It has been a very good witness for the prosecution. I can't wait to see Reddington's rebuttal and what he has to say. Now, remember when we heard Mac's testimony in the beginning, it sounded all normal and sophisticated and educated, and then when we had Reddington do the rebuttal, then we saw what Dr. Mac is or isn't, and somebody else needs to update their resume as well. So it's going to be interesting to see. Of course, it's going to be a good witness for the prosecution, but we got to wait and see what Reddington has up his sleeve. Again, he had the whole weekend to hit up this tag team, and I think we saw what we saw with Mac, and it was a lot of fireworks. I believe that there's going to be even more fireworks when Reddington gets a hold of him. We'll see what's going on. It's already 3 o'clock Eastern. It is already 3 o'clock Eastern. So are we, man, it's crazy because it makes me wonder, we were supposed to be having closing arguments today. We were supposed to be having closing argument. Whoa, hold on. We were supposed to be, okay, I got the poll up in my face. We were supposed to be having closing arguments today, according to what the judge said a few days ago. We're on witness 2 of 3. That was supposed to be it. 2 or 3 here. We still have one more witness. And Reddington hasn't even got started. So the trial, according to the judge last Thursday, was supposed to be closing statements on Monday. Tuesday was going to be the verdict watch. That is definitely not happening. We're only halfway through these last few witnesses. Who knows? Maybe this is going to end on Friday. We'll see. We'll see what's going on. Who knows? Maybe that last witness will be real quick.
Ask you to go back to the jury room, and then
Uh-oh.
bring you back in a couple of minutes.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
All right.
Uh-oh. 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 Oh, snap. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it very much. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. And we are 51 subs away from 18.3K. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the trust. And thank you for the company. And the conversation.
Short recess, and I'll come out as soon as I can.
All right.
Oh boy, what's going to happen? What is going to happen? Oh boy. It ain't going to be short. Man, he seems pissed. Judge seems pissed. Very pissed. All right. In the meantime, just like we do with all these breaks, I keep an ear and an eye open for any time that we return, or I should say when they return. And during these breaks, we like to keep staying informed of different stuff, and so different points of views and such. So we're going to go back to Vinny from Court TV, talking about some key moments from the trial so far. And once the judge is done, we're going to bring you right back. Let's check this out. Thank you all.
From this evidence is walking up the stairs. When Patrick Clancy calls her, we know where he is. We know where her phone is, and we know her phone is moving. Doesn't seem like Lindsay Clancy is paralyzed in the backyard after being tossed out the window. This does not fit into what I have been hearing from the people who have a theory that Patrick Clancy did it. This does not fit that theory. Not even close. What does this fits what the prosecution has been demonstrating to this jury from the beginning of the case. This fits and is consistent with what Patrick Clancy testified to. It makes sense to me. I'm wondering, there's going to be a reaction because I know some people still will not believe it, but I'm curious as to how you would explain the movement of Lindsay Clancy's phone. Like all those pieces are fitting together. Like there's no, oh, how did that? No, there's none of that. He called her. The phone is moving. It stops. They make a connection. Hang up. Then it continues. It's almost like you can piece together what the prosecution timeline is going to be here. He called her right after she killed the 3 kids in the basement and was on her way up to the bedroom to throw herself out the window. That's what prosecutors will argue. So big moment inside the courtroom. There were other big moments today, and this was very emotional and difficult. First, I want to put up on the screen something else that's going on. There's a GoFundMe right now for Lindsay's mom and dad, the Musgrove family. It's called the Musgrove Family Fund. They want to raise $2 million. They've raised over $800,000. And I'll read part of what this is about. In January of 2023, Lindsay Clancy was accused of killing her 3 young children in their Duxbury, Massachusetts home. She's now on trial. The Musgrove Family Fund is for the 2 people who have remained at her side through every step of what followed. Her parents, Mike and Paula Musgrove. It asks donors to recognize the extraordinary financial burden her parents have carried simply by continuing to be present. The purpose of this fund is to help Mike and Paula rebuild the financial stability they have sacrificed over these past 3 years. Contributions will help cover the accumulated costs of travel, lodging, living expenses, and other family expenses arising from their continued support of Lindsay throughout her case. The fund was established with their knowledge and consent, and Lindsay's attorney, Kevin Reddington, is aware of it. The Musgroves will control the funds and determine how they are used for the purposes described above. So people who are feeling sorry for Lindsay Clancy and for her parents have been raising money, and it will go to Lindsay's parents, and they will control what will happen with it. Meanwhile, Paula Musgrove on the witness stand today, really in a tough spot, difficult spot for her. Let's not forget that she was the grandmother of these 3 children as well. So let's take a listen to part of her testimony.
Tell the jury how you interacted and felt about your grandchildren.
I love my grandchildren with all my heart. And you never know what it's like to love a grandchild until you become a grandmother. And it was the most beautiful thing. I love them with all my heart.
Now, did you have occasion to see how Lindsay reacted and treated her kids as a mother?
Yes.
And granted that you're her mother, so you're obviously biased. Tell the jury what observations you made of Lindsay as a mother through the years after Cora was born, and then Dawson, and then, of course, baby Calvin.
Lindsay was a very loving mother. She was dedicated to her children. She was a fun mother. She was always doing things for her kids. She always wanted to be a mother, have many children, and I felt it was the best thing that ever happened to her. And she would do anything for her children. She was just a loving mother.
Now, in 2022, Calvin was born. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with Lindsay and Pat during that period of time, the spring into the summer of 2022?
Yes.
And how often would you see them or talk to them, or what would you do? You go to cookouts, or you have parties, or how would you socialize?
Myself and my husband would travel from Connecticut to Duxbury at least 2 or 3 times a month, as well as them coming to Connecticut to visit us.
And would you agree that in the summer, for example, of 2022, that Lindsay and Pat were active with the kids and were pretty happy?
Very happy, yes.
Did you observe in the summer of 22 any changes at that point in her personality and the way she was acting with her friends in society?
In the summer, no.
And they were having a fairly good summer.
Yes.
Did you notice at some point a change in Lindsay's demeanor?
Yes.
Tell the jury when that was.
It was sometime probably around the second week of October.
What happened that you noticed?
I noticed that she had become very anxious. She told me she was anxious about going back to work because Callan was having trouble taking a bottle and she didn't feel right about leaving him.
And as a result of that, did she tell you that she was going to put off going back to work?
Yes, she told me she was applying for an extension.
Now, did you know at that point that she was going through any issues involving depression or anxiety or having any suicidal ideation or anything like that?
At that point, no.
At that point, things changed, though, and the testimony of Lindsay's mom, crucial for this jury. Lindsay Clancy's mother was there, right? Was spending time, was interacting with her daughter. So she got to see firsthand some of the differences in Lindsay's behavior. Let's go back in and listen to more of her crucial testimony.
At what point, if any, did you become aware that your daughter was suffering from this symptomology?
In late October.
And how did that come about?
She sent me a text message.
And do you recall when that was?
Yes, that was on October 20th.
So I'm going to approach you with this board and ask if this is a copy of the text that you're referring to.
Yes, it is.
Would you read that for the jury?
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
You want to write off this?
Objection. It's already in evidence.
What do we mark it for identification? Is that text within the?
I'd rather have it in the board.
Well, I know you would, but we already have the.
They want a little training. Can I just ask the board?
No, we're going to mark that for identification. The text that is been referred and read to is within Exhibit 276, which was just offered.
I'm sorry, which is what?
I think it was within Exhibit 276, which was within that thread that you just offered.
Okay, so I will then, that would be 276, so that will be over here. As a result of receiving that text, did you then come up to?
Hold on a second.
Exhibit W for identification.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So as a result of that, did you come up to Duxbury?
Yes, same day.
And tell us about that. What happened that day at the end of October?
Lindsay had been, I believe she went to the emergency room that day and she had come home. She was feeling a bit better. She told me that she couldn't sleep. She was very anxious and she was afraid.
And how long did you stay with her?
At that point?
Yes.
I believe at that point I stayed for about a week.
And was your husband with you?
He came later. He didn't come directly with me then because he was still working. So he came later.
I never asked, what did you do for work?
I worked for Weight Watchers.
And you're retired?
Yes.
How about your husband? Is he working now?
He recently retired.
And what was the nature of his work?
He was in photography.
What kind of photography?
School picture photography.
For yearbooks and things like that?
Yeah, and school pictures, when you had your kids' pictures taken.
And he just recently retired?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that during the month of October into November, into the holidays in December, that you and your husband would stay with Lindsay and the kids?
Yes. I stayed more than my husband because he needed to go back home to work.
Sure. While you were staying with Lindsay, can you tell us your opinion as to her condition? Was it decompensating? Was she getting better as time went on through November and December into the holidays?
Through November into December, it was not getting better into the holidays.
And you knew she was on medication at that point?
Yes.
You knew she was seeing doctors at that point?
Yes.
So tell us, is there an incident that came to your mind that you recall that occurred on one evening that indicated to you how seriously she was suffering?
There were many. One particular evening that was disturbing to me was that, she was afraid to be alone, and she actually asked if she could sleep with me.
When was that?
That was late November, early December.
And did she indeed sleep with you on that occasion?
She did.
Continuing on through the holidays, did you guys get together for the holidays, Christmas or Thanksgiving, if you recall?
Yes, I was down there probably most of December through Christmas Eve, and then I left on Christmas Eve to come home to see my other daughter and her family, and then Lindsay actually came to my house later the day on Christmas Day.
Was she with Pat?
Yes.
Okay, and the kids?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you make further observation as time went into January? Oh, back it up. At some point, she voluntarily went into McLean Hospital?
Yes.
You knew that?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I was there.
What do you mean you were there?
I was at Lindsay's house staying with them.
You take care of the kids?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that Pat's parents, mom and dad, also stepped up, taking care of the kids, helping out during this period of time?
They were there, I guess, when we weren't there. I didn't really see them, but.
Right, because you guys would be different time frames.
Right.
But you all were pulling together as a family, is that
Right.
correct? January, leading up to January 24th, do you recall, and can you tell the jurors what, if any, observations you made of Lindsay and her condition?
Lindsay had lost a lot of weight. She had become, during this whole time, paranoid about different things that really she shouldn't have, really weren't logical to become paranoid about. She would mention that this wasn't her mind. She would say to me, this isn't me. I've never been like this before. And I would agree because she wasn't. She was attempting to go through the motions of her day, take care of the kids as best she could. She didn't want to drive. So at times when Pat didn't go pick the kids up at school, I would drive Lindsay to pick the kids up at school because she was afraid to drive.
Did she express to you concern that in this time frame that people at the school, teachers and other people would be able to know what she was thinking and would think that she wasn't a good mother because she was sick?
Yes, she said, the school knows something's going on because I'm not driving my car. They see that I'm not driving my car to pick the kids up.
Do you recall the end of January that she made a statement to you about the medication, in her opinion, what it was doing to her mind?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she couldn't remember anything. The medication was pretty much just destroying her mind, and it wasn't her. She said, this isn't me. I just want to feel better and enjoy my kids again.
Now, I know that this is difficult. In December of 2022, do you recall the time that you were in the kitchen with Lindsay and Patrick, and she made a statement about her state of mind to her husband, Pat, and you were there?
Yes.
I know it's difficult. Just tell us what you remember.
I remember her being very nervous. I remember her saying, I just have to tell you guys something. And then she told us.
What did she tell you?
She told us that she had thoughts of harming the children.
She's talking about it. Clearly suffering from mental illness, but talking about it to the people closest to her. Yet here we are. Lindsay Clancy's mother wasn't the only family member who came to speak with her and noticed things and was having sort of an ongoing conversation during the time leading up to the killing of the 3 children. Lindsay's sister was also a part of her life, someone who was close to her, and she took the stand as well. Let's take a look at her testimony.
I will say on Thanksgiving in particular is when the first time I saw her in person after quite some time. I had known she had not been doing well via text message communication that we had. I think on Thanksgiving, she, her mood did not look good, her energy, she didn't seem very energized. It definitely seemed off from how I've seen her in the past.
And were you aware that that carried through from November into December, around the holiday season, if you had stayed in touch with her?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you observed about her around the holiday season as it related to her, from your observations and your texting and your communications with Lindsay? How did she appear to you at that point?
The beginning of December, it seemed like she very much decompensated. I do remember her saying at one point at the beginning of December, something along the lines of, I'm in a really tough spot. And knowing what she had shared with me previously about how her mental health had been struggling, I had this gut feeling that something was off and that she was really struggling, and I asked her if she was safe.
What did she say?
She said yes at that point.
And you knew her husband, Pat?
Yes.
And you knew the kids?
Yes.
Obviously. Do you recall around Christmas itself, and perhaps a little bit thereafter, that you spoke with her and that she indicated, basically, I'm not doing okay?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you observed about her demeanor or her symptomology when you said she was decompensating around that time? What were they symptoms in your mind of?
Based on communication with Lindsay, and I started communicating with Pat directly at that time, she was reporting her mood was worsening, as she described as depression. She was having more suicidal thoughts. Insomnia continued to be an issue. She was really not feeling like herself.
And did you know that during that period of time where she was telling you about the suicidal thoughts and the issue of depression, that she was seeing doctors?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about seeing the doctors, and if she was on any medication, and if so, what effect did they have on her?
The first thing she said about the doctors was back in October when she said that she saw a doctor for Zoloft and had a very awful reaction to that Zoloft.
Would that be Dr. Tufts?
I don't believe she shared that specific with me.
Share the name? Okay.
No. And then I think
This court is back in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial.
All right.
Versus Lindsay Clancy,
What's going on?
excluding the jury.
All right.
You don't bring up religion.
Sidebar conference. I think the defendant made a motion. I'm going to allow argument in regards to the motion. I'll hear first from the defendant, and then I will hear from the Commonwealth. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, this has been obviously a long trial and a lot of work on the part of everybody involved, from the court to the staff to the prosecutors to myself, and needless to say, the strain on Lindsay Clancy.
You don't bring up religion.
I have to move for a mistrial, reluctantly. The reason is that this is intentional misconduct on the part of the prosecution. you know that this whole idea of injecting Roman Catholic faith, concept of mortal sin, into this trial occurred, I don't even remember now, about a week ago. And I objected, but before I could get the objection out, Your Honor had us at the sidebar at the same time and very forcefully, in my opinion, indicated to the jurors that they should not consider that to any degree. At the time, I put on record the fact that I did not feel that I felt that the court's instructions were sufficient. They were forceful. They were right on point. And we moved forward without a motion for a mistrial. I made a tactical decision. But unfortunately, at this point, it's a concern I have because this is just over the top. It's the same thing again, talking about religion, talking about
I
heaven,
knew it. I
talking
knew it.
about,
I knew it.
killing people and the impact of the effect that it would have on
Did they do it on purpose?
Children. The fact that this is not the first time that it occurred during the trial, and the prosecution has previously brought up the concept of mortal sin, based on your ruling in the past, in conjunction with the fact that they brought it up again, I believe it was intentional misconduct, and I feel that the court should grant a motion for mistrial.
Yep.
Thank you. Come on.
It was intentional.
Your Honor.
It was intentional. It was like, why bring it up?
I asked the witness did not ask for any testimony about religion, about Catholicism, about mortal sins or anything like that. And the slide is still up on the screen. There's nothing on the slide about Catholicism, about mortal sins, about any of that. The witness was explaining his reasoning. I don't think it was intentional on part of the witness either. If we look at his interview of Ms. Clancy, one of the things that this witness has to do is determine whether the defendant knew the wrongfulness of her conduct. And that can be either that it was criminally wrong or morally wrong. And he explored that with her in the interview and asked her about whether she knew it was legally wrong. And she said she had no concept of legal consequences. And then he went on to ask her about moral wrongfulness and about her religion and whether she knew it was morally wrong. And she did say that she had knowledge that suicide was considered sinful. So I believe that's where the witness was going in trying to explain his reasoning. I don't think he was intentionally trying to inflame the jury or cause an issue in this case.
You asked him the questions
because I
too.
didn't ask a question about her religion or a question that would invoke
You were
that
talking
kind of
about
response.
religion.
I asked him to explain what was on the slides, and that's not on the slides. So there was no intentional conduct by the Commonwealth. That was not where I intended to go with this questioning. And I don't think that the witness intended to do any harm either. He
You
was just
already did
explaining
it,
his
hot
rationale.
mic lady.
So I would ask that the jury be instructed to disregard the answer, and I can speak to the witness and tell him not to talk about that reasoning for behind his thoughts, that he can testify about his conclusions, but to leave that portion of his reasoning out of his
Did they
testimony.
do it on purpose? I was going to ask
the
that
concern
question
I
a
have
couple
is
days ago.
what
Are
the
they
witness
going to,
did say.
so they don't lose? Because they were
In
getting
regards
waxed.
to go to, it said, go to God.
Did they do
baby,
this on
go to
purpose
God.
so they didn't
That was
lose?
statements that had been made in evidence already. And then he indicated that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. All right. Now we're getting a little closer to problematic area. Then he testified.
I knew when I heard religion.
She was raised
I
as
knew
a
it.
Catholic. And as I understand Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens.
Day 19?
Any of
Really?
that proper at this
Day
point.
19. Thank you, Judge.
It was not. Well,
Oh,
I'm not going to declare a mistrial this time.
thank you.
What I am going to do is
Think
I'm
about
gonna
it.
bring the jury in. I'm going to tell them to disregard it. I'm going
Oh,
to tell them
man.
that's an inappropriate area of inquiry, and that this witness's understanding of Catholic dogma or Catholic teaching is irrelevant. There's no evidence of his background or training or having been to the seminary or any of that. And so I think, and that's where he injected that. And so I am giving that But the Commonwealth,
Come
I'm gonna
on.
strongly, and perhaps the strongest language, talk to him and let him know that he can't go into that. And then my thought is, I'm going to bring the jury back in. I'm going to give them that instruction, and I'm going to send them home. I don't want them leaving here today with the last thing they heard was a discussion about this witness's understanding of the Catholic teaching. That's not the last thing they're going to hear. And so my thought is that
Get that damn
as
bow
best
out of
I
your
can,
hair, too,
is
lady.
to address that and minimize the damage or prejudice, because I do presume that this jury will be able to follow those instructions. And so that would be my thought. We'll come back. That will give the Commonwealth
Get that damn
plenty
bow
of
out of
time
your hair.
to talk to this witness, to let him know the areas that he should and should not go into. And then we can come back tomorrow and we can resume his direct examination and cross-examination. All right, so that'll be my thought. We'll bring the jury in. I'll give them that instruction, and then we will recess until tomorrow. Okay?
Your Honor, just for the record, could I know the connection?
Sure, absolutely. All right, so we ready for the jury?
Wow. This is ridiculous. Day 19. If you're enjoying the live stream, help us reach more people. Make sure to drop a like, subscribe, comment, and share this out to your socials and friends. We appreciate you very much. We do have the notification out for tomorrow. Make sure you hit the link, hit the notification bell on it, get notified. Come back with us tomorrow. Oh my gosh, was this on purpose? You know, it's crazy because a couple days ago, I was going to ask that, like, are they doing this on purpose? It was specifically when Mac was up.
All right.
Yes, get the damn bow out of your hair, lady. You ain't doing this for the kids. The hell? You ain't doing this for the kids. Shout out Bob Mata. Defense Diaries. I can't believe it. Day frickin' 19, man. They want to pull this crap. I'm pissed. I'm just like the judge. I'm fucking pissed, Rosie.
Yeah.
Members of the jury, just before we broke, there was some testimony from that last witness. And I just want to give you some instructions in regards to that testimony. And I just wanted to let the religion that the defendant was raised with is absolutely an inappropriate area of testimony. It is to be stricken. It is not to be considered. I can't be any more clear of that. It cannot be considered. Secondly, the witness's understanding of Catholic teachings and considerations, again, is immaterial. It's irrelevant. It is to be disregarded based on that testimony. All right? And so because we had a little bit of a delay due to this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to excuse you until tomorrow. All right? And so the thought is we'll come in, we'll finish up with this witness. I believe the Commonwealth has another witness at that point, and then we'll talk about where we go. I apologize for any kind of confusion or delay, but I just wanted to make sure you had those instructions with you when you left here today. All right? So I'm sorry, but so I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Court.
Yeah, don't talk about it. Don't think about it.
Jurors, can I close the notebooks?
Wow. I can't believe it, Rosie. Day 19.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I had a feeling they were going to do something because they were getting waxed. I'm going to be honest with you. They've been getting waxed for 5 days now. And it was a question I was going to ask a couple days ago as one of the polls. Like, do you think that the prosecution is going to pull something slick so there's a mistrial so they don't lose. And this is kind of interesting that this happens today. Bunch of bull crap.
Yeah.
All right. Counsel, one more time, can I see it sidebar?
I mean, in all honesty, so I didn't see the full extent of what happened, but I got in as he was motioning for the mistrial, and I heard what he was saying, and just based on what I've seen of the trial so far, they have been, I guess you can say they've been abusive towards her with some of the things that they've been displaying intentionally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Immaturity the whole time on full display the whole time. This is more of it. What do you mean she to sit there and say, I didn't even ask him a question? Bull crap. You were sitting there talking about religion. As soon as I heard you guys talking about religion, I typed in, religion is not good.
No, it's not.
And then all of a sudden we got shut down the defense motions for a mistrial.
And it's not the first time they've brought it up. It's
my gosh. No, it's just repeated. Immaturity means that you let your emotions lead your decisions. You're supposed to be professional, especially on this level. Yeah. And we've seen it time and time and time again throughout this whole trial. Little snippets of immaturity sprinkled throughout each day.
Yeah.
This is what it is. It's immaturity.
It's manipulative. It's like,
yeah.
It's like they're not very interested in the case. They're kind of, it's almost competitive for them when it comes to them going up against Reddington, and I think that for the most part they're not considering the case or the facts of it at all, because that's not even what they're using to try and put forward their argument.
They already got away with it the first time they were talking about religion. They already got away with it. Reddington let it slide. I don't disagree with it. I mean, gosh, to do this all over again, you know, and I totally agree with him. Like, this is ridiculous. One time,
Be in recess till tomorrow. The anticipation is that the evidence will be done at some point tomorrow, with the thought that most likely we'll have a charge conference sometime probably tomorrow afternoon, and arguments in charge would be on Wednesday. All right, subject to change as they always are. So thank you, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Wow.
But like what you were bringing up earlier, I do actually think that a mistrial in this case would have been better for the state. Like the fact that there isn't one, they're just going to have to continue on this downward, whatever you want to call it, a good display of anything.
Crazy, man. I can't believe it. Lydia, why judge chose not to mistrial has a ton to do with the fact that the defense will file an appeal ASAP in double indemnity. I know I butchered that name. Hold on one second. Oh, that's cool. It went right to that. Yeah, it makes me wonder. What Reddington's going to do after this. It's going to be an interesting day tomorrow, that's for sure. Does she even wash her bowhead? Oh my gosh, she needs. I'm so. I'm just. I feel like puking. I feel like I need to take a shower, Rosie.
Yeah, the
It's
bow
gross.
thing is.
I'm clammy from looking at the bow on her head.
The bow thing is so inappropriate for court.
It's not for the victims. That grow the F up. You know what I'm saying? Grow the F up. But we have the notification out tomorrow already for you guys. So after the show's over, make sure you go over there, hit the notification bell, come back with us, hang out tomorrow. It's going to be a crazy day tomorrow, that's for sure. And the judge is pissed. I don't blame him. What the hell's even going to happen? It's going to be so up in the air. We'll be back here tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern. Also, if you're familiar with the Micah Miller case, there's a new documentary coming out on Wednesday, the death of the pastor's wife. We've been working on that case for over 2 years now. We got a special premiere happening at 5 o'clock Eastern today in about an hour and a half, where I'm showing about 4 hours of my footage out at Lumber River State Park, doing an investigation out there. Put together a whole bunch of HD footage for you guys. So that'll be premiering today at 5. That's where she was found dead. And then also tomorrow at 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern, we're going to be premiering the FBI raid of J.P. Miller's home residence in Myrtle Beach as it unfolded. We were there live on location too. And I put together about a little over a 3-hour compilation of HD footage. Members get watermark-free versions. The public, those will be premiering for you today at 5 and tomorrow at 5 Eastern. Make sure you check that out and hang out with us there. I got to say thank you to the community. Let's do a sub check here. Man, you guys killed it today. We are only 49 subs away from 18.3K. Holy crap. We went from 18 to 18.2. So thank you very much for the support, the love, and the trust. We will be back here tomorrow. Me and Rosie will be back here tomorrow covering day 20. And I'm a little disappointed now. I'm a little sad, Rosie. I thought that all of this momentum was really shifting towards a humongous win for the defense. And now it's unfortunate that Reddington had to motion for a mistrial. It really sucks.
Yeah, it is. But I think that it's also important to show that the judge was balanced, but his response kind of highlighted that he does see it for what it is. So even though he made the decision that the defense didn't agree with, I think the fact that he at least reprimanded them in a way that you could see he was genuinely not happy about it. I think that is a good sign. I think it shows balance because he didn't like over favor the defense either.
Right. Let it, he told them not to think about it. He needs to go home because he's got to think about it. He's going to take a look at it. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. Hopefully everything's okay. But that's the new poll question. What's going to happen? I'll have some choices up for you tomorrow. Thank you all again. Have a peaceful, positive. Is it Monday or Tuesday? It's Monday. Have a peaceful and positive Monday. I'm still half asleep, Rosie. I love you guys. Have a peaceful night, and we will see you again tomorrow. And we're doing that premiere 5 o'clock Eastern today. Check it out. Love you guys.
Bye. Bye, everyone.